Friday night football on the air from Argyle's Eagle Stadium. The winner tonight takes pole position toward winning the District 3-5A Division II championship. We welcome you to Eagle Stadium. Kickoff just moments away. Argyle will get the football first. Heritage to kick it away. Head coach Jerry Edwards' team, Heckma, ready to roll. They like being on defense. They will be on defense first.
Yeah, this is one of those games where you want to test who wants it. That is right away. And these are two teams, like I said in the open, that there is no love lost between them. I'm anticipating a defensive match. I know that doesn't jive with everybody else out there, but that's one of those games that I, as a former defensive guy, I look forward to.
Listen, I'm a former quarterback. You know I like the playoff game we saw from these two teams in November. 38-34, back and forth, lots of scores, lots of action. That's just, it's the way I'm bred. But this should be a lot of fun. A knockdown, drag them out, like 20-17 type of football game. Tonight should be an awful lot of fun. Do not expect the Argyle Eagles to return this kickoff because Ryan Zuckert has a massive leg. He sends this one 8 yards deep in the end zone, and out comes the Argyle Eagles offense. Quarterback McGuire Gasperson, wearing number 11, the junior, took over midway through last year after the injury to John Gailey. This year, he is the guy from the word go. And Heckma, he's a much more mobile quarterback than really Todd Rogers has ever been used to. He's almost kind of been loath to have a mobile quarterback, but he said it has been a benefit to this offense this season.
Hey, he's gonna let this dog off the chain and out of the backyard tonight. He knows that he needs to let his athleticism flourish, especially with this Panthers defense in front of him.
They'll go to the air to start the game, though, and it's a deep ball up the near sideline. Knocked away, but a flag. They went deep for Julian Caldwell, the sophomore, and he draws the penalty on Hayden West.
Oh, Hayden West. Look, he's running a step behind, but when you're beat in a situation like that, you just have to continue to run. That ball is underthrown. If Gasperson puts a little bit more air on that, that's walking off in the first play of the game.
Caldwell, the sophomore, offers from multiple SEC schools, including Ole Miss, an SMU offer, a Texas Tech offer. It is pass interference. Our referee, Bill Theodore, tonight, leading a 7-man crew. One of the finest crews in North Texas. Feels like we have Bill Theodore's crew every other week through the Friday Night Football season. They keep giving us Bill Theodore's crew. One of the best guys in the area.
The best follow the best.
Will Krzyziak was trying to signal to Gasperson before the snap. He doesn't look that way. Gasperson trying to get out the back door and chased out of bounds by Dax Hebeson on the near sideline, picked up 2.
And that's better coverage on that play.
You see your starters on the screen there. Watson Bell, the stud running back. Chase Bagley, who you saw in the highlight package earlier, scoring in that playoff game a year ago, is their usual starter at running back. He's out again tonight. Might be back next week, maybe the week after. Quick throw near side. Will Krzyziak makes the catch, breaking away into Colleyville Heritage territory and down to the 43.
That's the danger of a guy like Krzyziak. You see, as soon as he catches that ball, he's looking to get into open spaces. That's the thing for the Panthers defensively. They have to make sure to limit Krzyziak's catches, but also get him down when he catches it.
Jackson Green out tonight, so Will Krzyziak coming down into the slot mostly tonight. First handoff of the game to Watson Bell, and he's bottled up quickly. This is a Colleyville Heritage defense that shut out Mansfield Timberview a week ago. Their linebacker core under their head coach Jerry Edwards, who's also their defensive coordinator, veteran leaders, and they get after it.
Yeah, they do, and obviously Coach was talking about his defense and how proud he is of these guys and the way that they compete.
That ball's just flat dropped by Will Krzyziak. He can't believe it himself.
He's talking to his hands. He's trying to figure out what's going on. This Krzyziak doesn't drop many balls, but I think right there he's hearing footsteps. He has Darren Lloyd coming right in his peripheral. He sees the lick coming.
Very quickly, a 3rd down and 9 here. Can Heritage make the stop? Quick throw near side. Braden Bach on the receiving end. First down and a little bit more to the 30-yard stripe.
If you're not used to watching an Argyle's Eagles, this team, they go quick tempo at all things. So we're going to be talking fast tonight.
And that's one thing that Jerry Edwards said he was going to be heads up for, was the tempo that they play with. Krzyziak this time makes the catch, lost his footing for a moment, but he's able to fight his way forward for a few. This Argyle offense, it's a power-running, vertical passing game. They try to run to set up the pass, and Krzyzak is their main target in that passing game.
When you have a defense as fast as this Panthers defense is, you want these guys to turn and run, and that's a great objective right now for the offensive coordinator on the other side.
Handoff here for Bell up the middle. Grabbing a hold of him there at the very middle of the field is Madden Williams. And it's going to be 3rd down and about 4. Argyle, one of the brand name programs in all of Texas high school football, certainly here in North Texas. The championship pedigree they have developed under Todd Rogers over the course of his 22 years, a pair of state championships. They are regularly contending for a title. 5th in the state rankings here preseason, and moving the chains there is Watson Bell. It's 1st down. They are in the red zone in 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah, just the first couple of minutes here of the first quarter, and you can already tell this tempo really affecting the Panthers just to get the game started, trying to get reset, get these tackles.
A week ago against Timberview, Heritage gave up only 2 third-down conversions on 13 tries. Already 2 third-down conversions on this drive for Argyle. This throw to the far side, Grant Romero with his 5th catch of the year. Made all 4 of his catches so far this season 2 weeks ago in that Timberview game. Kind of bursting on the scene, and a starter tonight in place of Jackson Green. 2nd and 5. Bell with space, breaks to the outside. He's got the corner and he's got the end zone. Watson Bell, his 2nd touchdown run in a couple of weeks, his 6th of the year, and Argyle strikes first.
Looking at this replay, everything on the outside, man, they may have missed a holding call on the outside. Coach Jerry Edwards is definitely is looking to the officials right there, but that is a great first drive to open this game for the Argyle Eagles. That tempo that they played with was excellent. They hit everything underneath. They try them with a big play over the top to open things up. Man, that's, again, a great drive for the Argyle Eagles.
Watson Bell and the Argyle Eagles marching right down the field. Who said defensive struggle? Off we go with this Argyle offense. And the Eagles strike first here on Friday Night Football.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Man, are we ever looking forward to next week's game. Denton Ryan and Aledo, #1 and #2 in the state rankings. That one should be an awful lot of fun. This one's off to a fun start as well. Watson Bell with the 13-yard touchdown run. Just 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this one. And Argyle gets ready to kick it away. Anthony Ruvalcaba to send it deep. Bryson Burgess, Adrian Gaines deep to return.
That's what I get for broadcasting games with a quarterback. I knew you were going to make me eat my words on that first score. It's like maybe he forgot I said that. No such luck.
The touchback from Ruvalcaba. And out comes the Colleyville Heritage offense. Bodie Weaver, the signal caller this year for the Panthers, taking over for Luke Ulrich, who combined for 54 touchdowns a year ago, 39 through the air, 15 more on the ground. But Bodie Weaver can absolutely play, so much so that Todd Rogers was talking with some of the folks from the Argyle Eagles broadcast this week. He said he's not sure that he might not even be better than Luke Ulrich, which is huge praise.
Well, that's saying a lot.
It's a mouthful, but Bodie Weaver can play. He can sling it around. He can run the ball, too. He'll hand the ball off on the first play of the game to Gerard Wiley, and Wiley's got nowhere to go. There is size on this Argyle Eagles front, and Max Bland makes the stop.
Yeah, Max Bland is 6'2", 245 from that linebacker position, and you see how fast he got up and closed that hole. When you have a team like the Panthers in front of you that is going to play a power game at linebacker, you're going to have to make sure that you squeeze down and not allow that guy to get out the back door.
Second down and 9. Quick throw far side. Nick Wankambe on the receiving end, and he'll have enough for a first down. Wankambe is going to be a really important piece for them with the absence now of Braden Blewett. This is a Colleyville Heritage team that last year scored points in bunches between Ulrich and Blewett, and the weapons that they had. They can still put up points. There is absolutely belief for Jeremy Snyder, their offensive coordinator, and for Jerry Edwards, their head coach, that they can score, but they're going to have to find different ways to do it. The carry here for Wiley picks up, give him 4.
Yeah, the thing about that, Mike, is that they have to stay true to who they are, and you see it right now. They set up everything off of their running game. They run to pass, and they want to make sure that they soften up your defense so that the play action starts to work. Bodie Weaver, though, I'm loving the way that he's opening up this game at 6'3", man. He's just looking down over the top of this defense and picking his spots.
A look to go to the air here. Now he's going to take off and try and run for it. Dives forward, gets hammered at the end of the play. Xavier Sanchez came forward to lower the boom, and a pickup of a couple there for Weaver. It's going to be 3rd down and 5.
Boy, Xavier Sanchez came up with bad intention, okay, on that last play. And Bodie Weaver must have saw it out of the corner of his eye. He's like, look, I got to get down in a hurry. That's how you do it if you're a quarterback that wants to play this entire game. Don't take any of those nasty shots like that.
A big 3rd down and call it 4. They've got to get to the 46-yard line to move the sticks. Weaver. Broken play, but he makes it happen, and he's got the first down.
A ton of miscommunication here. You see it initially from Bodie Weaver. He looks up, if something's going on with this play that's not right. That's a good wherewithal by the junior quarterback to understand that he has to take it upon himself to pick up that first down yardage.
Colleyville Heritage, one of the most consistent programs in North Texas over the last decade, despite 3 different coaches in that span. Joe Willis, Kirk Martin, now Jerry Edwards. Always an 8, 9, 10, 12-win team. Always in the mix, and they figure to be again this year. Handoff Wiley. Look at the pursuit of the Argyle defense, and it's Bland and Malik Bracey there again.
Yeah, Malik Bracey coming up from the cornerback position. I'm telling you, you got to love when you have a guy like that, a cornerback, coming up and closing aggressively. But right now, this guy, Max Bland, special, right? Not allowing those edges to be captured. That's a big part of what the Panthers want to do with their backfield. If they see a glimmer of light on the side of that, if they can get around that corner, they will take it to the house.
Colleyville Heritage has all 5 of their offensive line starters from a year ago back, but they're struggling to create holes right now for the running game. Quick throw far side, complete to Landon Dressel. Dressel, one of a cast of receivers that's going to have to step up in the absence of Braden Blewett.
Yeah, this is where you miss Braden Blewett. This is Braden Blewett time right now. And he is so big time, and one of those guys that can take just a 2-yard catch and turn around and turn it into a first down and even more.
3rd down and 8. The 42-yard line is the line to gain. Weaver. Breaks contain, fires near side, complete. Nice hands catch up the near side by Blake Wendler. And a first down for Heritage.
Look at these soft hands by Blake Wendler. I mean, that ball just stops in those mitts. Man, that's a great big-time first down, but also, how about Bodie Weaver's vision, his ability just to keep his eyes up the field even though he has all that pressure around him.
Really, really nice play by Bodie Weaver just before he crossed the line of scrimmage, and they move the chains. And now the handoff here for Wiley is horse collar down and a flag. I don't know if it's going to be a face mask or a horse collar, but Brody Bomar came knifing through to make the tackle.
Yeah, you see the danger right there immediately from these running backs for the Colleyville Heritage Panthers. Again, you can't allow these guys to capture the edge.
Bill Theodore says it is indeed a face mask on this Argyle defense. Tack that on to the end of the run for Wiley, and all of a sudden it's going to be first down at the 12-yard line here for Colleyville Heritage. So Argyle went right down the field in 2 minutes and 50 seconds to score and take a 7-0 lead. Heritage trying to answer right back. Weaver dropped the snap, gets back on his feet, and he'll struggle back to the line of scrimmage. Able to avoid losing any yardage on the play.
And even lucky to get that one back. The ball bounces right back up to him. So, again, one of those situations where, man, you would hate to have turned over the ball deep in this territory like that. But, again, the ball bounces right up to Weaver. It's a second down. Still have the ability to pick up a first down here as well.
Second down and 10 forthcoming. We mentioned this off the top of the broadcast, but it bears repeating. Braden Blewett, one of the very best players in all of North Texas high school football. A kid on his way to Northwestern after being heavily recruited. Tore his ACL against Mansfield Timberview last week. Done for the year. Scored 20 touchdowns a year ago, Heckman. No doubt on his way to a promising career in the Big Ten at Northwestern, but a tough blow for him to have his senior year come to an end, and a tough blow for Colleyville Heritage because he's so important to who they are and what they've been the last couple of years.
And that's why you see it when an offense kind of gets to a point where there's a lull, and you have a guy like Braden Blewett, you know, not in the game. You can tell it's going to affect their offense, the rhythm of their offense, because they are heavily reliant on his playmaking ability. You know, I'm gutted for Braden Blewett. When we got that information from his coach, man, I mean, my head just dropped because, you know, for a kid like that to have such an amazing career, you know, at Colleyville Heritage, him to go out with an ACL injury in his senior year, man, that's tough.
Out of the timeout, second down and 10. We'll see how Heritage deals with the absence of Blewett here in the red zone. Who do they go to? End zone shot for Juan Combi on the fade, just overshot him.
And you see right now on the backside for the Argyle Eagle defense, they're switching up their coverages. They've been in the single high safety, then they went to a two safety high look, but still, man on the outside, Luke Lane doing a good job, but that ball is just overthrown.
Third down and 10 now. They can get a first down without scoring. They would have to get to just about the 2-yard line, just outside the 2-yard line for a fresh set of downs. They do have a wonderful kicker in the name of Ryan Zuckert. Hit a 46-yarder, a game-winning 42-yarder in their game against Red Oak earlier this year. They'd like to find 7, though. End zone shot picked off! Malik Bracey with the interception in the end zone.
Perfect coverage down there by Malik Bracey. Look at him facing the wide receiver and turns his head at the right moment. Ball is coming, man. That looked great timing. He couldn't have ran that route better if he was the receiver.
One-on-one with Trevi Prycia and Malik Bracey, who had the game-clinching pick 6 2 weeks ago against Mansfield Timberview, has himself his 3rd interception of the year, and Argyle takes over at their own 20 off the touchback.
That's one of those things that you got to know. Mark that down and see how that impacts Colleyville later.
Jugular shot right off the turnover. They go deep, and what a catch that was by Julian Caldwell. I thought Hayden West was going to pick it off right back, and Caldwell, the sophomore, just snatched it.
Hayden West is running this route for Caldwell, and look at the last minute. He shows the hands. Oh, my God. What a play by Julian Caldwell. Wow, that was amazing.
Wow is right, and they'll go deep again, near side, incomplete, looking for Grant Romero.
Whoa.
I mean, Hayden West, I think, thought, I'm going to pick this ball off. That's why Julian Caldwell's getting looks from SEC schools.
No, absolutely. I tell you what, man, on the other side for Hayden West, he's like, man, I can't wait. I'm going to tweet about this interception I'm about to get. And Caldwell says, no, you're not.
Second down and 10. Gasperson to the air again. They're liking the deep shots here early on. Incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down and 10.
Okay, so it looks like Hayden West, they are trying to pin the tail on him. There's something going on over here on this left side that they've noticed, and they are continuing to try and victimize this corner over here on the left side.
It's 3rd down and 10 in a blink. One more note on Julian Caldwell.
Wow.
Todd Rogers, the head coach at Argyle, been here for 22 years, been here basically almost since the birth of the program. says Julian Caldwell may end up being the best receiver they've ever had here at Argyle. They've had some good ones. Gasperson to the air again, over the middle, hauling it in for the first down. It's Grant Romero, the young man who burst on the scene against Timberview, makes his second catch in the early going.
Yeah, I believe it's this tempo that they're playing with, but also the variation of routes that they continue to run. Man, they're mixing it up really well.
1st and 10 at the 18. Gasperson slows it down for a beat. Now they're going to go deep again. Single coverage. Just beyond the grasp of Will Krzyzak and incomplete.
And you got to understand, Will Krzyzak is 6'3", 180 pounds. That is a large target to throw the ball to, and he tried to put it in a bucket right there for Krzyzak to come down with that catch.
McGuire Gasperson, the offensive player of the year in district a year ago, can sling it around a little bit, and he almost put it right on Krzyzak. 2nd down and 10. Watson Bell finds a crease. Watson Bell into the second level. Bang down inside the 5. 1st and goal, Argyle.
And Dax Heverson right here, he takes an alley to the outside, but he leaves a big hole behind him defensively. You gotta try and squeeze it and not give that running back a two-way go.
Flag is gonna bring this one back though. Both units walking backward. Never mind. I think both units thought the flag was going to be against the Argyle offense, but no, it's Evan Nyada, the senior that we spotlighted off the top, that gets flagged for hands to the face. It was already 1st and goal. It's 1st and goal from a couple inches shorter. And a chance here for Argyle to add to the lead. Watson Bell just lost his feet.
Yeah, he had so many different holes to run it through. He didn't know which one to go. He's trying to find his footing and slip there at the last minute. But still, this is if right now, if the Eagles score, the Panthers have got to be asking themselves what's going on here early in the 1st quarter.
Gasperson's going to keep it himself this time. He gets stood up, reaches short. 3rd and goal.
Great penetration there by Madden Williams. But right now for this Panthers defense, you know, being able to hold here would be huge for these guys.
Gasperson up under center, going to try and sneak it in, pushing the pile. He's in. Touchdown, McGuire Gasperson. Argyle adds to the lead.
When you have a gigantic center like Jackson Bowen down there, 6'4", 300 pounds, hey, you just tell the guy to hike the ball and we're going forward. No need to run a play here. We're going right behind your butt.
The extra point from Rubalcaba is good. 14-0 Argyle, a pair of long touchdown drives, one of 75 yards, one of 80 yards. Against a Heritage team that shut out Timberview a week ago. What a start here for Argyle on their home field on Friday Night Football.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
Back on Friday Night Football, 14-0 Argyle here in the 1st quarter. Heckman Harrison, one of the big storylines of the night was how would the Argyle offensive line play against the Heritage defensive line. so far, advantage Eagles.
Yeah, advantage Eagles is an understatement. I think right now some of the names that we came into this game expecting to make an impact. Right now they've been blanked. This offensive line, these guys are wearing all red, and when they get going forward, you don't see any white. Okay, yeah. And that's just a testament to one, how big these guys are, but also the push that they're getting at the line of scrimmage.
6'10", 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", 6'4" across the front for the Argyle Eagles.
Anybody bring a basketball?
They could probably play some hoops in here with Argyle's offensive line too. On the return here, it's Bryson Burgess strung out to the near side. Malik Bracey, the one to finally run him out. And Heritage's offense gets back to work at their own 21-yard line.
Yeah, Malik Bracey, not only, doing it on special teams, but man, the guy that got the interception, that got the party started. And the reason why the Argyle Eagles was able to get that second score, man, a ton of playmakers came ready to play today, and they are pouring it on right now. The Colleyville Heritage Panthers have to answer.
Playing without Braden Blewett, how do they find an answer? Bryce Abram helicoptered around on the tackle. Picks up 3 on the first play of the possession, but he paid for every one of those yards.
Man, if this is number 32, Bland, wow, this kid is just, no, that's number 7, Malik Bracey. Like I said, man, when you have a cornerback that's that aggressive, a guy that's squeezing down but is physical, you can tell, man, he wants all the smoke out here.
Have to try to throw it near side, knocked away through the hands, really, of Bryce Abram before Max Bland even got there. And just like that, Colleyville Heritage staring at a 3rd and 7.
And so plays like that, I mean, they're letting them play out here a little bit, but when you, hey, for Bryce Abram, you drop a ball and you still end up landing on your wallet. That's something you think about, for the next time. Just go ahead and catch the ball if you're going to get hit anyway.
Yeah. 3rd and 7. Weaver looking deep. Triple coverage. Incomplete. Looking for Trevi Prycia. A quick 3 and out for Colleyville Heritage. And it's danger zone right now for the Panthers.
No, it really is. And on the other side for your defense, already with the quick tempo that the Argyle Eagles play with, you go with a quick 3 and out like that, man, your defense is maxed out right now. They need a blow. They needed that drive to last more than, a minute and a half.
How about 43 seconds?
I was being gracious.
Yeah. Zuckert to punt it away. Line drive punt caught on the run by Nathaniel Bruce. Spins his way out of a tackle. Bruce is still going to the 43 in Heritage territory.
And dangerous punt recovered there, but I tell you what, man, it just shows the guts that these guys are playing with. Bruce takes that line drive, man, and gets it into positive yardage here. Again, as you stated, man, you're in the danger zone area. If you're the Colleyville Heritage Panthers, you've got to get a stop here. Try and get off the field, or at least get the ball back for your offense. Look, they're airing it out right now, but man, they haven't even been close to getting any turnovers.
This is a team that shut out Timberview a week ago, a good Timberview football team. They need to come up with some plays and fast. Krzyziak stumbled his way for no gain on the quick throw to the outside.
I mean, this guy makes plays like that. Those kind of plays, man, is hard to come by. Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste in your golden at Golden Chick.
Quick throw far side for Romero, picks up a few. They'll mark him out of bounds, it looks like right at the 40-yard line. Just inside the 40. And it's going to be 3rd down and 7. So an opportunity here anyway for Heritage's defense to get off the field. Can they capitalize? 3 wides to the left. Gasperson's going to try and take it himself on the quarterback draw. Lunges forward. They're going to mark him short.
Oh, just a little short. Gasperson, like he slid there at the last minute before he was able to get to the marker. This is going to bring up a 4th and, inches.
Based on the stick on the far side, maybe a full yard. Gasperson's in shotgun. Handoff to Watson Bell. Bell stood up, held on to, but I think he's got it.
Boy, it's going to be close. I'm going to ask for a measurement here. It might be right on the line. Let's see if they wave those sticks through. Yes,
First
and they
down,
do.
Bill Theodore says, and they will move the chains only just barely as Watson Bell wins the battle with Madden Williams.
And I tell you what, for all you running backs at home watching this game, you see the way that Watson Bell just continued to churn and move those feet. He did not give up on that play, and that was the reason for the first down.
1st and 10, Gasperson to the air again. Deep shot after deep shot tonight. This one just too far for Grant Romero.
One thing I'm loving about this Todd Rogers offense, they are testing the edges of this offense, but they are also trying to hit these guys deep. It started out on the other side with Hayden West, and now they're working it back over to Jaden Hall. They are indiscriminate on who is going to get tested out here.
2nd down and 10. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to this YouTube comment. First Friday Night Football broadcast I've done as a father of 2. My wife comments, Elena and Braden are watching at home. Quick throw near side. And the completion to Krzyzak goes for just enough for the first down. Yes, indeed. Give him 11 on the reception. And Argyle's got a fresh set of downs. Elena and Braden, it's Elena's got a little bit more time until bedtime. Another half an hour or so, 45 minutes maybe.
Braden has no idea.
Braden has no clue. Handoff right up the middle. Logan Rexroth, the sophomore call-up from JV, tumbling his way forward. Give him 9 on the carry. Argyle can't do anything wrong here in this first quarter.
And Rexroth probably asking himself, man, this is big-time Friday night lights football. What have I gotten myself into? And this guy just stumbles for positive yards.
End of the first in a premier battle in District 3-5A D2. Winners in the catbird seat for a district championship. Through 12 minutes, it looks like it's going to be Argyle. The Eagles are looking sharp and moving again when we come back on Friday Night Football. The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Let's take you back to 2020 and the Argyle Eagles' most recent of their 2 state championships. This day was the Tito Bice Day. He scored 3 times in the first quarter alone, and Argyle led 21-0. Then he'd get it again in the second quarter for his 4th touchdown of the day. 28-zip Argyle there early on. C.J. Rogers hit Ward McCollum for this TD, one of 3 he threw on the day, and the route was well since on. Argyle won the 4A state title in 2020, 49-21 over Lindale. 2020 was the last time we were here with the Friday Night Football crew. An Argyle-Waco La Vega #1 versus #2 in the state matchup.
What
that
battles.
Argyle won heavily, 35-7 if memory serves. And they're looking rather sharp tonight as well. Up 14-0 on Colleyville Heritage as we get ready to start the second quarter. Hackma Harrison, and they are moving. Facing a 2nd and 2 here. Gasperson, handoff Bell. Bell with a lot of running room, crashing into the second level. Twisted to the ground by Bryson Burgess, but it's 1st and goal.
Yeah, and had an assisted tackle there on the referee. Trying to squeeze it down as Watson Bell. Man, he could smell the end zone.
1st and goal at the 3. Argyle smelling blood early. Bell spinning off a tackle. Maybe gained a yard.
And Darian Lloyd, linebacker, coming up and filling that hole immediately. They've got to find a way here on defense to get a stop. As you stated, man, the first quarter, it has been owned by the Eagles. They have been moving this ball up and down the field at will.
2nd and goal from the 2. Bach motions right to left. Gasperson's going to keep it himself and taken down from behind. A really nice play to knife through and make the tackle.
And Darian Lloyd, he was not fooled at all. He trailed right behind Gasperson. We know Gasperson is a heck of an athlete and one of those guys that if you leave him with that much open space, he will make you pay.
3rd down and goal from the 4 now as Gasperson lost a couple yards. Play action fake, quick throw near side, open and into the end zone goes Braden Bach for the 3rd score of the day for Argyle.
And what do? They turn around and they put Darren Lloyd, number 38, the guy that just made those tackles, the linebacker. They put him in a situation where he's man-to-man with a tight end. They say, hey, you like to tackle at the line of scrimmage? Let's see how good you are in open spaces man-to-man against the tight end.
Bach is able to beat him. Bach's first touchdown of the year. And with the extra point from Anthony Rubalcaba, it is 21-0 Argyle. Braden Bach conducting a symphony here in Denton County, and Argyle on Friday Night Football up 21-0 on Colleyville Heritage. The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game, the triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Back at Eagle Stadium in Argyle, 21-0. The homestanding Eagles with the lead. Watson Bell with a 13-yard touchdown run to stir things up. Not yet 3 minutes into the football game. McGuire Gasperson capped off an 80-yard touchdown drive with a 1-yard quarterback sneak. And now Gasperson has hit Braden Bach for the touchdown pass early on here in this 2nd quarter. And it is all Argyle here in the early going. Heckma Harrison, how does Colleyville Heritage find their way out of this struggle?
Yeah, bit by bit, but first and foremost, they have to find a way to get some type of stop on defense. The way that the Argyle Eagles moving the ball on them, I think, is what's most alarming, especially when they come in with this vaunted defense and highly recognize the way that the Colleyville Heritage Panthers are. But offensively, you can tell, man, they are missing their big-time playmaker when they get into a fix. He's just been one of those guys that, man, he can always find a way to come down with the ball. And I'm talking about Braden Blewett. I think when I came into this game, we were trying to figure out who is going to blink first. And, man, I think that answer has been the Panthers. They have definitely blinked, but they have got to answer.
Gerard Wiley will have the carry here on the first play of the possession. A gain of 4 on the play. One thing that they have been confident in with Colleyville Heritage has been their offensive line. Again, all 5 starters back for this year from last year's squad, including Parker Leatherwood, Eli Emerson, and Tucker Perriman, that are all now 3-year starters. They felt like that group was going to be able to move bodies and allow them to do things, but this defensive front again up to the challenge here as they cut down Wiley after no gain on the play. They just have not been able, Heckma, to move bodies.
Yeah, I tell you up front right now, you can tell guys like Tyson O'Neill, John Hurt in the middle, they're just making life really difficult for them. Trotter, also number 44, you know, it's the second level also for me. I keep talking about guys like number 32, Max Bland, playing so aggressively and making life difficult. Again, when I look at the Panthers, I'm just saying, look, guys, pick up some first downs, continue to move the ball, don't get a 3 and out here.
3rd down and 5. Feels like a must convert. Pressure off the edge.
Oh, God.
Timeout before the snap?
Oh, man.
No, delay a game. A delay a game may have just saved Bodie Weaver's life because he had two guys that were ready to sandwich him.
I didn't hear the whistle, one, and I see Bodie Weaver just standing there. I'm like, Bodie, duck. Oh, my God. Woo.
So the delay a game costs them 5, and now 3rd and 10. They've got to get to the 35-yard line. Nick Wankambi making his way back onto the field. Also Hayden West getting out there for some offensive action. And now a timeout. Jerry Edwards calls timeout. Second time he's called timeout in the half.
Yeah, they just, like, this is a big 3rd down. You talk about what they have to do to stop the bleeding right now. It's just going to all come down to getting first downs, and they are not able to pick up those first downs. They're not able to stop this Argyle Eagles team.
We showed you this off the top, but let's show it to you again. The playoff meeting between these two teams a year ago, because this was an epic. Luke Ulrich with the touchdown run here for Colleyville Heritage. 7-3 Heritage early on. They would add to that lead as Ulrich hits Hayden Golden here over the middle. 14-3 Panthers in the early going. It looks like the timeout is going to be a little too quick for us to be able to show this to you in its entirety. But it was a fantastic football game, back and forth, that Heritage ended up winning 38-34 in the finally closing moments. 41 seconds left on the clock when Ulrich hit Braden Blewett for that game-winning touchdown to move on to the regional final. Now some confusion on the field, perhaps with the clock. They've set it now to 9 minutes and 15 seconds. And we return to the reality of, again, a must convert here for Colleyville Heritage to try and get back in this football game. Pressure right up the middle on Weaver. He's able to evade it and finds an open man, complete to Luke Graves. Graves across the 45, lifted to the 49-yard line. A flag at the end of the play as well. Nice job by Luke Graves to move the chains. We'll check the penalty.
Man, and that's Bodie Weaver getting out of the pocket, recognizing that he has a guy barreling down on him. The sigh of relief on the side over there for the Colleyville Heritage Panthers, picking up that first down. Well, that is big time, and maybe they'll get a late hit there for Tyson O'Neill at the last minute.
Personal foul on the defense, number 55. It was a David Franklin personal foul. 55 disqualified from the ball game.
Wow. Tyson O'Neill has been ejected from the football game.
Wow.
The junior or returning starter from a year ago.
Okay. I guess
Todd Rogers getting an explanation here on the near sideline from Bill Theodore.
They must have thought that was egregious, and that's going to be a big-time loss for this front for the Argyle Eagles.
Here's one more look at the play, if we can.
Wow. And he's coming
see
from
if you
a long
can find
way.
55, who's in the middle of the field right now. He comes in. Clay, we can go ahead and hang with this for a little bit longer. And he just kind of plopped on top. I didn't think that was ejection worthy.
Wow.
But certainly extra after the play, but wow. I wonder if there was more than just physicality, if there was some words involved. I don't know. Second down and 3 after they picked up 7 on a quick snap. Near side, now they come for Hebeson. He makes a man miss. Dax Hebeson, their stud defensive player, getting some action on the offensive side too because of some of these injuries, and he moves the chains.
Yeah, and Hebeson getting in on the action early, but this is the kind of drive that the Panthers need. They absolutely have to have something happen for them positively on offense.
I just caught one more look at it on our YouTube feed. I think there may have been some after he flopped on top.
Okay.
I think he may have given him a little bit of a punch slash forearm to the back or something that was well beyond the scope of the play, and I think that's maybe what drew the flag. Nice move here by Bodie Weaver to pick up a handful here on 1st and 10. Heritage needs a score here in the worst way. They do have the ball, though, to start the second half, and that could end up mattering here.
Yeah, getting points here does matter. Again, just stopping the bleeding, but that was a heck of a move by Bodie Weaver.
2nd down and 5. Nice hole created there for Bryce Abram, and he's close to 1st down yardage. He will indeed have enough to move. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Just barely shy. It'll be 3rd down and about a foot.
And I like the way that they're mixing these runs up with some inside and outside runs. That's what you got to continue with, but also try and test the corners on this defense. So far, they're going for all these short routes. I want to see this Panther defense test the secondary of the Eagles.
Timeout on the field. Clay Marshall, our director, can we get one more look at the play with 55? If we can try and blink back on our machine here and try and bring you back to the ejection of Tyson O'Neill.
That's tough. You know, obviously I didn't see the forearm there down in the pile, but if that was enough to get him ejected, obviously they thought that that was egregious enough to get him out of here, man. Tyson O'Neill, man, that is, wow. Tyson O'Neill, 6'3", 300 pounds, one of those guys up front that has been instrumental in stopping these Panthers.
So here's the play one more time as Weaver escaped contain and flipped it. Watches 55 comes in here at the end of the play. He's going to flop on top, and then there's a, you see what looks like a punch, and honestly, as he gets back up, it looks like the punch may have been to a sensitive region.
Yeah, that'll get you sent home.
It did for Tyson O'Neill. 3rd down and 1 out of the timeout. Handoff up the middle. Abram bouncing off a tackler. Bryce Abram to the end zone. Heritage on the board.
And I tell you what, you look at this run right here, and this is just feeling his way through these arm tackles, but that's just tough sledding right there by number 21, Bryce Abram. Man, 5'11", 180 pounds, man, low center of gravity, but still a tough runner. Those arm tackles are not going to bring him down.
Bryce Abram with a big touchdown run to give Colleyville Heritage some life, some momentum. The extra point from Ryan Zuckert is good, and it's 21-7. Colleyville Heritage with a mountain still to climb, but a big first step right there, thanks to Bryce Abram. 2nd quarter on Friday Night Football.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
And on that Friday Night Football halftime show, quite a show from both bands and drill teams. The Colleyville Heritage Panther Marching Band under the direction of Bill Red. The Colleyville Heritage Premier Panteras under the direction of Karis Van. The Argyle High School Marching Band, Jason Bird, their director, and the Argyle High School Majestics under the direction of Haley Martinez. The Majestics, 5-time state champions consecutively, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. We'll see a halftime show from all 4 of those units coming up in 7 minutes and 1 second of game time here on Friday Night Football.
Great stands Well, great way to get on the board there by the Panthers, but what you need right now defensively is a stance. You can't allow these guys to drive the football on you and get a score. Like you said before, the Panthers do get the ball to begin the second half.
Yeah.
If they are able to get another score, say by the end of the first half, that's going to be a great way to split. Get another score again to start the second half. You got to be thinking like that if you're the Colleyville Heritage Panthers, because right now, man, they are just in a blender that this offense on the other side for the Eagles has got them in.
The touchdown drive was most important because they needed points.
Yeah.
But secondarily, it was important to give this defense just a moment to catch a breather. And now they get to start fresh here and try and make a stand here and get a stop. Gasperson takes over at his own 25. Pressured, steps up in the pocket. Another deep shot behind the defense. Hauling it in is Julian Caldwell inside the 30.
This whole play is set up by the time that Gasperson has. His ability to step up in the pocket, but also Julian Caldwell is just one of those sneaky fast receivers. He gets behind that second level so quickly.
Quick snap. Nowhere to go this time for Watson Bell. Evan Nyata there in the middle to cancel that one out. A loss of about 1.5 yards. It's going to be second down and 11.
Yeah, Nyata is someone we came into this game talking about because of his ability to anchor, but also the pressure that he puts on an offensive line. Right now, you can tell that the Eagles' offensive line is up to task. They know where 99 is at all times.
Gasperson trying to break contain, threw it to Grant Romero. Romero couldn't make the catch.
Well, too much mustard on it. He's trying to lead him, but boy, that was a hard ball to come down with.
I did love, I sent a message on Twitter to Evan Nyata earlier this week asking him how to pronounce his name, and I loved his answer. He said the easiest way to pronounce it is Nyata, and he kind of spelled it out phonetically. He said, "You're going to be saying it a lot this week, so be warned." He came in with some confidence to this one. He's going to try and make another play here on 3rd and 11. Another deep shot. Caldwell again behind the defense. A flag is down in the offensive backfield. That is a sensational catch by Julian Caldwell. But it looks like it's going to be a hold on the Argyle Eagles offensive line.
If you're in the Colleyville Heritage community, go ahead and wipe the sweat off your brow right now, because I'm telling you, Gasperson has a connection with Julian Caldwell on the outside, and this kid is so smooth.
Yes.
Oh, man. Hard to keep up with him. They're going to have to get some safety help over the top for anybody that's covering number 5.
So the penalty wipes out a touchdown and sets Argyle up with a 3rd and 21. They've got to get to the 20-yard line to move the chains. Gasperson, pressure in his face, deep over the middle. The interception was flat dropped by Jaden Hall. One of the leaders of that secondary could not quite squeeze it.
And that's what you needed, Mike. Obviously, hindsight.
They get the stop.
They get the stop, but you needed that turnover so bad.
It helps a lot just from a psyche perspective for Colleyville Heritage that it's 4th down and 21 anyway, and you're going to have them punt the football to you for the first time tonight. Nathaniel Bruce deep to punt it. Argyle does often run a double punter, but with Jackson Green hurt tonight, they won't run the double punter. This one's up the far sideline, just barely gets into the end zone through the legs of Gage Prapula for the touchback. Argyle nearly pinned him at the 1.
Prapula is right there at the 1. That ball, I'm telling you, footballs are so hard to judge once they hit the ground. You don't know if that thing is going to roll forward or plant and go back the other way. For Prapula, it rolls right at his feet. It's impossible to stop it there at the 1.
So now here's the opportunity for Colleyville Heritage. Your defense has finally made a stop. Can you go capitalize offensively? Can Bodie Weaver play within himself? He's done a nice job of that tonight. Here, hands off to Gerard Wiley, and Wiley scampers his way for 9. And a good start to the possession for Colleyville Heritage. Heckman, you can feel a little bit of the confidence start to build back into this Panthers team over the last 5 minutes or so.
And running with a little bit more juice also, as you saw that from Gerard Wiley in a big gain there on first down, getting into 2nd and short, man, that is where you want to be.
2nd and 1 officially. Wiley again, right up the gut. Gerard Wiley bangs his way across the 35 and another first down.
And again, I'm just telling you, Wiley comes in, he's 5'9", 153 pounds, kind of lighter than some of these other guys. But man, he is not afraid to stick his nose up in there. You see he's getting through that line of scrimmage in a hurry.
He is the guy, according to head coach Jerry Edwards, that if they can get him the ball in space, he's got the speed to make something really big happen. And you've seen it even in the quick bursts of those last 2 runs, that he really does have some scoots.
No, he does. And I tell you what, it is the thunder lightning effect that he has. And look, sometimes when you say the thunder, you think of a bigger back. I think for both of these guys, him and Bryce Abrams, they are a great mix of one another. One guy's a scat back, a little bit faster, a little bit more short area quickness. On the other side for Bryce Abrams, he doesn't lack anything. He's one of those guys that runs really well behind his pads, plays great in between the tackles as well. But man, he just has that A to B burst that I think you really like from this running back group.
2nd and 7 to the air. Hit as he throws. Deep ball over the head of both the intended target and Malik Bracey back there in coverage.
Boy, that hurt. And as being a former quarterback, you know when you're trying to make that throw and your back is exposed like that, there's no way to brace yourself.
When you're opened up like that and you get collapsed in the lung area, yeah, you can get the wind knocked out of you real fast.
Oh, I loved it. As a linebacker, when I hit a guy and I hit it, I love that.
Yep, I've been on the receiving end of a few of those in my day. 3rd down and 7. The Eagles crowd on the near side getting loud. Rush 3, throw over the middle, complete, first down. Luke Graves on the receiving end into Argyle territory. Bodie Weaver composed.
Yeah, I'm loving this right now, and just the way that Luke Graves sat down in that zone, found a way to catch that ball. Man, that's, again, they're trying to find another weapon after losing a guy like Braden Blewett, but that was a great right there for Luke Graves, sitting down in that zone, coming up with that big-time catch, and also moving the sticks.
1st and 10 at the 45 in Argyle territory. Under 4 here, first half. Quick throw far side, dropped. Hayden West was the intended target. One of their stud defensive players. Again, they're bringing a couple of guys from the defensive side to try and help out on offense, and West is one of them.
Hayden West, he's running before he makes the catch. Have I ever told you how much I don't like crickets?
I don't know if you can see it on any of our cameras. We'll see. Maybe we can get a shot for you here at some point. There is a cricket infestation here in Argyle tonight.
Wow.
2nd down and 10. Handoff here for Abram. Abram gets to the outside. Look at the speed of Bryce Abram, the senior, and it's a first down.
And that's what I was trying to point out to you, Mike. The way that he was able to cut and get back outside like that. Man, he's challenging these guys. Malik Bracey trying to find the perfect angle to get that stop.
1st and 10 for Colleyville Heritage at the 33. We just had one of the crickets come into our broadcast area. Again, it's Abram cutting to the outside, undercut. Give him 5 on the carry. One of the assistant coaches here at Argyle that helped us kind of get everything situated this afternoon, Nathan Moses. He and I were talking before the game, and he was telling us about the cricket problems that they've been having.
Okay.
And he said they've been doing everything they can to try and curtail this issue, and there's many dead crickets in the parking lot behind us. They haven't gotten rid of all of them, I promise you. I said to him, it doesn't seem that bad. I've seen worse than this. He said, Talk to me again at 9 o'clock tonight and see
yeah.
whether or not you still feel that
Oh, wow.
way.
I mean, it's like the dead crickets have been resurrected. Where did these things come from?
We are playing Friday night football amidst a locust. The first down reception there made by Blake Wendler, and it's 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. Heritage continues to move the football. Wiley with the handoff up the middle. Wiley nearly broke through to the second level.
And now you're starting to see this offensive line, that experienced offensive line that you just talked about, starting to have an impact up front. When you lose a guy like Tyson O'Neal, you lose a lot of that beef up front. He's 6'3", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a guy behind him, obviously big as well, but a lot easier to move, and you see that line of scrimmage starting to move also.
Hebison with the carry here, pushes the pile forward to the 16. It's going to be 3rd down and a long 2 for Colleyville Heritage. Well within Ryan Zuckert's field goal range. Again, he hit from 46 earlier this year. One of the finest kickers in North Texas. But they certainly want 7 here.
But Mike, I take 3. It's okay if you don't get it.
Sure. Yeah.
If you don't get it, because you get the ball to start the second half, so it's no problem. But at the same time, I'm with you. If you could get 7 here, get it. You have all of you have 1 timeout left, so that's crucial. With only 1 timeout left, so man, you got to play this thing tight and by the book.
Argyle has 1 timeout left now as they burn one just there, I think in part to try and preserve some time left on this second quarter clock and see if they can't respond before halftime to whatever Colleyville Heritage does on this possession. So both teams with 1 timeout remaining in the half in what suddenly feels like much closer of a football game than it felt like a minute and a half into this second quarter, and it was 21-zip Argyle, and it just seemed like it was full steam ahead, and Colleyville Heritage was just on the tracks in the way. Panthers have absolutely found life. They've found some balance. And if they can find points here, game on.
Yeah, well, how big was calling back that touchdown by Julian Caldwell?
Yes.
I mean, that was a big-time holding penalty. But what you're referring to is just all of the momentum that the Eagles had.
3rd down and 2 out of the timeout. Eagles crowd getting loud again. Handoff up the middle. Abrams spinning off the first tackle. He won't get there. 4th down. He gained a yard of the 2 he needed.
And that spin move at the last minute, I think that was enough for the Eagles. They needed him to hit that spin move, give them an opportunity to get him down on the ground, because if he saw the outside and was able to bounce it out, well, that's been big. It's a big 4th down.
No Ryan Zuckert field goal attempt here. 4th down and a yard and a half, and they're going to go for it. Hebison straight ahead. He's got the 1st down. Dax Hebison surges forward and moves the chains.
Gutsy call. Gutsy call right there from Coach Jerry Edwards, and he does not hesitate to keep his offense out on the field. Like I said, it would have been no shame in kicking the field goal there, going in the half and making whatever adjustments, but Jerry Edwards said, no such thing. I want to come away with 7 points.
Fresh set it down, 1st and 10 at the 13. Weaver in trouble, taken down from behind. Brody Bomar with the tackle. A loss of a yard on the play. It'll be 2nd and 11.
Yeah, and the linebacker just continues to chase after Brody Weaver. And I'll tell you what, that big body of his ability to try and just get back to the line of scrimmage. Otherwise, that would have been a substantial loss on 1st down.
30 seconds in the period. Heritage in no hurry with that 1 timeout. Weaver, end zone shot, double coverage, back there, knocked away. Was looking for Luke Graves.
And tried to wait on that throw to come open, maybe just waited a little too long. Yeah.
Y'all, the Crickets are giving Heckman and me the heebie-jeebies up here. They're everywhere. They are everywhere.
Woo. Yeah.
My man.
If you hear a scream, just disregard.
Single coverage on Wankambi near side. They're going to go that way. End zone shot.
Oh.
He hauled it in.
Oh,
Wankambi won the hand fight on the bottom of the formation with Luke Lane and hauls in the touchdown catch. Game on in Argyle.
man, Wakambi, look at this. Man, he is cool as anyone out here. He is hand fighting all the way down, but he shows his hands at the last minute. Man, a great drive right there by Colleyville Heritage. They needed that so bad. And like you said, game on now.
There is a stoppage on the field. It looks like it's for Luke Lane. Lane was slow to come off on the near side. Lane is just freshly back into the starting lineup this week after he was injured. He had a shoulder injury, and it is that right arm that they're favoring again. I wonder if he re-injured what he was dealing with earlier this season. He missed that Mansfield Timberview game 2 weeks ago, coming back off the bye week. Extra point is no good. Ryan Zucker trying to plead his case. He's still standing at the middle of the field looking at the field judge saying, where did that miss? But Brad Vick says it's no good. Wide to the left from one of the finest kickers in North Texas, and it's 21-13 with 16 seconds left here in the quarter.
Yeah, I tell you what, going for it there on 4th down, picking up that first down for Jerry Edwards. I think just that belief in his team, but also getting behind this running game. Gerard Wiley and Bryce Abrams, these guys came out and they battled, just continuing to drive after drive on first down, bringing up second and short. Man, just an amazing drive right there from the Panthers, and it paid off with points.
So with 16 seconds in the half, Colleyville Heritage has cut this to a one-possession game. They were down 21-0 a minute and 19 seconds into the second quarter. Now, as long as they can get through these 16 seconds without giving up points to Argyle, they're going to get the ball to start the third quarter with an opportunity to perhaps go tie the football game.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that we were expecting. Obviously, I told you from the beginning it's going to be an offensive showdown.
We said off the top we were expecting this to be like maybe 24-21 at the most.
Oh my gosh.
Two really good defenses.
What?
The offenses have
come
to play just like they did in the playoff matchup a year ago. 34 points in the opening half between the two teams, and the best thing is, though, Heckma, we got ourselves a football game as we approach the midway point here in Denton County. Touchback from Zuckert. So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 25. Argyle does have the one timeout, but with Ruvalcaba, their kicker, they feel like maybe 35 is probably the edge of his field goal range. So they'd have to do a lot of work to get in position for that. We'll see if they decide to kneel on the football or if they try and make something happen here in these 16 seconds.
I tell you what, after this first half has flown by. Actually, it has flown by, and I think it's just the pace in which Argyle plays with.
They will go to the air. Quick throw far side for Nathaniel Bruce. Bruce trying to break a tackle. Beg your pardon, it's not Bruce, it's Watson Bell into the second level, out close to midfield. They'll burn the one timeout that they have. 6 seconds in the half. They've got it at their own 49. McGuire Gasperson's got a big arm. I don't know if he's got Hail Mary from the 49 type of big arm, but we'll see what they decide to do here with these 6 seconds.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. I think look, on the other side, if you're Coach Todd Rogers, I'm going to take a shot into the end zone because I got a quarterback, obviously, with a big arm, and I have a receiver in Julian Caldwell that I think could definitely take off the top.
So out of the timeout, it's going to be 1st and 10 at the 49. Two of the best teams in District 3-5A Division II. Preseason considered to be the two best. Arlington Seguin has done a really nice job of inserting themselves in that conversation, so it's probably a three-way battle for a district title this year in 3-5 AD2. Colleyville Heritage plays Seguin on the 18th on the road. The week prior, Argyle will host Seguin right here on October 11th. Evan Nyata swatting crickets away on the field. It's affecting everybody tonight, Heckman.
Yeah.
Woo. All right, 6 seconds here for Gasperson. What can Argyle cook up on what is probably the final play of the half? Gasperson over the middle. Romero tried to slip a tackle but can't, and that will bring the opening half to a close. Argyle raced out to a 21-0 lead, but Colleyville Heritage has picked their way back into the football game. They've got the ball to start the second half. Game on here in Argyle. A good one here on Friday Night Football. The halftime show when we return. The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
And now, the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
And first on the field, the Colleyville Heritage Panther Marching Band under the direction of Bill Red, and the Colleyville Heritage Premier Panteras under the direction of Karis Van. We hope you enjoy the show.
Pantera. We'd like to thank our title sponsors, 730 Company, and our premier sponsors, Chick-fil-A, Love Field, David Martin Sunroofing, and Matt's Health. And our platinum sponsors, Airport Lighting System, Costa Vida, and Terry Costa. Please welcome to the field the Colorado Heritage High School Marching Band. President of the Week, Ali Perez. Member of the Week, Yusuf. Section of the Week, Colorado Heritage. This show is entitled Medal, and it includes machine from Symphony number 5 by vocal William Apple, Hockey by John McKay, Dance by Clark, Iron Man by Black Sabbath, Bells by Bukowski, by Michael Daughtry, the original music by Fred. Argyle High School is proud to present drum majors Marilyn Shepard, Tandy Mott, Caleb Taylor, Elizabeth Trauman, and the Colorado Heritage Panther Band.
It's coming down.
leadership of William Ray. Assistant directors include Nick Baudet, Jeff Zeller, Persevere, and Dr. Martin Gador. I'd like to thank the corporate sponsor, Beanstore Barbecue, Vegan Pop Insurance and Financial Services, and Pam Harrison Law. Thank you to our sponsors, Community Administration, for your continued support. Once again, let's hear it for the Collingwood Heritage High School.
Our thanks once again to the Colleyville Heritage Panther Marching Band and the Colleyville Heritage Premier Panteras for their halftime show. Next up on the Friday Night Football halftime show, the Argyle High School Marching Band under the direction of Jason Bird and the Argyle High School Majestics under the direction of Haley Martinez. They take the field next here in Argyle. We hope you enjoy the show.
And now, for your continued halftime entertainment, Argyle ISD proudly presents your state champion, Majestics, varsity, junior varsity, and middle school dance teams here to perform tonight alongside the 8-time state champion Argyle Eagle Marching Band. The dance teams are under the direction of Miss Haley Martinez, Mrs. Alexis Captagian. Our senior leadership team leading the Majestics onto the field tonight from left to right, Avery Wertheiser, Avery Platt, Rachel West, and Giselle Martinez. Tonight's Majestic of the Week is Eliana Munoz, and our Spirit of the Week is Lillian Finger. And our JV Majestic of the Week is Gentry Reitinger. Teacher of the Week is Mrs. Good. Now, let's put your hands together as Argyle High School and the middle school Majestics perform a palm routine to I Love Rock and Roll, choreographed by senior Catherine Hughes-Peskis and senior Phoebe Natal. Platinum sponsors that brought the Majestics halftime component to you are Stag Real Estate, ELJ Rentals, Country Lakes Dental, and Imagery in Motion Dance Studio. Pastor Pascal on the player. Amy on the rep. Tonight's performance is brought to you by Maestro sponsors Magnolia Realty, Papa John's Pizza in Northlake, Quality Commercial and Residential Roofing, and our supporter sponsors Argyle Orthodontics, Country Lakes Family Dental, Playland Sign Company, Message Makers, Miss Brit Photography, and Bell's Music. The Argyle Band is an 8-time state champion. They're the 2022-23 BOA Super Regional Class champion. And the band will be competing at the Melissa Marching Band Showcase tomorrow, 4:15 p.m. at Coach Kenny Deal Stadium in Melissa. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to be amazed by the sights and sounds of A Picture's Worth. Let's go!
A fantastic halftime show from the Argyle High School Marching Band, the Argyle High School Majestics as well. Mike Leslie, Heckma Harrison, welcoming you back here inside the broadcast booth at Argyle High School. Heckma 21-13, the lead for Argyle at halftime. Let's show you how we got here, because it was topsy-turvy and back and forth through this first half. Argyle came out sharp in this one to begin with. Clay Marshall, we can go ahead and show you the highlights first from this first half. What a back and forth half it was. Argyle came out very, very sharp, drove right down the field in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Watson Bell with the 13-yard touchdown run, and it was 7-0 Argyle. Colleyville Heritage responded, Heckma, with a drive, got down into the red zone for Argyle, but after this Watson Bell touchdown run, as Heritage tried to find the answer, they went end zone, and the pass from Bodie Weaver picked off here by Malik Gracie.
Yeah, that was a big play right there by Gracie. I mean, just anticipating that throw in the corner. But that first half really did. That first quarter, by the way, it just looked like that was going to be all the Argyle Eagles. They dominated in every facet, and they shut the door pretty quick.
After that interception, Argyle goes 80 yards. They plunge it in with McGuire Gasperson with a 1-yard touchdown run. It was 14-0 Argyle after 2 quarters, and they kept it rolling. Their defense made a stop, a quick 3-and-out for Colleyville Heritage, and Argyle went right back to it. Braden Bach on the receiving end here on the 4-yard touchdown pass from McGuire Gasperson, and it was 21-zip Eagles.
Yeah, that's where both of us kind of looked at each other and saying, what is going on? Because at that point, Argyle was just picking their shots, and you saw it right there with Gasperson finding Bach in open spaces.
But back came Colleyville Heritage, finding a way to steal themselves, and here the touchdown run from Bryce Abram made it a 21-7 game, and they found a little bit of life here.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Bryce Abram and his running mate Jared Wiley, both of those guys, they got involved in the running game, but that was the play right there that I think kind of signified that the Panthers were back in this game.
Bodie Weaver hitting Nick Wankambi on the touchdown hookup here with just 16 seconds left in the first half to cut the lead to 21-13. And Heckma Harrison, game on here in Argyle. Let's show you the first half stats from this game as it stands right now. Again, how we got to 21-13 was kind of wacky, but for this to be the end result of 24 minutes worth of football, pretty even between these two teams, not terribly shocking.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the numbers when we got an opportunity to look at them. 14 first downs for both of these teams, and you look at the yardage, they're only separated by 62 yards. This second half should be really good.
I'm intrigued to see whether or not Colleyville Heritage has made an adjustment on the outside to the propensity from Argyle to take deep shots. It has been deep ball after deep ball after deep ball from McGuire Gasperson in that first half. They clearly felt like in their game plan, Heckma, like they could take advantage of the defensive backs in that Colleyville Heritage secondary.
And I bet when Hayden West and Jaden Hall woke up this morning, they didn't think that they were going to be tested like this. And it has been this entire game being tested on the outside. And you're right, the adjustments have to be made out there. Even though they schemed up things underneath, they took their shots when it counted.
Hayden West made 2 interceptions last week against Mansfield Timberview. They picked off 3 passes as a group. Dax Heveson had an interception as well, the linebacker. They've shown the ability to cover and make plays in the secondary, but clearly McGuire Gasperson and this Argyle offense said, nah, we got something for these guys.
Yeah, and look, they're going to have to stay steady on defense. On the other side for the Panthers, they've got to get some stops because obviously the Eagles look like they were not going to be stopped in the first quarter.
Let's go ahead and close out halftime and kick off the third quarter.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick.
Kickoff through the back of the end zone, and a touchback will bring this Colleyville Heritage offense back out on the field. Bodie Weaver, the starting quarterback. A touchdown pass to Wankambi there late in that second quarter, and Heckma all of a sudden, they have found themselves offensively. It took them a little while. It took them a while a week ago against Mansfield Timberview once Braden Blewett got hurt. But they were able to cobble together 10 points a week ago. Tonight, back-to-back touchdown drives, and they're starting to learn what their offense is going to look like in the absence of Blewett.
Yeah, they got to do the same thing. I mean, they've got to find a way to get this running game going, but bigger than that, they've got to figure out how to get their wide receivers involved in this game as well. But, boy, they're getting off to a great start right
Wiley breaking away. Gerard Wiley, a flag on the play. I think it's going to be a face mask. And Gerard Wiley with the house call from 75, 11 seconds into the third quarter. Colleyville Heritage, where did that come from?
What is happening right now? We talked about these two running backs at halftime and the effect that they've been having. But Gerard Wiley, man, that's what you call walking the dog.
He ran through the face mask of Nathaniel Bruce that you're going to see right here. That's what the flag is going to be for. The touchdown will count, and Colleyville Heritage is going to elect to kick the PAT. They're not going to go for 2 and chase the points this early on, but a PAT away from making this a 1-point game 11 seconds into the third quarter.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Gerard Wiley, 75 yards.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing. I think that changes the numbers that we were just talking about, how evenly matched these guys were after that first half, numbers-wise. Wow. Wow.
Wow is right, and the difference in this football game right now is one missed PAT that Ryan Zuckert, I think still thinks went through the uprights, and it's a 21-20 football game here at Argyle's Eagle Stadium. It was 21-0 Argyle, a minute and 19 seconds into the second quarter.
Well, I think our question was, who's going to blink first? Know about that question now.
I wish y'all could see Heckma Harrison right now.
Not playing. Not playing, Mike.
Y'all, the Crickets here at Argyle High School are off the charts.
Not playing, Mike. This is different.
My man is hiding. Just
this is different.
Keep me away from these crickets. They are everywhere, man.
This is different.
They are everywhere.
This is different.
They are landing on our computers. Clay Marshall is directing through a locust storm. They're landing on his monitors. They're everywhere.
This is different. This is different.
What's the next thing we're supposed to look out for in the biblical?
I don't know.
What comes after the locusts? I confess I am not a Bible expert.
The crickets. I don't know. That's a lot. That's a lot.
So the penalty on the touchdown run will be applied here on the kickoff. So Colleyville Heritage is going to kick off from the plus 45. I'll say it right now. I'm always in favor in this scenario. Kick a surprise onside.
Wow.
You've got to kick it to the plus 35. If you kick it off, if you kick a surprise onside, the requisite 10 yards, you're at the 35-yard line. You're not giving up that good a field position. Why not? Give yourself a chance to go recover this thing. You pound it through the back of the end zone, it's only a 15-yard difference. I'm sorry, a 10-yard difference. They're going to have it at the 25 instead of the 35. Wow. I'm sorry, why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Take a 10-yard risk that you could steal a possession right there. They don't. They kick it through the end zone, and out comes the Argyle offense. But if you're Colleyville Heritage, if you are head coach Jerry Edwards and your team is rolling right now, all of a sudden the momentum in this game has completely shifted.
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's an opportunity to go capitalize on it just that much more. Put your foot to the metal.
And I don't know what adjustments were made out at halftime, but I can tell you right now, if I'm Coach Jerry Edwards, he got into the ear of his offensive line.
Dangerous. Jaden Hall was in the vicinity, could have picked that one off.
Yeah, that was dangerous.
He was by far the closest to the football.
Yeah, miscommunication right there to start things off here for the Eagles.
Beast Mode 1, 2, 3, 4 says yabba dabba doo, let's go Colleyville as the Panthers are on the comeback trail. Near side complete in the arms of Grant Romero. That'll be just a little shy of a first down, 3rd down and 2.
I think defensively, if you're the Panthers, you've got to shut down some of this space right now. On everybody except for Julian Caldwell, maybe you pull off of him a little bit.
Near side, complete. Krzyzak breaking away. Will Krzyzak splits the defense. Will Krzyzak may go. Will Krzyzak inside the 15. He's gone. 70 yards for Will Krzyzak on the catch and run. A singular effort from the senior.
Well, Mike, I was just talking about kind of squeezing this space down on these wide receivers. Don't give them a free release off of the line. And immediately Gasperson, realizing he has Will Krzyzak in open space, and Will Krzyzak does the rest. Jaden Hall misses that tackle and is off to the races.
K-R-Z-Y-S-I-A-K, Will Krzyzak, 70 yards, 2 touchdowns in the first 37 seconds of the 3rd quarter. Who said defensive struggle? Who said defensive struggle?
Not me.
28-20 Argyle, early 3rd quarter on Friday Night Football.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
We have got ourselves a fun one tonight here in Argyle, a rematch of a playoff epic from the day after Thanksgiving in 2023 in the regional semis. Colleyville Heritage came back to win that one 38-34. Tonight, 28-20 here early on in this 3rd quarter. as they have gone back and forth in the opening 37 seconds of the period. Gerard Wiley with a 75-yard touchdown run to make it 21-20. And now Argyle has answered back. Gasperson to Will Krzyzak for a 70-yard hookup. And they reestablish an 8-point lead that they had at halftime. Ruval Kaba to kick it away. Beg your pardon, Jackson Green. Jackson Green suited up and only kicking tonight. He is one of their starting receivers as well. He's not playing receiver tonight. They've got Grant Romero starting in his place offensively, but he's at least able to kick for them this evening.
Well, I think we're in for a wild ride here, Mike. These defenses, well, these offenses, well, the offense for the Panthers has started to has settled in, and you could tell on the other side for the Eagles, they're still firing. They're going to find a way to put these points up on the board. It's just that can the Panthers go point score for score with them?
That was our question earlier this week for Jerry Edwards. Can you get in a shootout with them now that you don't have Braden Blewett? He felt like the answer was yes. He felt like they've got the horses, even without Braden Blewett, to be able to go blow for blow with this Argyle offense. We're about to find out, it appears. Handoff Wiley. Stacked up in the interior. Max Bland making the play. Beg your pardon, it was Bryce Abram, 21, not 11, on the carry. A gain of a yard officially.
Yeah, they've got to continue to run into the teeth of this defense. You know, you find that Gerard Wiley is probably just one of those guys that you could trust on the outside. You saw that burst of speed that he had in running away from this Eagles defense.
2nd and 9, Abram into the pile again, this time able to fight his way forward for a few. Just shy of the 30-yard stripe. It's going to be 3rd down and 5. What do you look for here if you're Jeremy Snyder, the Collegeville Heritage offensive coordinator? They've had some pivotal 3rd downs tonight.
Don't try and pick it all up at once. I mean, all you need is 5 yards here, something underneath. You know, try and find Comby. He's been your big play guy.
Miscommunication there in the backfield. Weaver tried to keep it. Abram thought it was going to be his football, and they go nowhere. Max Bland again in the middle of it all, and Argyle forces a punt.
Yeah, Max Bland, he's been so solid this entire game. It's one of those guys that just has not missed at all, putting so much pressure on this Panthers offense. Usually when disaster happens, number 32, Max Bland, is somewhere around the pile.
So Zuckert out to punt it away. Oh, nearly blocked, but he gets it away. A good, high, spiraling punt that's going to force Nathaniel Bruce back inside his own 10. Can they get to it before it gets to the end zone? Not quite. Oh, my goodness. What a punt from Ryan Zuckert. 20 yards worth of the net are going to come off of this thing because it ends up being a touchback. But that is a sensational punt. Let me double check exactly what the yardage on this thing is going to be. It was 4th down from their own 28-yard line. That's a 72-yard punt.
And lucky to get that one off, Mike. That was one that looked like it was going to be blocked. Talk about disaster striking. That is exactly what that would have been for Colleyville.
And Dadrian Gaines was just that close to batting that ball back into the field of play and avoiding a touchback. If they could have pinned him deep after that, that would have been unbelievable. Instead, it comes out to the 20, and here comes Gasperson on play action. Lost his feet, gets him back, fires deep again. Knocked away, and a flag. Chase Gibson's going to get called for pass interference here. I understand that he had his back to the football, but I don't know. I'm not in love with this call. Let's take another look. All right, second look, I dislike it less. Still don't love it, but I dislike it less.
You know, one of the things I know, it really It really has to be a bad call when Mike Leslie goes PI on the offense. It doesn't allow for a quarterback to get a big gain. Yo.
Come on, man. I don't want it to happen via penalty. That's picked off. Yes, that's a catch by Hayden West for the interception. What a play. He had 2 a week ago against Timberview, and Hayden West has got another.
Hey, Hayden West has said, I am getting sick and tired of you guys testing me, and I got to show you the goods. He cut underneath that pass right there. That pass was telegraphed the whole way to O'Neal. What a great job there by Hayden West coming underneath it. And, man, I tell you what, we've got ourselves a brand-new ball game.
Bodie Weaver and this Colleyville Heritage offense back out on the field. The pick by Hayden West sets him up at the plus 43. Weaver, far side. Wankambi had to dive to make the catch for a gain of maybe 2.5 yards.
Yeah, you want to get Wankambi. You know, he believes in his athletic ability, and he's out there going up against the guy in Luke Lane that we saw on that touchdown by Wankambi. Had to go out. Well, he was on the sideline injured. He's nursing a shoulder injury. I definitely test that guy.
2nd and 8. Bouncing to the outside is Wiley. Tried to cut up field, and he can't. He's going to lose a yard or 2. Nathaniel Bruce.
And this is how you play it. If you're a free safety, you come up and you close down and you make him go back inside. And when he did that, boy, not only was the rest of the cavalry coming, he took care of it himself.
The defensive backs for this Argyle defense make the unit what it is. Nathaniel Bruce, Garrett Westrom, both team captains as well, returning starters, leaders for this team. And Bruce makes the tackle there to set up 3rd down and 10. Play action for Weaver. Flag on the play, fires deep, nobody home.
And you get a holding penalty inside. If they don't hold, he gets his quarterback destroyed. So great holding penalty by your offensive lineman.
It looks like Todd Rogers is going to accept the penalty. Beg your pardon. No, he is going to accept it and take 3rd and 20 over 4th and 10. I think even Colleyville Heritage assumed that he was going to decline the penalty and take the punt. He takes the yards instead, and he's going to give Bodie Weaver one more opportunity to make a play here. Interesting choice.
Yes.
They've got to get to the 33 to move the chains. Pressure in his face over the middle. Knocked away, nearly intercepted by Westrom.
Well, he had Luke Graves open. He leads him just too much. He has so much pressure on him. He has Max Bland in coverage. Bland is a few steps behind. I tell you what, that's one of those throws that Bodie Weaver, when he goes back to film study and watches that, he's probably going to look at the fact that he wasn't able to step completely into that throw.
Yeah.
But otherwise, man, if he's able to put that on Luke Graves, they pick up that 1st down.
So the gamble for Todd Rogers pays off. Zucker to punt it away again. This one a wobbly kick that bounces off the foot of Bryson Burgess. That's a bad bounce. Colleyville Heritage is trying to argue that that football was touched. It doesn't matter because the ball was touched by Burgess first. It's a free ball that Argyle could have picked up and run with, and even if they fumble the football, the muff does not matter. It will remain Argyle possession, and they will take over at the 25.5-yard line. So Argyle takes back over. They're able to bail out their quarterback Gasperson after he threw the pick there to Hayden West and get the football back. Colleyville Heritage's defense has to try and find another stop. Gasperson far side wide open is Grant Romero. He's got the 1st down and then some outside the 45, out across the 40-yard line.
You know, I tell you what, right now for Argyle, because they've been so effective on the ground with Watson Bell, that play action really is freezing those linebackers and giving Gasperson another second to make those type of throws.
They go play action again. Another deep shot, miscommunication here. Route was cut off by Ake O'Neal. Gasperson fired deep, and there was nobody home.
Yeah, he definitely, O'Neal broke down. Ball is sailing in the air. Again, they are continuing to throw at Hayden West. They are not stopping, trying to victimize these guys on the outside, testing them.
Bell gets the corner. Watson Bell's got a lot of running room into Colleyville Heritage territory. First down, Argyle.
And that's when you see this offensive line on the other side for the Eagles. Look at the way these guys are pulling around the corner, moving bodies. Weston Cheney, 6'5", 285. Goodness gracious.
Third-year starter moving from right guard to from right tackle to right guard this year, but there's a flag on the outside.
Yes, you'll take it.
I didn't catch the number. I wonder if it was Cheney that got flagged for the hold. It's going to negate the run from Bell. That's going to effectively be about a 30-yard difference in field position for Argyle.
That definitely cost them right there.
2nd and 20. Gasperson near side. Krzyzak left wide open. West trying to make the tackle. Krzyzak's going to have the first down on 2nd and 20. He picks up 22.
And I'm trying to understand, like Hayden West, he's there in coverage, but it's like he's froze. He's waiting on Krzyzak to make a move, and he's shadowing him. But Krzyzak is like, look, if you're going to stand there, I'm just going to continue to run.
Look at Watson Bell cut his way upfield, breaking tackles into the second level. Another first down carry.
That's what makes this offense so tough to stop. And look, they're right back to the line of scrimmage. And look at the Panthers having a hard time getting back into their stances. They're going so quick to the line of scrimmage.
Gasperson slows it down a shade. Pressure in his face. Gets to the outside. Breaks contain. Look at Gasperson. Look at the legs on McGuire. Gasperson sits down at the 12-yard line. His granddad, the 200-meter state finalist back in the day. The wheels from Gasperson. They said they were going to unleash him tonight. We see it right here.
That's straight DNA. Right back to the line of scrimmage.
Handoff Bell. Watson Bell cutting his way upfield again inside the 10. I can't catch my breath. I can't imagine what Evan Nyata's feeling right now. 2nd down and 5. Handoff Bell. Hebison there to cancel this one out. No gain.
So, Mike, I'm just counting. I'm just trying to see how long it's taking these guys to get back to the line of scrimmage. Tops 12 seconds to get back to the line of scrimmage and run another play. And if you're a defender, you're chasing a long run like that, and the next thing you know, these guys are back at the line of scrimmage. You don't have any time to not alone catch your breath, you can't even collect your thoughts.
Yeah. 2nd down, beg your pardon, 3rd down and 4. Gasperson to the air. Open is Bach. Braden Bach trying to get to the outside. Nice tackle. Knifing through is Bryson Burgess for the stop, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, Bryson Burgess just chasing on the outside. Man, he took a bad angle, but still able to cut underneath it and get the tackle. Look at this by Burgess.
It's going to be 4th down and a yard.
Wow.
No thought to kick the field goal. Gasperson up under center. He scored on a quarterback sneak earlier tonight. Tries to push the pile forward. He'll have the first down. It'll be 1st and goal at the 1.
For the Panthers defense, look at these guys getting up off the ground. Look at these. I mean, they're these guys on their back, getting up off the ground. That defense is tired, man, to start the second half.
Timeout called before the snap. Argyle again trying to go fast, and Jerry Edwards is trying to say, all right, hang on just a second.
Just a second.
Let me get my guys a breather here.
Yeah. I mean, and that is tough. Defensively, that tempo that these guys play with, that is hard to mimic. One of the things about it is you could do it in practice all you want, but you don't have a 6'10", 6'5", 6'4", 6'3", 6'7" guy leaning on you in practice the way that these guys are. I mean, it's hard to duplicate that. You can play fast all you want to, but the impact and the physicality that the Eagles bring each and every play, I think it just is different. You can see it on television, you can watch it on tape, but it's another thing to see it live, and man, it is really effective.
Every 12 seconds, to your point, to be dealing with 6'10", 330-pound Tyler Roberts, 6'5", 290-pound Keegan Lawson, 6'4", 295-pound Chanson Bowen, 6'5", 285-pound Weston Chaney, 6'4", 270-pound Braxton Firestone. And you got to do it every 12 seconds?
Yeah. No, man, at least in boxing, they give you 60 seconds to catch your breath. At least.
They just gave themselves 60 seconds with a timeout. Can Heritage bow up here? First and goal. Gasperson with a lead blocker.
Oh, wow.
No resistance whatsoever. Touchdown, Argyle. McGuire Gasperson with his second touchdown run of the day. Both of the 1-yard variety. And Argyle builds the lead back to 2 scores.
This is a clinic, Mike. You know, look, we talked about the first half and the way that it ended and the way that Colleyville had to battle their way back and then come back to begin the second half and open up with that big-time score. But Coach Todd Rogers, he's like, look, we know who we are. We're just going to stick to what we do. And if you can beat us at what we do best, then God bless you, okay? Because that means you're physical. You guys are definitely in shape. And everything that we're throwing at you, you found a way just to stymie it. But right now for Colleyville, and they're having a hard time just keeping up. Offensively on the other side, man, this is where they got to settle in and get some long drives for themselves.
Yeah.
Look, give your defense a rest, man. Give them a rest, because you saw that last drive, Edwards had to call a timeout. It's like, my guys are tired.
Yeah, there's no two ways about it. 35-20 the score here, late third quarter. Here's a look at the 3-5A Division II district standings. Colleyville, Heritage, and Argyle, 2 of the 4 teams without a loss yet in district play. Heritage and Argyle were the 2 preseason favorites to finish 1 and 2, and there really wasn't a whole lot of consensus about who would be 1 and who would be 2. You could any different publication you looked at, it might have been flip-flopped. Arlington Seguin has entered themselves into the chat with the way that they have opened the season. 4-0 overall, 2-0 in district play. They blew out a good Red Oak team. Now, that was after Taz Williams got hurt. He got hurt early on in that football game. That matters, but still a very impressive performance. Those 3 at the top of the table are basically going to be the 3 that battle it out for a district title. Argyle has put themselves in a good position here in the third quarter, up 35-20 to try and put a check mark in the plus column in that 3-way battle.
Yeah, and these guys are trying to figure out where in the heck did Arlington Seguin come from. And this is the team. Arlington Seguin is tough. They have a ton of speed. And as I stated it to you earlier, man, Joe Gordon, their coach, who was a tough, hard-nosed cornerback at Kansas State University, I can only imagine the kind of coach that he is out in Arlington Seguin.
So Colleyville Heritage takes back over. Bodie Weaver and company back on the field. We saw the big touchdown run from Gerard Wiley to start this half. But now Argyle has answered back with consecutive scores. How do you stir it back up again if you're Weaver in this offense?
Yeah, what you got to do is you just got to get right back with that running game. That running game, I think, was their saving grace. You have guys like, Wiley, but also Abram that came into the game and was running with so much energy, changed things. Or unless you can just get Weaver to do that and pick up first downs.
Weaver slides down with a gain of 14 and moves the chains. Does a nice job to evade Max Bland and get loose.
I tell you what, man, every time, when you go around and you call these games the way that we do, and we see so much top-notch talent in the DFW area everywhere, man, when I see these linebackers and find guys like Max Bland, I'm just like, where have you been my whole life? A junior linebacker, 6'2", 245. Oh, my. I'm telling you, this kid is the real deal.
Flag at the snap. false start.
That's when you know a guy's about to get the ball.
Luke Graves was ready to go.
Ready to go. Or he had a cricket in his pocket.
That's actually more likely.
Yeah.
That's actually more likely as we play amid the plagues of Egypt here at Argyle High School. 1st and 15. Handoff, Abram. Trying to get the corner. Rice Abram run out of bounds, maybe got 2.
Nathaniel Bruce, how many times have we seen number 8 streaking across to try and cut off a running back? I mean, this is just, you can't do it any better than this. This is a great angle taken by that safety. Mike, I want to see right now if the Panthers can take a shot down the field.
2nd down and 13. Weaver, quick throw near side, dropped. That was a forward pass, incomplete.
Oh,
3rd and
tough.
long.
That is tough, and we've seen them try and get those little short dump passes to guys out in space. They've tried to get some of their defensive guys involved earlier in the game. They tried to get Hayden West just a little short pass to him that he dropped. You know, look, they're missing their playmaker. And until they find their sea legs without him, man, you're going to have an offense that looks disjointed at times.
We saw some sea legs there in the 2nd quarter. Can they find them again here? 3rd and 13.
Oh,
quick throw near side. Pricea on the catch. Good throw, to your point. It'll be short of the line to gain, but close enough to maybe create a decision. Nope, Ryan Zuckert's going to come out and punt the football away.
Yeah, throwing that out like that, man, you know, to the wide side of the field. It's a great job right there, man, by your quarterback. Just obviously not at the marker, so you can pick up a 1st down, but either way, Bodie Weaver, that's an impressive throw.
Argyle looks to be eyes up for a fake. No punt formation. They do have 1 man deep, but other than that, they've basically got a defensive format. Zuckert will punt it. Bruce fair catches it at his own 5-yard line.
Yikes.
I think he lost track of where he was.
Yeah, you let that one bounce into the end zone. Nathaniel Bruce, we talked about him from the safety position, man, making great tackles. Not a great decision right there on that punt.
35-20, 2:42 in the 3rd quarter. Must stop time right now for Colleyville Heritage's defense.
Yeah, we're there. We are definitely there. But what I'm watching right now from this defense is just after each and every play, Mike, seeing these guys get up off the ground. I want to see these guys come on back to the line of scrimmage because they know that these guys are playing fast. There's no sense in thinking about it. It's 12 seconds in between each play.
1st and 10 from their own 5 for Gasperson with his feet in his own end zone. Hands off for Bell. Twists his way forward. Give him 3.
Yeah, and I think for everybody that's going to come up against this Argyle team, man, this is what you get to expect. You come back to this tape and you see the way that these guys play. You know, they no hesitation at all. Back to the line of scrimmage, run another play.
Up the middle once again with Bell.
You know,
another couple.
I always wondered, as a defensive guy, man, you know, do these guys get as tired as we are? I mean, they're going quick tempo. We're making tackles. It seems like they should tire them out as well.
You'd think.
But something about just going forward and pounding on a man doesn't make you tired.
3rd down and 4. The Heritage defense would love to get off the field here. Gasperson, play action. Near side, deep ball up the near sideline, drops it in the bucket. What a throw by McGuire Gasperson. Ake O'Neal on the deep ball, and Argyle's across midfield.
And not only that, look at the pressure coming down on him. He knows when he releases this ball, he's going to get hit. Man, right now, Tyson Burgess, the safety out to that side, man, you've got to supply some help over there, man. But either way, that's a perfect ball dropped in a bucket.
First and 10 at the 48 in plus territory. What a throw by Gasperson. He'll go deep again. He's got a man again, and he drops it on him again. This time it's Krzyzak. First down, Argyle.
Well, we're just looking at a baptism right now. And Krzyzak over the shoulder. Oh, these guys are just, I mean, these are just beautiful throws right now from Gasperson.
37 more yards, and right back to the line of scrimmage they come. Flag at the snap. Maybe a hair too quick.
Oh, he meant on the offense. Okay.
Keegan Lawson, the left guard, called for the false start. This drive started at their 6-yard line.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, talk about wasting no time.
4 plays and 1 minute and 34 seconds later, they're at the 16. Gasperson to Krzyzak. Nice tackle. Well played by Hayden West.
No, Hayden West, he's a guy that's had an interception. You know, again, playing it close. Look at the way that he closes here. See them waving off guys to the other side of the field. Krzyzak now man-to-man at the bottom of the screen versus Hayden West.
8 seconds on the play clock here for Gasperson. Handoff Bell. Bell with a big hole. Bell with a big cut. Shoestring tackle from Bryson Burgess, or 6 would have been in for 6.
And look, this defense, boy, they're keeping their eyes locked in, thinking that it may be a pass, and they just don't see Watson Bell. Bell, like you said, brought down by a shoestring. He's going to walk into the end zone.
3rd down and 1 will happen in the 4th quarter. 35-20, Argyle back with a 2-score lead, trying to build back to the 3-score of that lead that they had early on in the 2nd quarter. They're on the doorstep when we return on Friday Night Football. The 12-yard touchdown.
Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Denton Ryan at Aledo.
Stream the broadcast free.
Next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
4th quarter on deck here in Argyle. Eagles with a 35-20 lead, and 2 yards away from reestablishing the 3-touchdown lead they had early on in quarter number 2.
And I think what's so surprising is it's just how quickly they were striking. This offense, man, I tell you what, opening up here in the 2nd half, and you see right away from McGuire Gasperson that arm that he has, and able to find his targets on the outside. He has more than just Krzyzak.
3rd down and a yard. They can get a 1st down without scoring. Gasperson keeps it himself, makes one man miss, keeps his feet into the end zone. Touchdown Argyle. McGuire Gasperson with his 3rd touchdown run of the day.
Man, what a drive right there, and that's one of those ones with a signature drive for the junior. Man, all of that just was controlled by him. Those great throws that he made, man, he just pretty much gashed this Colleyville defense.
7 plays, 94 yards, 2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Wow.
McGuire Gasperson heavily involved in it all. Couple of deep balls. One to Ake O'Neill, one to Will Krzyzak, And Argyle has taken back control, Heckma, of this football game.
Yeah, they have, and I think they've just been so tough on these guys. You know, once you get Watson Bell going, running the ball, this defense has, you know, they just start looking and staring in the backfield, and the next thing you know, McGuire Gasperson is just throwing the ball over the top of this defense and making them pay. In every area that they've tried to get some stops, nothing has worked. And, I mean, they've taken out men, they put extra men at the line of scrimmage, they're putting in extra DBs. Nothing has worked for the Panthers.
I was impressed with the resolve from Colleyville Heritage to get down 21-0 and then find something and score 3 straight touchdowns and cut this to a 1-point lead. And frankly, I'm impressed with Argyle's ability to answer the call, because it would have been really easy for Argyle to get swept up in what the heck happened. We were up 21-0. What did we do?
Yeah.
And allow the train to keep moving for Colleyville Heritage. Instead, Argyle answered right back, and obviously the Krzyzak 70-yard catch and run, breaking tackles and scoring only 26 seconds after Wiley scored was instrumental in that. But that's impressive that Argyle was able to bounce back with the way that they did after Heritage had said, hey, we're here, let's go.
Yeah, I think right now when I look at the Panthers, they're just trying to find themselves. They're missing their big offensive playmaker. Yeah. And it's written all over everything that they do, because you could tell for Bodie Weaver, he's just used to backing up and relying on number 8 to get us out of this jam. And when you don't have that to rely on, man, I think nothing else works. I mean, it's going to take a while. And unfortunately, they have to come out here to Argyle versus a team that's going to test them in every way.
Yeah.
And look, I would not count the Panthers out based off of this loss if they lose this game. And I don't want to put this game away too early. I'm just saying, this is one of those games that could serve as a teach tape for the Panthers going forward.
Braden Blewett scored 20 touchdowns a year ago. You lose a player of that caliber that's on his way to Northwestern. It's a really, really hard thing to overcome. And it's a harder thing to overcome as quickly as Heritage is having to right away after just a week after the injury. Player down here after the play for Heritage is one of their offensive linemen. That is Eli Emerson, their 3-year starter at center.
Didn't see what happened, but he's holding the inside of his leg. Hope he's going to be okay. I've seen that walk before. It's not good.
I've done that walk too. I feel where you're coming from, young man. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, people say you walk it off. Yeah, good luck.
I will simply say this as it relates to your comment about not wanting to put this game away too early. One, we saw Colleyville Heritage come back from 10 down to win last year in the playoffs. Yeah. Two, they scored 20 points in a 7-minute and 12-second span just a little bit ago tonight. So there's still time to be utilized here for Colleyville Heritage. But they are basically at a point right now with 11:41 in the fourth where, hey, you got to go play perfect for the rest of this football game.
Yeah, they're up against it. But, more than anything, man, I'm going to come away from the night being over the top impressed by the Argyle Eagles.
1st and 10. Weaver snowed under. 4 Argyle Eagles there to take him down.
And Tanner Kane, big number 99, just continuing to hunt and get up the field. I'm going to give him credit for the sack, but boy, that was everybody.
Tanner Kane, Luke Fetters, Brody Bomar, all on the scene.
And you got to, man, I tell you what, this defensive front for Argyle, they've continued to hunt, get up the field. They haven't made life easy.
Blitz again. Weaver, time to pass over top of it, looks deep for one. Cumby, who can't quite hold it in.
Oh, just Bodie Weaver is looking at the pressure in front of him, but man, Cumby, he had a step. If you can lead him a little bit more inside instead of to the sideline, man, maybe he's able to come down with that catch.
Instead, now 3rd down and 15. They've got to get to the 48-yard line to move the chains. Weaver, four-man rush, backs away from it, fires near far side, but nobody home. And Heritage is going to have to punt it away. Down 3 scores.
Yeah, down 3 scores, and you know, offensively, you know, it's one of those things where you want to come away from a game like this with being able to say something that you did good in this game the entire way through, whether it's continue to stay steady up front, blocking the ball, if you're still able to continue to run the ball, something positive has to come out of this game. You realize you're shorthanded because of Blewett's absence, but you want to just be able to say, look, we continue to pound on these guys, we continue to stay physical, and I think defensively, that's what you've got to be looking at on this next series if you're a Colleyville Heritage Panther.
Good Panther roll here all the way to the 15-yard line. And that's where Argyle will take back over. Take a look ahead to a week from now. The game of the week statewide. Denton Ryan and Aledo. Number 1 and number 2 in the state rankings. They were flip-flopped to start the year. Aledo began the year number 1. Denton Ryan was number 2. Ryan ascended to the number 1 spot when Aledo lost to Denton Geyer earlier on this year, a 6A program. Aledo dropped to 3. They've now climbed their way back to 2, and they will play host next week here on Friday Night Football. Again, the game of the week. Statewide, one of the best games across the country next week in the high school ranks. And we will be there to bring it to you live for free here on WFA Plus and the WFA YouTube channel. That one should be fun.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. And Aledo, always great place to be, and also obviously a historically good team. Denton Ryan, though, number 1 for a reason.
That one could be fun. Reserves on the field here now for Argyle. Jordan Trott, the backup quarterback, and look at Jordan Trott making some plays. The sophomore breaking away for a big gain and a first down.
What a name.
Aptly named.
Yeah, this guy, man, is stepping. Get that inside move. He is shaking guys out of their spat. Comes to a point, man, where that Panthers defense, they're just tired.
I don't blame them. Quick throw far side. Another reserve.
And this is a team that they beat, so they come into this game fully expecting the pace that Argyle is going to play with. That's why that makes that playoff game so historic in the way that the Panthers were able to pull off that victory.
Came all the way back from 10 down late in the 4th quarter to win that one. Quick throw near side. Love when this happens late in the football game that is at this point a 22-point game and all but over. And twice in a row now the ball has been thrown to number 28. And I've looked on Max Preps, I've looked on the roster that was given to us by Todd Rogers. I've looked everywhere I can look. There's no 28 to be found. So if anybody in the YouTube feed knows who number 28 is, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I just follow your lead, partner. I was waiting on you to say a name.
I'm looking.
Clearly
I'm
not here.
Scouring, but I got nothing. Breaking through the hole, and a nice gain here from Logan Rexroth, the sophomore. He's got a first down.
I mean, the future is definitely bright here in Argyle. You see these guys coming off the bench, just continue to battle and run, getting an opportunity here.
The swings in this football game are mind-bending. I never thought, after it was 21-0 Argyle, that we'd some point be looking at a 1-point game again, but we were early on in the 3rd quarter. And then I never would have thought at 21-20 early on in the 3rd quarter that just a little over a quarter later it would be mop-up time for the Argyle reserves.
No.
The swings of this game are violent.
Yeah, it's one of those things you ask yourself, what just happened? I couldn't have imagined that after that first score to come out in the second half, that was going to be the end of the scoring for Colleyville Heritage.
Through the hands of the intended target, and incomplete. Ake O'Neal, the intended receiver. It'll be 3rd and 9.
O'Neal's had himself a good game also.
Let me be clear here before I make this comment.
Okay.
I think Todd Rogers is a fantastic coach. One of the very best coaches in North Texas. One of the very best coaches in Texas high school football. 2-time state champion who built this Argyle program into what it is.
Okay.
With all of that as a disclaimer, it did feel a little bit early when I looked up and saw, we're going with reserves at this point?
Yeah.
Like, the game's probably over. Fair. But I don't know. I think I would have wanted to go just a step further than just probably before making that decision if I were him. Listen, at the same time, I do understand what he's trying to accomplish here. These are the guys that are going to have to be your playmakers in a year or two, or maybe even later this year. You never know when an injury is going to pop up. Just ask Colleyville Heritage. So I get it. You want to get these guys experience on a Friday night against a good football team in Colleyville Heritage that has a quality defense, and show that you can go out there and make plays if you, at some point this year, have your number called. But it felt just a smidge earlier than I would have expected. That is a sensational interception by Bryson Burgess. My word, what a catch.
Yeah, Bryson Burgess, I was saying earlier from him on some of those big-time throws from Gasperson, how he needed to come across and get some help. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. And he does it, and he gets an interception. But, to your credit right there, let me just say this. I think for Coach Rogers, he recognizes that he's taken all of the wind out of their sails. Yeah. He's taken their will out. Their fight is gone. I mean, at this point, he's leaned on them so much that he could tell, look, man, these guys are – look, I don't want to accuse anyone of quitting, but I'm just saying.
No, I hear you.
It comes to a point where you've been punched on enough. Where it's like, look, I'll pull – and that's the signal to the other side. I'm pulling my guys off.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm pulling my guys off.
There's a difference between actually quitting and having a game go in a direction that it just kind of naturally leads you to, the shoulders slump.
Yeah.
And I hear you. There's a difference, like actually say, forget it, I quit, and just being brought to that point organically because, hey, this was a 1-point game.
Yeah. 11 seconds into the third quarter.
Yes. Yes.
11 seconds into the third quarter. Here we are.
Again, the violent swings of this game have been mystifying. Wankambi on the receiving end here, out to the 24-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, and it just comes to a point, Mike, where you have just basically taken that other teams will, and that's what you want to do as a team like the Eagles. You want to impose your will. They came out, they did that. The pace that they played with, the Panthers tried to keep up, but it became apparent in that second half, man, it was too much.
Nice play. Ooh. Breaking through by Luke Fetters to cut down Bodie Weaver on the read option, and it's 4th down. Shout out to Icy Phil in the YouTube comments. Says number 28 is Caleb Combs.
Thank you.
Called up from JV this week. Hence why he was not on the roster that was given to us on Monday. Perhaps he came up since Monday.
I see. You are clutch, and we thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Because otherwise, he was just going to get called 28 for the rest of the evening. And his mother would not have liked that. So now we have to get a name to put with the number.
4th and 4, and Zuckert will punt it away. Sky-high punt that he didn't get a whole lot on this time, and it takes an Argyle bounce.
Hope he hit a
right
cricket.
To Dax Hebeson.
Hope he took out a cricket on his way there.
or a 1,000, my goodness. We did a game at Melissa, 2020 football season, Melissa and Pottsboro, and it was like this.
In the new stadium?
No, in the old stadium. Before they had opened up the new stadium. And I mean, it's unbelievable. Guys, we've got crickets dive bombing our broadcast location right now. It's
not right.
It is wild.
Yeah, I wish I had one of those suits that you wear when you go to Niagara Falls. You know, I need a poncho.
The poncho, yeah.
I need a poncho right now. I don't feel safe.
Oh, man.
This is too much.
Hit from behind. They're going to say that's a fumble. Big hit. Level to go. Now they will come through and say incomplete. At the last moment there, Bill Theodore came through and said incomplete pass. Jordan Trott got hammered from behind.
Poor Demarius Logan. He loaded up. He took out some aggression right there.
Second down and 10 after it was ruled an incompletion. 5:46 to go in this one. Quick throw far side. There's Caleb Combs once again.
What's up, Caleb? Taking out somebody on the sideline as he goes.
Now that we know this young man's name, shout out once again to Icy Phil in the YouTube comments. Let us know in the YouTube comments where you're watching from tonight. I'm kicking the rust off. Heck, I've forgotten to say that all night until right now.
Well,
usually I'm heavier on that all through the broadcast, but I'm stirring things back up myself here after missing a month. Well, crickets everywhere.
Well,
again,
the real champion is Mrs. Leslie at home, and just want to thank her,
buddy. Amen.
For letting you out.
Amen.
Okay. All right. So
this is the first night where she's at home solo with 2 children. We've had a couple of nights, Monday, Tuesday, where I was gone for a little while, but it wasn't the entire night like this. These Fridays are like 14-hour days for me. And she sent me a picture of the 3 of them sitting at the kitchen table watching earlier tonight. And, yeah, God bless my wife. I hope like crazy that it was an easy night for her, but that may be hoping against hope. 4th down and 4 here, and Trott gets bottled up before he can get to the line to gain, and it's a turnover on
So
downs.
let me ask you this. You're sitting at home, you're watching your baby Friday Night Football on, and you're saying to yourself, all right, just had a new kid, you know, I'm being a dad, taking care of my babies, but I'm watching these, I'm watching these guys on TV. Was there a part of you that just a little twinge of yourself that just was a little jealous, that said, oh my God, I wish I was there?
I mean, listen, you know as well as anybody, this is my favorite part of my job. I will take this Friday night all through the high school football season, even over Cowboy Sunday, and certainly over any of the other days of the week. Quick throw near side for Bryce Abram, quickly met at the 44-yard line. So yeah, I mean, listen, buddy, I was in the hospital with my not yet day-old son.
Jesus.
Sitting there watching you and Jonah call South Oak Cliff and Duncanville. 2 of the premier programs in all of Texas high school football. As Abram takes this one, makes a man miss, and nearly got himself a first down. You okay? That cricket almost got you.
It was up my shorts. Finish what you were saying. My God.
Yeah, I'm watching Heckman tap dance.
Oh, man.
Get away from these crickets.
What is going on?
This is hilarious. Weaver, pressured, gets away, fires downfield, tipped and knocked away, incomplete. It'll be 2nd down. So yeah, man, you know how much I love this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I set you up for it.
As you and I talked about in the days leading up, I would never pick this over that.
Of course.
Never in a million years. I was there to see my son come into the world. That is an unbelievable thing, especially when we didn't know. We decided not to find out boy or girl until Little Man popped out. Nice run here by Bodie Weaver. But yeah, man, Sock Duncanville? Shoot, man, I wanted to be there for Sock Duncanville.
Yeah.
Like, heck, I wanted to be there for North Crowley Denton Geyer.
No.
That game looked like it was fun as could be.
It was.
Quentin Gibson is unreal, man.
No,
Yeah, I've been watching the last 2 weeks. Nice completion on the far side for Wankambi. Wankambi inside the 15-yard line. 3:28 left on the clock here. Colleyville Heritage again needing a miracle at this point.
No, man, we absolutely missed you, man, and
I missed you guys, man.
We held it down for you. Jonah Javad did a wonderful job getting prepped and ready for these games.
Weaver out of the pocket. Luke Weaver makes a guy miss. Bodie Weaver into the end zone, looking like Luke Ulrich, and finding the end zone. Touchdown, Colleyville Heritage. 3:14 to play. Again, needing a miracle, but perhaps that was step one of a miracle.
Yeah, Bodie Weaver just showing the wheels and what you're going to be seeing from him all next year as well. He's a big kid. Like I said, at 6'3", he's built up. I'm telling you, strong kid. That was a tough run, boy. It took a lot out of him.
They'll go for 2 here to know whether or not they need to go for 2 the rest of the game, and they'll need to go for 2 for the rest of the game. On any subsequent touchdowns, down 16 now with 3:14 to play. Ian Rahman in the YouTube comments says the Crickets are just as bad in Waco tonight.
Are they?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Mark Alonso says long pants next time, guys.
Yes!
Long pants.
Yes! Well, first of all, if someone had told me, there's no way in heck I would have worn shorts. But
I didn't until we got here. You can see them on the track. Look at them on the track amidst the cheerleaders. They're all swatting them away.
Oh, my God.
At least they got pom-poms to try and keep themselves clear.
Yeah. I would like to have one of those hats on right about now, but I had to cover up. That's tough. But what a heck of an atmosphere. And all things being considered, man, I just want to say that the community here in Argyle, the people in the stadium, man, have been so welcoming.
Amen.
And, have taken care of us.
Yes.
Made sure that we got everything that we needed. Man, I walked down to a local pizza shop, man. Everybody is just nice around this place, man. And it's been awesome.
We have had the pleasure of doing an Argyle game most of the years that we've done this. Did one in 2020, I believe 21. I think we might have missed 22, but we did a game last year, again this year. We've had the pleasure to cover Todd Rogers' team quite a bit over the course of this run. The first year we ever did an Argyle game was the only other time that we were here. The other 2 games, if I'm remembering correctly, in 21 and 23 were both at Melissa. One before the new stadium, one after.
Yep.
As we're going to have an onside kick here from, again, one of the better kickers in all of Texas high school football, Ryan Zuckert. So this thing's not over yet, folks. There's a small window of opportunity. Bounced off a man. That's still loose. That's still live. That's going to be Colleyville Heritage football at the 23-yard line in Argyle territory. Hold everything. This thing ain't over.
Look at how this ball bounces. Bounces off of number 22, and it stays in bounds. Oh, my gosh.
The fact that that ball stayed in bounds is a Colleyville Heritage miracle. Will Hummert with the recovery. Landon Howell for Argyle, the other number 22, is the one who had a chance at it, but that thing was humming in his direction and bounced right off of him. And all of a sudden, Bodie Weaver's got an opportunity here. Down 2 scores with 3:10 to play. We saw Colleyville Heritage come from behind a year ago in the playoffs on Argyle. Can they do it again here? Abram on the handoff. Abram cutting his way upfield. Flag on the play on the far sideline in the vicinity of a hold.
Tell you what, Landon Howard, he would have had to have been a shortstop in order to be able to catch that ball coming at him as fast as it was coming at him.
Bouncing sideways. This may be a penalty on Argyle. It is going to be. Half the distance penalty. I didn't catch what face mask was the call. Okay. Face mask was the call. 1st and goal at the 8. 3:02 on the clock. There's time. Weaver, end zone. short and dropped by Prysha. Would have been a terrific catch.
Yeah, that
Heritage has 2 timeouts left. Argyle with all 3.
Yeah, that ball is low and away. Good job there by number 87, trying to work his way back to that ball, but just not enough on it to come up with a catch. 2:53, what do you have in store here? You said it, all of their timeouts. This thing is not over.
Well, Argyle has all of them. Colleyville Heritage with 2. But honestly, the most imperative thing right now for Heritage is not just to score, it's to score quickly.
Yeah.
Because if you can score quickly, you could even possibly play defense. Quick throw near side. Heveson to the 2. Called the 1. It's going to be 3rd down and goal. 2:40 and moving. 3rd and goal for Heritage.
See if they continue to put this ball in the air. Or do they get behind Bryce Abram?
2:22, 18 seconds burning off between plays. Handoff Abram into the pile, stacked up.
Into a foul.
Stacked up and driven back. Bodie Weaver signaling to the sideline saying, let me throw the ball.
Yeah. And I think with Coach Jerry Edwards, he's just like, look, we're so close. This is one where you should be able to walk into the end zone. But this defense right now for the Eagles, they are turning these guys away, staying in their lanes. They are so tough up front. As you get down into the goal line, you ask yourself, man, picking up this final yard or 2.
4th and goal. Weaver rolling right, pressure in his face, fires, end zone, touchdown. Heveson on the catch. 1:41 to play. Back down to a 1-score game if they can convert on the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, big if here. What play do you design for this 2 points? Because right now they have shut down those running lanes.
You can't burn a timeout to set the play up. You need the 2 that you've got. 20 seconds on the play clock here for Weaver. Pressure, looks backside, flips it for Abram. Incomplete. Well defended by Xavier Sanchez, and it will stay a 10-point game and a 2-possession game with 1:41 to play. And that, well, I'm not going to say it yet because of what we've seen in the last.
No, I understand. But I tell you what, great play design on the other side, but even better defense there by Sanchez.
Down to a 10-point game, but now Colleyville Heritage in a spot where they would need to recover 2 more onside kicks. You're definitely not in a spot where you could try and kick it away and play defense. Honestly, by not scoring on 1st and goal, they probably gave away that opportunity, letting another minute plus tick off the clock. So it will be another Ryan Zuckert onside kick here with $1:41, but now they still need 2 scores.
You know, I always tell everybody, man, I got my start in high school football in broadcasting, calling games at Colleyville Heritage. And Joe Willis was the coach of Colleyville Heritage during the time. And, man, they have this theme in Colleyville. It's Panther On. You know, it's Panther On everywhere, Panther On. And they live by it. And this is a team, a community that will never say die. So they're never out of it. They're going to continue to fight. And it's just something that has gone through all of the classes that have been there, Panther On. I mean, and it's just what you see right now. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, man, this thing is real. You cannot let up on this team.
101 seconds to work with. Can they recover another onside kick? Oh my gosh, they can! Oh my goodness, what a play by Bryson Burgess, and Heritage is going to have it again with 1:39.
What?
Oh my goodness. This, by the way, is a magnificent onside kick by Ryan Zuckert. You can't do it better than this.
Look at the way that this thing bounces up right here.
That is picture perfect.
Wow.
That is picture perfect, and it's 1st and 10, Colleyville Heritage at the 42.
Okay.
Dude.
What?
Wow.
You missed this. Yeah, it's insane. It's just insane.
Texas high school football, man. It's just different here. 1st and 10. Weaver to the air. Pressured from behind. And taken down. Ball came out. Scooped up by Tucker Perriman. And Perriman's got himself a 4-yard carry.
Hey,
Jeremy Snyder on the far side saying, hey, back to the line of scrimmage. Gotta go, gotta go. 119. Weaver, deep shot, looking for Wancombe. Wancombe's got the catch inside the 5.
Wow.
What is happening in Argyle?
He caught that. What a catch. What a throw.
Stop it.
By Weaver.
1:11 to play. Can they do it again? Weaver pressured. End zone shot. Incomplete at the ankles of Wancombe, who lost his helmet in the end zone.
That's unfortunate because now he has to come out of the game for a play.
This was 42-20 with 3.5 minutes to go. Now again, they still need 2 scores, but they've already recovered 2 onside kicks. At this point, what can't Ryan Zuckert do? So if they can score again, I don't know. The odds against recovering 3 successive onside kicks
Don't say that. Don't say it.
I'm just saying. We'll see. Can they get to the end zone first? Weaver sacked.
Hey, man, you have to burn one of your timeouts here. No, he doesn't.
I can't believe he didn't. They've got 2. That would have been the spot. It's going to be 3rd down and goal now from the 6. 48 seconds and moving. Weaver. End zone. Too high for Hebeson. He had Hebeson wide open.
Oh, right there. You know what, Bodie Weaver, he's kicking himself again because he, like you said, had a man. Just ball comes out of his hand, not able to set his feet, and that ball is high.
They're going to kick the field goal. That actually makes sense here. Down 10, get the 3 points, because you can score a touchdown from anywhere on the field. You can't kick a field goal from anywhere. Get yourself back within a score and try and go kick one more onside
What
kick.
a game.
This game is bonkers. Zuckert puts it through.
It's true.
The 27-yarder makes it a 1-score game again at 42-35.
All right. So, Mike, set the people up, please, for this onside kick. Set them up again for it, because it's coming.
Buddy, I have not seen many onside kicks in my day executed better than the one Ryan Zuckert just kicked. The first one was good because it was just too hot to handle, and then they got a couple of lucky bounces for it to stay in bounds, and you pounce on top of it. The second one is as picture perfect as it gets, and that's because I was not only a high school quarterback, I was a high school kicker as well, and that was something we worked on all the time, and that was back when you could just kick one bounce and pop it up in the air, and it was a little different. Now you have to have the multiple bounces so you can't call for the fair catch. You can't do it better than he did the second. You can't do it better than that. Again, the odds against recovering 3 successive onside kicks, somebody's going to have to put that into a calculator because it is infinitesimally small. But let's see what Ryan Zuckert can do. One more try at it, another big bounce. It's loose again. Argyle recovers. There to save the day for Argyle is Thomas Irwin on a ball that was there to be had.
Look at the bounce on this. Again, perfectly placed. And again, boy, that's just one of, if that ball comes down, the Panthers are in perfect position to recover it.
You know what I like about this? Irwin's the one who has the first bite at it. His hands get on that ball first, and he still goes back and gets it after he misses his first chance at it.
I don't know what that word was that you used to say small percentage, but I like it. But either way, they come away with a big victory.
Kneel down time for Argyle. Remember when I said it was a little early to throw the reserves on the field?
You did. But you prefaced this statement, though. Yeah, that was a little early. That was premature.
Boy.
But he won't do that again.
Man, that was a surprisingly exhilarating final 3.5 minutes of this football game. But the Argyle Eagles will hang on. 42-35, a weird, wacky football game tonight. But it's Argyle that gets the win in what was a huge game in District 3-5A Division II. It's Argyle that puts themselves in the catbird seat for a district title with the win tonight.
Yeah, this is an absolutely great game, and I'm telling you, happy to be a part of it. Glad to have you back, but man, what a way to bring you back, man. A fantastic game. One of these games that we thought was going to be low scoring. I was predicting 17-10. Boy, was I wrong. When you look at that final score, 35-42, both of these defenses taken to the task. On the other side, I'm just going to obviously give the credit to Argyle that they deserve. They came out and they played some ball offensively. Their quarterback, man, spectacular. The way that Gasperson came out in that third quarter when the Panthers, were only down by 1. They needed Gasperson to do a good job. He loaded up, got the ball to Will Kresiak and to Julian Caldwell. He just got his playmakers involved. Ake O'Neal also a part of, some of the great things that they did out here. But I got to say, McGuire Gasperson, man, he put this team on his back every time that the Panthers started to make a push, and he just exploded. And you're talking about those violent swings in this game. It was because of the way that McGuire Gasperson played in that third quarter that we're looking up in the fourth quarter, and you got your backups in because this game is looking like
they thought
this game was over.
Gasperson was fantastic. He combined with Will Kresiak on what to me was the play of the football game. Because back had come Colleyville Heritage, 20 points unanswered. It's a 1-point game after Argyle did lead 21-0. And 26 seconds later, the 70-yard catch and run by Kresiak. And Kresiak's the one who did a lot of the work on that one. He was terrific, breaking tackles and then breaking away from everybody on that catch and run to just kind of restore some order, I think, and some calmness on the Argyle sideline when it would have been an easy moment for them to go, what is going on here? Two of their leaders went out and made a play that just kind of allowed everybody to say, all right, we're going to be all right.
Just calm down.
And then they rolled off 2 more to put the game in a spot where it was nearly, anyway, effectively over. Credit to Colleyville Heritage twice tonight, making furious comebacks to make it a 1-point game and then a 7-point game here in the late going, but not quite enough to overcome the Argyle Eagles. And the number 5 team in the state will remain perfect in district. They move to 2-0 in district play. Colleyville Heritage falls to 2-1. Next up for Argyle, they are on their way to Everman a week from now. Colleyville Heritage now has their bye week before they play Everman on the 11th. Again, Seguin, the other team in district, worth keeping an eye on. Argyle plays Seguin on the 11th right here at Eagle Stadium. Heritage plays Seguin on the 18th, the very next week, at Arlington Seguin. Those 2 games, in addition to this one, that round robin is going to be what decides the district champion here in 3-5 AD2.
Yeah, these are 2 tough teams that you are going to see in the playoffs. And as I stated before, when it comes down to Colleyville Heritage, they are going to continue to battle in that division. I'm curious to see what Arlington Seguin does. They're going to have both of these teams are headed towards some tough matchups versus an Arlington Seguin team that is going to fight them tooth and nail for those victories. Right now, if you're the Argyle Eagles, you're saying to yourself, man, this was a game that we should have won handily. It got interesting at the end. Those little small things, I'm sure that they're going to tweak and come back and be much stronger and be much better for it. But, man, what a ball game.
42-35 the final score. Quickly a look ahead to next week. because it should be fantastic. Yes. Denton Ryan at Aledo on the 4th, Duncanville, DeSoto the next week. I'm really intrigued by Forney Rockwall, by the way. I think that could be a fun football game. And how about Allen climbing up into the top 10 in the state rankings? They'll host Prosper on October the 25th. I think I know what game we're going to do on November 8th. I haven't even reached out to either school yet, so I'm not going to say it on the air yet. Okay. But a big win tonight by one of the top 5 teams in one of the state rankings, just to kind of give you a little teaser. You already know. You and I talked about this earlier tonight, but I can't say it without reaching out to the schools. I've got an idea what game we're going to do on November 8th, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But that schedule you just saw coming up these next 4 weeks should be a blast. The next 2 weeks in particular, oh my goodness. Denton Ryan, Aledo, and Duncanville, DeSoto back-to-back. My friend, we will be spoiled to start October. Tonight here in Argyle, the McGuire-Gasperson Show. 5 combined touchdowns, 3 on the ground, 2 more through the air, 387 passing yards, 155 of them to Will Krzyziak, and Argyle gets the win, 42-35 the final, to improve to 3-1 and 2-0 in district play. For our entire Friday Night Football team, our producer and director, Clay Marshall, our photographers, Graham Rayner and Pat Leal, Pete Friedman and Zachary Giannis back in-house at WFAA. Appreciations all around for our entire team. For Heckman Harrison alongside, I'm Mike Leslie. So long from Argyle. We will see you next week on Friday Night Football. As we welcome you back to Coach Kenny Deal Stadium here in Melissa. Number 1, the Cardinals welcome in the third-ranked Argyle Eagles here on Friday Night Football. Head coaches tonight for the Argyle Eagles, Todd Rogers in his 21st season as the Eagles head coach, one of the most successful coaches around the state. Meanwhile, for the Melissa Cardinals, Matt Nally in his 5th year as Melissa's head coach. One of his assistants right there on your screen, and Matt Nally's been a young man who's learned a lot from Todd Rogers. He said he and Todd Rogers have been friends for years, even before Matt Nally was an assistant here at Melissa. He said when he saw Todd Rogers earlier today, Hackman came right up to him, gave him a big bear hug. There's been almost a mentorship from Todd Rogers to Matt Nally over the course of Nally's career. Today they get to face off as the head coaches of 2 of the top 3 teams in the state of Texas.
And I'm sure Coach Rogers is looking around like, man, I mentored this guy all the way to a $35 million new gig. So, I loved our conversation that we had with Coach Nally. He is so, really just infectious. The way that he talks about his program and what they're building here in Melissa, Texas. So I am just excited about where they're going. Being number 1 is not a thing for him. He's just like, look, you think the target's on our back? We're placing targets on everybody else's back. So he has an aggressive style, and he knows that he has a really good team.
It will be the Melissa Cardinals to kick it away to start this thing off. We are about ready to get the 2023 season of high school football here in the state of Texas underway. Out to kick it away for Melissa, Nick Hernandez, the junior kicker. They will have a rotating wheel deep for the Argyle Eagles over the course of this evening to return kicks. But Will Krzyziak is back on the left-hand side, and to his right is Will Hodson. They're 2 stud wide receivers. They're 2 leading receivers, both back this year for quarterback John Gailey. And we'll get to see that trio in the Argyle passing game here in just a moment.
God, this is a beautiful stadium.
This place is pretty special.
No, it really is, man. Goodness. I mean, you're going to talk about this stadium a lot, but the matchup that's on the field is like for week 1, could you have given us a bigger game to call week 1? 1 versus 3?
It's about as good as it gets, my man.
Yeah, This is amazing.
I do not know what the delay is.
Well, if they're waiting on it to cool down, they may as well kick the ball now. It's not going to cool down. And, I think I want to give credit to a lot of these school districts that recognize that today was the hottest day on record. And we've had some really hot days when you say that it is the hottest day on record. But, moving these kickoffs to 8 o'clock, I think was really smart to do.
Our officials are on the far side talking with Argyle's head coach. There's some communication happening between two Argyle players, Nathaniel Bruce and Preston Slayton. But I do not know what the issue is. I see Todd Rogers kind of pointing up toward the press box up here. They're now bringing the Melissa kick team off the field for a moment.
Both squads are going back over to their sidelines. I have no idea what this is.
It seems to be, whatever the issue is, Todd Rogers is the one that's talking with our officiating crew on the far sideline. And they're trying to sort out something. What that something is, we are unclear of at the moment. They're pointing up toward the scoreboard. It would seem we've got things sorted out. Whatever it was, I think we're good to go. Matt Nally was also over there. You see him on your screen making his way back over to the Melissa sideline, so I didn't realize he was in that conversation with Todd Rogers and the officials as well. Clay Marshall, our director, we're getting some text messages and some notes in the YouTube comment thread that the audio is echoing. Just if that's something we can try and perhaps sort through. As we are finally ready to kick the ball away here, Nick Hernandez sending it deep, and it would be Will Krzyzak from his own 10-yard line, a crease right up the middle, and out to the 32-yard line, a flag on the far side. And we are off and running in the 2023 season.
And Krzyzak looked like he had a crease right there in between the hashes that closed pretty quickly. This ball comes all the way out to about the 32-yard line. Got the YouTube comments on. And this is what it's all about. Last year we had people listening all the way from the UK.
So the flag will be against Argyle here. Quick swing to the far side will pick up about 4 for Argyle in their first offensive play of this 2023 season. Again, the ball ending up in the hands of Will Krzyzak. Second down and 7 here for John Gailey, the senior quarterback. Hands off Jake Kreckler with a big hold to the near side. Good block on the outside. He's going to have a first down and then some. Out across the 35. And Argyle with their first down of the season.
And you see Coach Todd Rogers going immediately quick, no huddle, going right back to the line of scrimmage. You have an aggressive defense, and this is because of this heat, boy, it's going to come down to who can stay in it all the way through 4 quarters.
Play action fake. Throw near side, complete in the hands of McGuire Gasperson, the sophomore. And he's got enough for a first down, and very quickly the Argyle Eagles into Melissa territory. And heck, they're going to look to keep things going quickly here.
Yes, this is going to be a test to see if both of these teams are who's in the most condition. And right there, they're stretching this defense out, having these guys run sideline to sideline. You know how aggressive this defense is, and that's the way you get at them. You know, you get them going east and west because you know that their strength is in the middle.
Nice work there from Landon Brandow. Running sideline to sideline to cut down Jay Kreckler for no gain. Back to the air, near side, complete in the hands of Will Hudson. Down to the 38-yard line, very close to first down yardage.
Was a flag on that last possession.
And tack 15 more yards on it.
You know, also, Mike, when we talk to Coach Todd Rogers, one thing that we know that this team has lost a lot to graduation. But Coach Rogers, his teams always have a certain DNA, and that is they're going to play aggressive and they're going to play fast. Talk about the number of years that he's coached there in Argyle. He is an institution in coaching, but his teams all have the same traits. They play quick, they play fast, and they're very aggressive.
21 years for Todd Rogers at Argyle, 235 wins in that span, 2 state championships. And his team's third in the state rankings to open up 2023. Kreckler with the handoff here up the middle, plugging his way for about 4 more, right to the 30-yard stripe. Argyle playing tonight without Lane Stewart, a senior stud receiver slash running back that they expect to be very impactful for them this year, but he'll be out these first couple weeks. He got hurt during their scrimmage last week.
And how does that impact the game, especially knowing the kind of talent that Lane Stewart brings to the field? Luckily for Coach Rogers, not going to be missing very long. As you see this Argyle offense really stretching this Melissa defense out, and right now the Cardinals seem to be on their heels in this first possession.
And Matt Nally picking up the same thing that you're putting down here, calling timeout just 2 minutes and 13 seconds into the football game. As the Argyle offense has driven their way down the field all the way to the 23-yard line, where it will be first and 10 out of this timeout.
Yeah, something about this first possession to me says that Argyle has been salivating at an opportunity to get out here versus this Cardinals defense. You know that everyone is talking about Nigel Smith, Gunnar Wilson, and all of these guys that they have on this defense because they are so highly touted. But man, right now, when I look across the board, the Eagles are really punching them in the mouth here in this first drive.
It's interesting. This Argyle offense a year ago averaged about 36 a game, but having to replace so many key pieces off of last year's offense, including their 2 stud running backs, both R.J. Bonnell and Landon Ferris, there were questions about, okay, what's this going to look like? It's obviously very early yet, but so far, looks pretty sharp.
I love the poise right now for the senior, John Gailey. You've seen those little quick out passes that he's made. But he seems to be commanding this offense really well, and getting these guys in and out of the huddle. As you stated in the open, that it's going to come down to these big offensive lines imposing their will. And right now, when I look over at Argyle, they're doing exactly that. They're taking it to this front 3 of Melissa.
Second down and 9. It was Grayson Donahoe who came through for the tackle, and again, this Melissa defense up to the task. This time leading the charge is Gunnar Wilson. The Oklahoma State commit. No gain on the play, and it's going to be third down and 10.
And you see the way that Gunnar took that on. He diagnosed that immediately from his Sam linebacker spot and came right down the hill to get that tackle.
Third down and 10 to the air, and it's Donahoe again. Grayson Donahoe, the junior, and the sack will end the drive for the Argyle Eagles.
And you just see Donahoe coming on the blitz on the outside, and Gailey runs right into him. That's a great design, and I tell you what, Matt Nally, that's a great timeout as well.
So on 4th down and 18, no choice but to go for it here at the 31-yard line would be a 48-yard field goal. Argyle without the range for that, so they'll go to the air. Gailey up top, chance at it, skying for the catch, but incomplete. Will Krzyzak had it knocked away at the apex. Dalton to Babney, knocking it away, and Melissa gets the stop.
Boy, Krzyzak had an opportunity to come down with it. Gailey puts enough air on it, only where he can get it, but I tell you what, that's even better defense. And a great stance right there from the Melissa Cardinals. Go for it there on 4th down. That would have been, you said, about a 48-yard field goal had they attempted it? Okay.
And in talking with Todd Rogers earlier this week, he said that Beckham Kimbrell, their kicker, he said maybe out to 42, but just a little outside that range. So here comes Melissa now, the 1st down handoff. Spinning his way through tacklers is Nathan Adejokin, and it's a 12-yard carry on the first toe of the season for the senior.
Nathan Adejokin seemed like he's been playing for the Cardinals for about 5 years. And let's check this guy's eligibility.
Near side, Lincoln Dunn has enough for the 1st down. First and 10, handoff here for Adejokin, knifing his way through, making a man miss, down to the 30-yard line.
And the thing about Nathan is he is the kind of running back that gets stronger as the game goes on. I think last year when we called them Melissa versus Lovejoy, that's what I saw from number 3. He just continued to pound the rock and get stronger all the way through the 4th quarter.
And now, just as Argyle forced Matt Nally to do, Melissa forces Todd Rogers to take his first time out just a couple minutes into Melissa's first possession of the day. And they're going to try and slow things down and give their defense a chance to catch the breath.
No, absolutely. And hey, well-placed timeout. The Heat, and this being the first game of the season, you got to know, Mike, both of these squads, man, their nerves are on high right now. So starting out with this running game and keeping the pressure on both sides, both offenses have come out being very aggressive. But right now, the Melissa Cardinals are returning the favor to the way that the Eagles opened the game.
We do apologize. We're being told that there are some audio issues back in-house at WFAA. We are troubleshooting those as fast as possible. And hopefully the echo will clear up here very shortly. In the meantime, out of the timeout, it will be 1st and 10 for the Melissa Cardinals as they have raced down the field largely on the back of Nathan Adejokin. That is going to cost them, though, 5 yards worth of their progress, a false start on about half the offensive line.
Mike, you should watch this matchup over here on the left side between Ryder Slayton, who's 6'7", 280, going up against number 97, Brendan Hickman, who's 5'10", 230.
And Adejokin taken down in the backfield, knifing through. It's Devin Owen, the senior.
And you can see why Coach was talking about his all-everything linebacker and him being nasty, the way that he shot that gap, coming downhill to make that tackle. Great job by number 0.
Second down and 20 to the air. Trevor Ham, far side, complete in the hands of his stud receiver Carson Maynard. And they'll earn back the yards they lost on the penalty and the loss of yards on the carry there by Adejokin. But it will still be 3rd down and 10. They're going to go quickly now. Ham will be in shotgun. That's going to be another false start. This time Lincoln Dunn, wide receiver on the near side, just kind of got caught leaning by the head lineman that was right next to him. And Lincoln Dunn's going to catch an earful as a result.
A penalty like that, you just wish you could just disappear into the turf. Coach is standing right there to welcome you to the bench.
Third and 15 now. The handoff to Adejokin. Nice his way through the first level. Spins his way off a tackle. Still on his feet. But will only get to the 28, 29-yard line. And it will be 4th down and 9. This is right on the outskirts of Nick Hernandez's range. Matt Nally feels like about 48 yards would be what he'd trust him with, and this would be about 47, but they're going to keep the offense on the field. 4th and 9, and another false start. It is week 1 of the season, and we're having issues on our end with the audio. These teams are having some issues with some penalties. It is what it is.
Not a perfect science to begin the season, but we'll get it right.
4th down and 14 now. Four wide receivers here for Trevor Hand. They've got to get right to the 20-yard stripe. Pressure from behind, taken down, the sack, and the strip by Devin Owen. Both teams give up long drives, then stand up tall and get a stop. This time it's Argyle with the strip sack from the senior linebacker, Devin Owen.
Identical in the way that these offenses have come out and the way that the defense responded. But Devin Owens, man, everything that they say about this kid is true. He came screaming off of that edge, and Trevor Ham just didn't realize he had a guy on his back. Clock away, it's just the time clock didn't go off in his head, and lucky that didn't end with the Eagles going into the end zone with that loose ball.
So Argyle will take back over 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line. Just about midway through this opening period. And back comes John Gailey and this Eagles offense.
Mike, for me, what I'm looking for is who is going to settle in first offensively. Who's going to settle in first? Right now, you can tell that the nerves are high for both of these squads. So who's going to calm down?
Or at least being told the audio is getting better. Meanwhile, 1st and 10 for Argyle at their own 34 after a penalty after the play. Gailey over the middle, wide open, but right in and out of the hands of McGuire Gasperson. He had nothing but green grass in front of him.
Gasperson is going to see that in his sleep tonight because that was a great design. You see pulling tackles and guards, and you automatically assume that that is going to be a running play. Caught the Cardinals defense completely off guard.
2nd down and 10. They're going to go right back to him, and Gasperson's confidence just got a big boost as he makes the grab, gets hammered, but he's got the 1st down out across the 45.
That's just good coaching. Coach Rogers recognizing that, goes right back to a sure-handed receiver, the sophomore.
Now far side for Will Krzyzak, and he'll pick up a couple. And they're going to get a couple extra yards now as they're going to say that a little bit late on Krzyzak. And that'll send this Argyle offense into Melissa territory.
And that's 2 15-yard penalties so far for this Melissa defense.
That will put the line of scrimmage at the 36-yard line, 1st and 10 for Argyle. So 1st and 10 for Gailey in this Argyle offense. Play action fake to Kreckler, looking far side. What a catch, scaling the ladder by Will Krzyzak over 2 defenders.
No, what a throw by John Gailey. He has a safety coming underneath and a corner over the top. And that is a money ball right there for number 12.
And now Kreckler on the ground, strung out on the far side. Good work by Melissa's Gunnar Wilson.
Yeah, Gunner's not going to have any of it. He's not going to lose contain, and he's going to make sure that no one gets outside of his outside shoulders. Great job by the linebacker, Gunnar Wilson.
2nd down and 10. Handoff again to Kreckler. Give him 3 on the carry.
They are trying to get behind that big body of Tyler Roberts. Tyler Roberts, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at it right there. He is 6'9", 332 pounds, and he's just a junior.
Just an absolute monster. 3rd and 7. Play action fake. Gailey rolling out over the middle. Complete. 1st down inside the 5. Down to the 2 is Will Hodson. 1st and goal, Argyle.
I'm telling you, man. John Gailey is dealing right now. Getting out of the pocket on the run, and he's just throwing darts.
Quick handoff, Kreckler. Nice work to knife through and make the tackle. Micah Finan.
Finding just in this first quarter has been doing a really good job. The middle linebacker, number 33, him and Grayson Donahoe. Now they find themselves, man, in the red zone.
2nd and goal from the 2. Gailey hands off Kreckler again. Kreckler trying to follow a blocker, gets blown up right at the goal line, balls out. I believe Argyle got back on top of it. 2 white jerseys, one of them the quarterback, John Gailey. Look at the hit that Kreckler takes here.
Man, he runs right back into the traffic, and they welcome him. And how physical is that? You can tell this Cardinals defense, they are hitting, but this offensive line is taking it to them. I really did think that Kreckler had a lane to get into the end zone.
Up under center goes Gailey on 3rd down and goal. He can't get anywhere at all. Stood up, no gain, 4th and goal.
Big question, do you go for the 3 points or do you keep your offense out there?
After you've seen your offense 3 times in a row struggle to get more than, in some cases, anything at all on that last carry. They've been down inside the 2-yard line for 3 successive snaps and gained about a half a yard.
Yeah, this is and really impressive what I've seen from the Melissa defense, even with that drive. And I think it all started with that personal foul that gave the Eagles a lot more yardage. But, you know, once they've gotten down on their goal line, this goal line stance right now for the Cardinals is pretty impressive. If they could cap this off and get the ball back for their offense, man, this may be one that you have to stick a pin in and revisit this later.
3:09 in the first quarter. Still scoreless as both defenses have been able to stand up at the end of drives. Each team has stopped the other offense once. Melissa trying to engineer a second big stop as their entire defense stands with their heels on the goal line.
I mean, this first quarter has been fast and furious, and we're still 3-0. We've got 3:09 left.
An 8 o'clock start tonight, pushed back an hour because of the record heat here in the DFW area. It's 8:26. There's still 3:09 left in the first quarter.
It's a different world we're living in right now. 4th and goal. They've got Gasperson in there. Gasperson's going to take it off right guard, and he's in. Is the ball out?
He's balled out.
They're saying he was in before the ball came out. Matt Nally's saying, no, that's Melissa football. But the headlinesman on the near side said touchdown Argyle. And McGuire Gasperson scores first for the Argyle Eagles.
Oof. Definitely Gasperson was in the end zone. So
I do think he was in before the ball came out. We do not have a shot that is down the line to be definitive on that. It looked like he was in the end zone. The extra point up and through off the foot of Beckham Kimbrell. And it is 7-0, the Argyle Eagles, with the 4th and goal decision to give it to the sophomore Gasperson. He finds the end zone just before the ball comes out, and Argyle strikes first on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently,
stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
7-0, the Argyle Eagles with the lead. McGuire Gasperson finishing off the touchdown drive with a 4th and goal 1-yard run. And the Eagles with a 7-0 lead as Beckham Kimbrell gets set to kick it away. Deep for the Eagles, Christian Turner and Lincoln Dunn. And it will be Turner from his own 2, bounces off his chest. Dunn ends up with it at the 7-yard line and turns around to nothing but a wall of white jerseys deep in their own territory. Melissa's going to start this drive down 7-0.
Not the way you anticipated that starting for Matt Nally. You get the score, you get scored on there. Your defense gives up the personal foul, and now you're having problems on special teams. And this second drive starts deep in your own territory. So, man, right now, Melissa, the Cardinals are not making it easy on themselves.
First and 10, the handoff for Adejoken, and Adejoken's got a huge hole. Plenty of running room. Out across the 35, and just like that, might as well call that the kickoff return for the Melissa Cardinals. Now their offense has got some room.
And he says, hey, guys, come on down here, okay? This is exactly what we wanted to do with that kickoff. But Adejoken, we've talked about him earlier, and just his power and how long he's been playing in this Cardinals offense.
He'll get the handoff once again. This kid is tough to bring down. Should have been a loss of a yard. Instead, he gains about 3. I'm being told that the audio is finally back squared away. Thanks to all of you for bearing with us through that. Some week 1 snafus, but I think we're off and running finally, and we do appreciate you being with us tonight here on Friday Night Football. First and 10 off another carry there from Adejoken, a young man who carried for just shy of 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns a year ago. Play action fake, looking deep up the seam. That's got to draw a flag, and it absolutely will as they tried to find the deep shot to Lincoln Dunn. And that's going to be a 15-yard penalty on the Argyle defense.
And I tell you, that's just a seam route for Dunn. He's wide open. He caught him asleep. That's what happens when you have a guy like Nathan Adejoken that is just gashing your defense. You're not looking for the play action. It comes their way, and they have a guy wide open.
I believe it was Cooper Slayton, 24, that made the contact. And now is it Slayton that is still the man who's down on the field?
Trevor Ham talking on the near sideline with one of his assistant coaches after his deep shot for Lincoln Dunn led to the penalty. Meanwhile, that is indeed Cooper Slayton, the senior safety, down on the field for the Argyle Eagles. The training staff from the Eagles, Aaron Fowler, Edward Vega. Gina Dickey out there as well, trying to tend to him.
Looked like he got his knee caught up. A little friendly fire there at PI.
Seeing some comments in our YouTube feed saying that that would have been a touchdown without the pass interference, and very well could have been. So on some level, if you're Todd Rogers, hey, you'll take the 15-yard penalty in that circumstance. So 1st and 10 from the 35 now for the Melissa Cardinals. Ham in shotgun as he will be most of the night. Handoff for Adejokin. Good patience to pick his way for a few. Still on his feet, but finally swarmed and snowed under. Logan Gregory, the first on the scene.
And for this Eagles defense, it's got to be party at number 3, okay? Everybody to number 3. He gets the ball. It's going to take all 11 of us to bring him down because he's running through arm tackles, right? One guy ain't going to do it. He's just treating him like a sled right now.
Trevor Ham trying to get out of a broken play here, comes to the near side and picks up a couple down to the 29, maybe the 28-yard line. So a good job to actually make that into a gain of 3.
I want to go back to that PI that you were talking about. They mentioned that it was going to be a touchdown. In high school football, it's not a spot foul.
That's
so
right.
You got to make sure you do that if you're burnt.
3rd and 4, handoff Adejokin. Lowers his shoulder, drags 2 Argyle Eagles. Enough for the first down, a gain of 5.
Man, how tough is that, Mike, to bring this kid down? That's a 3rd and 4. He's getting contact really right at the line of scrimmage, and he's dragging guys to the marker. Now, we're in the first quarter. I said about him getting stronger as the game goes on. We're looking at about 99 degrees here in Melissa. Can he continue at this pace?
Yeah. 1st and 10, Ham to the air, pressure off the edge, floats it for Adejokin just beyond his grasp.
Now, Trevor Ham has to respond. You think about the way that last drive went for John Gailey. John Gailey just stood in the pocket and delivered some strikes. Trevor Ham has to respond in kind in delivering these balls. I mean, that was one where Adejokin had some room. So if you just loft that up to him, get it in space, he can make a move. 2nd down and 10. Handoff up the middle to the big back. And still plowing his way forward is D.K. Abrams. He's their starting defensive end. And they said, hey, big boy, go tote one for us. I mean, come on, man. D.K., he has 2 belts on. All right. There's a little bit of Adejokin in this also. He's dragging guys as well.
He looks like he ate Adejokin. Look at him make the moves inside the 10. Go, big man.
But
look at D.K. Abrams.
How about the feet? How about the feet?
Oh, that is fantastic. Stiff arming guys, swiping them away, sidestepping guys. What a run by D.K. Abrams, who is 5'10", 270. 2nd down and 1, and he's still in there. Give him the ball again. Why not? Plowing his way forward. Ball came out at the end. They're going to say he was down at the 1-yard line, which will be enough for a first down and 1st and goal. And now Nathan Adejokin will come back on.
Coach said that's enough. All right, we've rode that train long enough.
Oh, I don't know. Now he's walking back out there. Adejokin comes back off, and D.K. Abrams is going to stay out there for one more snap. Everyone will have an opportunity to catch their breath, because that's the end of the first quarter. 7-0 Argyle after 1 in the season opener on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
The season opener of Friday Night Football here on WFA Plus, also on the WFA YouTube channel and WFA.com. We appreciate you being with us tonight. If you are on YouTube, let us know in the comments where you're tuning in from tonight. And if you've got a favorite player on either one of these teams, let us know that as well. If you're tuning in to see a grandson or a nephew, perhaps you've got somebody in the band, we will have the halftime show, as Heckman mentioned a little while ago, coming up. But to start off quarter number 2, 1st and goal from the 1 here for Melissa. Handoff to the big man, D.K. Abrams. You're not stopping him from a yard away. Touchdown, Melissa.
As you get the peanut yell from the crowd, D.K. Abrams, they call him Peanut. We never got to the bottom of why, but I tell you what, he's going to get a different nickname from me after this one. 5'10", 270. I'm going more like 280. And that's a hard.
What'd you say? He's got 2 belts on?
He's got 2 belts. Telling you.
Get him a championship belt, too. Here, they're going to go swinging gate, and that's a disaster. A flag on the play. Will it be against Melissa or against Argyle? But this may stay 7-6. So that actually, on some level, benefits Melissa because it was a pre-snap penalty, a snap infraction. So they're going to get another crack at this. They do have to back up 5 yards and try it from the 8. If I'm Matt Nally, I'm saying, hey, just run the PAT unit out there, and it looks like they are going to do this a bit more traditionally and have Nick Hernandez try to add on. I beg your pardon, it won't be Hernandez, their starting kicker. It will be Sham McGregor, the lefty, to try a 25-yard PAT. And it's up and through, and we're tied up at 7.
It is true, and that's two really good defining drives by both of these squads in the first half. You know, those defenses, they did a good job of stopping and shutting down the run. And Adejokun, who really got things started, even though from the kickoff they were backed up, Adejokun gets them out of trouble, and that's when the offense really gets their footing. I love the way that the Cardinals have responded to the adversity that they faced in the first quarter. Man, it's game on.
So the peanut touchdown ties it up at 7. D.K. Abrams, the big starting defensive end, toting the rock the final 4 carries of the drive and making his way into the end zone. David Wayne in the YouTube comment says, Peanut is my favorite player now. I imagine he's not alone. I think at least David Wayne and Heckma Harrison are in that club right now.
Oh, that's my man. I'm telling you, the way that he came in, the energy that he came in with, I mean, a guy his size, the way that he uses his feet, I mean, he's stiff-arming, sidestepping, bumbling, mumbling. All you need is a Chris Berman reference going right now.
The fair catch called for and made by Argyle's Will Hodson, and the Eagles will take over at their own 25-yard line. The starters for the Argyle offense on your screen right now: John Gailey, Will Krzyzak, Will Hodson, back this year after having very successful seasons a year ago. Gailey came on midway through the season after an injury to Jake Robinson, who was initially the starter last year for Argyle, but threw for over 1,500 yards, 13 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions, ran for 5 more scores, really grew into the role as the season went along. And Krzyzak and Hodson were his 2 key targets on the outside, both hauling in 5 touchdowns on the year. Now they've got 3 wide receivers to the left and punished for a 2-yard carry up the middle.
Yikes. That's an RPO run right there for Gailey. I'm sorry, that's number 11.
Gasperson, the sophomore. Yeah.
Goodness, he took a shot.
Gasperson is their backup quarterback, but also one of their starting wide receivers. And as we saw on the touchdown run on 4th and goal there in the first quarter, and as we saw again here just a moment ago, sometimes they'll put him in there as a Wildcat quarterback. Over the middle, right on target, right on time, and Krzyzak's got the catch at a first down.
And I'm telling you right now, Mike, John Gailey is a good quarterback.
Yep.
He stands in the pocket with so much poise, but the zip that ball has coming off of his hands is amazing.
1st and 10 right at the 40-yard stripe. Handoff Kreckler, and he is snowed under immediately. Good push on the far side. Hayden Solomon as well as Gunnar Wilson.
I tell you what, Solomon is battling right now. Him and Carter Wilson, this whole offensive line has got their work cut out for them when dealing with Solomon.
2nd down and 10. Play action fake. That was very dangerous. Knocked away off the head of Melissa's Landon Brandow. Watch this thing ricochet a country mile. Right off his noggin.
Yeah, he got lucky right there. Brandow is coming down. He's pretty much playing off coverage and has the benefit to drive on that ball as he sees it coming off the hand of Gailey.
So now 3rd and 10. Motion man is Gasperson. Gailey looking right side, forced forward in the pocket, trying to beat a man to the edge, and he will not. Run out of bounds by Allie Vinson. 4th down and 7, and Argyle is going to be forced to punt.
Gailey looked like he had some opportunity there at the beginning to take off and run with it, but he still keeps his eyes up the field. That's a great trait from your quarterback, but he had all kinds of space before this defense comes at him.
Jackson Davis in the YouTube comment says, watching my Eagles live from the 806. Now look at this, the double punter. They've got 2 rugby-style punters. They're going to make Melissa guess which one of the 2 punters is going to kick it, either lefty or righty. It'll be a lefty kick, and it's blocked. Blocked and rolling around at the 28-yard line, out of bounds. Melissa comes through with a huge special teams play, and it's Micah Finan with the block.
How about that? We're sitting here, we're trying to figure out, wait a minute, 2 punters? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, but man, there's your answer. We're going to block that punt. You may have needed more protection.
Argyle's head coach Todd Rogers told us about this earlier this week, that he was going to try and roll this out. And I quote, "I'm going to do this until someone exposes me." Coach Rogers, I hate to break it to you, but it might have just happened. Micah Finan with the block, and it's 1st and 10 for Melissa at the 27-yard line. Handoff at Ajokin. Very, very patient runner. He waits for the holes to develop, that time only for about 2.5, but he is the hesitation. I hesitate to say this, but it harkens back to Le'Veon Bell.
Wow.
It's what it makes me think of. I'm not saying that he's Le'Veon Bell, but just that style, that herky-jerky hesitation, it kind of feels that way to me. Play action fake up the right side, looking for Maynard, knocked away. Good one-on-one defense on the far side by Gunnar Wilson.
And you want to throw a ball like that to Maynard because of the size. 6'4", 210 pounds. And so Ham knows exactly where he wants to put that pass. But Maynard not able to come down with it. But I love what you're saying there about Adejokin. It's just his patience.
Yeah.
You know, his vision and his patience. But what I've seen from him is he has a couple of different speeds. When he's ready to go reckless abandon, he does it.
Here comes Adejokin, waiting and then bursting forward, and he's got enough for the first down as he drags another tackler into the secondary, and it's 1st and 10 at the 12. Quick correction, it was Michael Roberts on the pass breakup a moment ago against Maynard. Meanwhile, a name that Argyle fans will remember fondly, Riley Van Poppel in the YouTube comments, saying he's tuning in from the 402. A stud on this Argyle defense a year ago. Handoff at Adejokin. Spins his way. They're going to stop the play beforehand.
Whoa.
What a spin move, but it won't technically have happened
as the penalty is going to go against Melissa. That was pretty.
Michael Roberts is happy that they blew the whistle right there because Adejoku with the spin move. I didn't hear the whistle, but I'm like, man, when you put a spin move on two guys and they just stand still, that's highlight reel worthy right there.
It'll be 1st and 15 out of the penalty. Over 1,000 of you with us on the WFA YouTube channel. We appreciate you tuning in. Please click the like button, click the subscribe button. As Adejoku takes the handoff left side, spins his way inside the 10. He'll pick up 9 of those yards, gets the penalty yardage back and then some. It'll be 2nd and 6.
This guy has to be a weight room warrior. You could tell. There's just no way. These guys can't bring him down. I mean, they're dragging on him. They're trying to do everything, but it's just hard to bring down this guy with the head of steam once he gets up through those blockers.
Officially 2nd and 7. Sidesteps a tackler and ducks forward for about a yard.
It's peanut time.
I was just, as you're talking about the way that Adejoku kind of is wearing down the defense, and sure enough, on cue, because you're trying to figure out a way to stop Adejoku, and then here comes a bowling ball right at your face, and good luck. 3rd down and 6. They've got to get to the 2-yard line for a 1st down. Ham with Peanut to his left, 2 wides to his left as well. Going to throw near side, one-on-one for Maynard. Just beyond his grasp and out of bounds, and it's 4th down.
Not even thinking about it. Coach Nally is going for this. This is 4th down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They just haven't changed the, I beg your pardon, there's a flag on the play. The flag is going to be against Argyle.
Oh, wow.
It looks to have been a pre-snap penalty. I apologize. I didn't see the signal from the official as I was seeing a comment from a former Melissa great. Caleb Odlewski is in the YouTube comments as well, saying what's up to Riley Van Poppel. I apologize. That distracted me. It's kind of cool. 2 former greats from these 2 schools going back and forth. 3rd down and 1. Handoff Adejoku. Dives his way forward. He'll be short of the end zone, but he's got enough, and it's 1st and goal.
Trying to take this guy's legs out from him. Look at his running style. They recognize, man, this guy is a freight train coming down on him.
1st and goal. Handoff up the middle, spinning his way right into the teeth of the defense was Jake Patusik. That's going to be a loss of about 2 back to the 3-yard line. And here comes the peanut package once again. And you can hear the swell from the Melissa fans on the near side. They just know. 2nd down and goal from the 3. It's peanut time. 2 lead blockers in front of him. Handoff to big number 31. Plows his way forward for 2.
And Peanut says, if at first you don't succeed, have some cake. Let's do it again, baby. Let's do it again. Give it to 31. Let's do it again.
3rd down and goal from inside the 2. Peanut again. And he's in for a 2nd time today.
Mike, Peanut says it's not my birthday, but I got my name on the cake. Look at this guy, man. He is cashing in. Love that for number 31, a fan favorite. As soon as they get in close, everyone in the stadium can feel it. They're going to give that ball to number 31.
DK Abrams with 2 touchdowns here early on in this 2nd quarter, and Melissa has their first lead of the 2023 season.
He's had some odd stoppages of play in this game.
Truly, at peculiar timing.
It's just, don't know what's happening, but
couldn't get the game kicked off.
No, it's just something. I mean, it's always something. This happens to special teams. Looks like a timeout's being called on the field.
Melissa is taking the timeout, their second time out of the half, so they have one remaining. Argyle still with two. I beg your pardon. Now both teams have taken 2 timeouts here in this half, so both with one remaining. David Wayne in the YouTube comment says we need a peanut shuffle.
Peanut shuffle. All right.
Kind of like the Icky shuffle back in the day. And there's some similarities in the body style between Peanut and Icky Woods back in the day with the Cincinnati Bengals. I like the idea. We got to get him. I would venture a guess as to say that there isn't a player on the field that knows who Icky Woods is. We're dating ourselves a little bit by making that reference.
Absolutely. But I tell you what, to the DK Abrams family, you guys have a great athlete, and he is out here.
They're going to give it to him again. Look at this. A 2-point conversion try. They fake it to him. Looking end zone. Jump ball. Flag on the play. They were looking for Jackson Ford.
Maybe
the
PI.
flag in the secondary may give Melissa another chance at this. So they'll try it once more from the 1.5-yard mark. You got to imagine now you give it to Peanut, right? From only 1.5 yards out.
Nowhere else
they
to
do.
go.
And he's in. 2 more for Peanut.
He's not stopping it. Oh, man.
He's got 14 points himself tonight. The Melissa Cardinals riding big number 31.
Oh, my God. There's no way you stop that, man. There's no way you stop that.
What is better than that? Friday Night Football off and running, courtesy of DK Abrams. They call him Peanut. Everybody calls him Peanut. And everybody in North Texas knows he's Peanut now. 15-7 Melissa, mid-second quarter.
Let it go.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pumps out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin. Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Growing up in Houston, I did not see a lot of people who looked like me.
Back from break as they've already kicked it off here and out to the 27-yard line comes the Argyle Eagles' Will Krzyziak, as Argyle now trails at 15-7 midway through quarter number 2. So Argyle came out, drove down the field, got stopped eventually on their first drive, but then took it back, created a fumble on Melissa's first drive, drove down the field and scored on the McGuire-Gasperson 1-yard touchdown run on 4th and goal. Since then, though, 15 straight points from the Melissa Cardinals, courtesy of DK Abrams. So now Argyle's got to try and find an answer here. Gailey looking deep, up the middle, up the seam, right on target, but right through the hands of his intended target, Will Hodson.
A beautiful pass. Hodson got to come down with it. He has 2 guys on his back. But stay tuned for Friday Night Football's halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is a perfect post-game destination. Come and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
Second down and 10. Quick throw near side, in and out of the hands. That ball was high, intended for Chris Munster.
Oh, they've got to help this quarterback out. He is delivering the mail on that pass to Will Hobson. That's one that landed right in the senior, 6'3", 190 pounds, in the breadbasket. That's a highlight reel catch if he's able to come down with it.
So now just that quickly, it's 3rd down and 10. Gailey stepping up, pressured from behind, pressured again and taken down. The initial pressure from Nigel Smith, and coming through to finish him off with the sack is Micah Finan.
And Gailey steps up in the pocket, but as soon as he steps up, what does he do? He runs right into the pressure that they're applying. And right now the Cardinals have settled in on defense, and they're seeing this correctly. And ever since that punt block, it has given all of the energy that this Melissa Cardinals defense needed. They are completely galvanized on offense and defense, and they come right back to it.
Here comes the double punter once again. See if they can protect it a little bit better this time. They do get the rugby punt away. Big bounce, did that touch Melissa's Lincoln Dunn. He's able to chase it down all the way back to his own 11-yard line. So this one worked out much better for Argyle, except for that may be a face mask at the end of the play as a flag flew in as they tried to bring Lincoln Dunn to the sideline.
And there's a lot of stiff arming there, so it would not surprise me if he did get his hands inside of that face mask waiting the call.
I don't think that ball did touch Lincoln Dunn as it went racing by him, but he still did do the smart thing to secure it anyway. He kind of got his face mask locked up too as he was trying to stiff arm his way.
They never called that on those offensive guys. I mean,
through Watson Bell. I think that's what the discussion is, though, right now between our two officials. They will call it on the return team. Like I say, you do not see that often. But Lincoln Dunn gets called for the face mask as the ball carrier. And that's going to be a half the distance to the goal penalty. They're going to bring it all the way back to inside the 8-yard line. So this Melissa offense 92 yards away from the end zone. Trevor Ham with Jackson Ford motioning down into the set. Hands off and up the middle goes Nathan Adejokin once again into the second level, and he's got enough for the first down as he falls forward out to the 19.
I mean, this is hot knife through butter when he gets through that initial contact. I mean, no one is hitting him square at all.
Flag here prior to the snap. It's going to be a false start on Melissa. This Melissa offensive line averages 6'5", 284 pounds. They are huge. Ryder Slayton, 6'7", 280.
Doing a wonderful job. They have a guy right there in the middle, number 63, Demondre Tasby, doing a fantastic job in the middle of this offensive line. I've been watching him work. He is moving guys around, and that is the reason why Nathan Adejokin has had these open runs up the middle, gashing that A and B gap.
1st and 15 off the penalty. A handoff again here for Adejokin. This time snowed under. Good push into the backfield by Jack Teller. Comment in the YouTube feed from a Salina fan a moment ago. Wes Tucker said, I don't even care about this game. I'm a Salina fan. First of all, we appreciate you tuning in anyway. Secondly, Anna versus Salina here on Friday Night Football in a couple weeks' time. I think you'll want to tune in for that one. Free play here for Melissa as they drew him offside. Deep shot into single coverage. And skying to make the grab is Austin Gooseby.
Austin Gooseby really just tracks this ball so well, slows down and high points that ball. Good job by number 84, and just when they think they have the Cardinals backed up, they make a big play to get out of trouble.
The 6'6" sophomore Austin Gooseby hauls it in, and into Argyle territory goes this Melissa offense after they were backed up at their own 8-yard line.
Oh,
Ham stepping up, spinning away, pressured forward, and maybe gains a yard.
I'm looking at this defense, and they are trying to get around these left tackles, and there is a battle going on over there. And Ryder Slayton is just doing one heck of a job keeping that pressure off of his quarterback's blind side, but not for any lack of effort because they are coming after him.
Justice Jones was the one rushing off the edge, and he made Slayton work for it. Now Adejoken twisted around after a gain of a yard, and it's going to be 3rd down and 8 quickly.
It's a big down right now for the Eagles. They have got to get a hold and get this ball back to their quarterback.
Comment from Gus Garza in the YouTube comments, is this the state championship game? I hear where you're going with that. It very well could be the state semifinal in a couple months' time. That is very much on the table. 3rd down and 8. Handoff, Adejoken. Big hole left side. Adejoken into the second level. He's got the 1st down and then some. Inside the 30 before finally swarmed and pushed down out of bounds. But when Melissa has needed a play, it has been the senior Adejoken.
And Mike, even when it looks like they have him bottled up, he still has the ability to get out and get that 1st down. That is a big-time pickup for Nathan Adejoken.
Nathan Adejoken is a tremendous story. This is a kid who Matt Nally said when he was coming out of junior high, they weren't sure he'd even be a running back. They weren't sure what this kid was going to be. They put him as the scout team running back as a freshman, and they said he just outworked everybody, came to practice every single day, and he said, listen, he kind of got punched in the mouth practice after practice after practice, but he said it made him better. And he came back sophomore year and was an impact player for them that season as a sophomore, a year off of just being the scout team kid. He was the backup running back that year, but made an impact. And then last year as a junior, really burst on the scene. 1,277 rushing yards, a dozen touchdowns, and they expect every bit of that and then some from him this year as a senior. He has blossomed into a legitimate Division I football player. Army, Navy, UTSA have all offered this kid. He has had an unbelievable ascent from coming out of junior high school to where he is now.
I tell you, and he's a guy that runs angry. You could it's not that he's looking for contact, but he welcomes it. He welcomes it, and he doesn't shy away from it. But it's just his ability, the balance that he runs with. I mean, great comparison from before, just talking about his patience back there, the way that he, look, he uses his vision. But at the same time, it's just his running style is just a nightmare for defenses.
Out of the timeout, 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line for this Melissa offense. Nice catch on the snap. The handoff, though, is immediately in the backfield was the entire Argyle defense. Nathaniel Bruce, I believe, was the first one on the scene. I'm not sure if that was a flag that flew in midway through the play or something else. It looks like we do have another flag on the play. That is a big penalty that's going to knock Melissa way back behind the sticks here.
The Eagles definitely needed that. And just switching it up at the running back position, bringing in a different body.
It's going to be 1st down and 25 all the way back at the 45-yard line. Not a lot of plays in the playbook for offensive coordinator Jason Russell on 1st and 25. Tight set to the right of Ham. Keeps it himself after faking the give to Adejoken, and that will absolutely give all those yards back and then some to this Melissa offense. Way out of bounds. Ham was taken down, and a personal foul is going to set up a fresh 1st and 10 for this Melissa offense. This was a mistake by the Argyle defense.
Oh, Max Bland, number 32, the sophomore. That is a no-no. That you can't do that.
Todd Rogers trying to encourage his guys. It's a sophomore trying to make a play. It wasn't a malicious play. It's a kid out there competing, but it was well out of bounds that he jumped on the back of Trevor Ham, the Melissa quarterback. Still some discussion about this, but there were flags that flew in from every corner of the field. I don't think there's any consideration of this not being a penalty.
It's going to be a hard hard one to pick up, okay?
Yeah. I think the officials checking on Trevor Ham after he did get hog-tied out of bounds. Wow. Now, all night long, we have not been getting numbers from this officiating crew. Some crews do it, some crews don't. Certainly at the high school level, sometimes there's some deference to, hey, we're not going to shame a kid by saying his number with the penalty, and that's fine. But it leaves us a little bit in the dark as to, I'm not sure who the unsportsmanlike penalty was on. Was it on Trevor Ham? Did he say something as they went out of bounds? That is nothing but a guess. Let me be 100% clear on that. But something just negated what should have been 1st and 10 for Melissa off that penalty. And instead it remains 2nd down and 18. Basically the play just ends with its result. Quick throw far side, Lincoln Dunn strung out on the sideline, and it's going to be 3rd down and long. That is a huge penalty because Melissa was given life again in this drive and then basically handed it right back.
And maybe that's the reason for the conference on the far sideline that we were talking, that we're looking at saying that, hey, they're not going to pick this up. No. For a 1st down.
So now 3rd and 17. They've got to get right to the 20-yard line, and they're going to have to go 5 yards further. Another false start. It's going to be on the far side. I think Lincoln Dunn got a jump start on the play at that outside wide receiver position.
96 degrees out here, so it's sweater weather all of a sudden in Melissa.
At 9:08 at night, and it's 96 degrees.
Yes.
So now 3rd down and 22. Right at that 20-yard stripe is the 1st down marker. Long way to go for Trevor Ham and this Melissa Cardinals offense. 2 wide receivers to the right-hand side. The tight end Gunnar Wilson caps the line on the right side. Ham with pressure in his face. Dances away from it, has to throw it up in the air, nearly intercepted. There was a chance for big Tyson O'Neill. Just couldn't quite get underneath this lollipop that came off the hands of Ham as he was spinning to the ground.
And you know Coach Nally's going to have words for him on this one. Can't do. Wait a minute.
I think they're going to say he might have been in the dirt before he released it.
Okay, am I seeing this right? Peanuts the punter?
He is.
Peanuts the punter?
He is indeed.
I've seen it all. This is too good to be true. This is
he does it all, my man.
This is
he
too
does
good
it all.
To be true. This is the gift that keeps on giving. I tell you that.
DK Abrams is the star of the football season so far. It's only a quarter and a half old, not quite 2 quarters old, but it's the DK Abrams show so far tonight on Friday Night Football. Let's see what kind of punter he is. Good catch in the first place. Line drive, spiraling punt. It's going to land inside the 20 and hunt its way down inside the 15. So he's a coffin corner punter too.
This is awesome. Line drive, spiral off the foot, angles it, calls his shot. What doesn't this? This guy's the class president. He has to be. Class president, prom king.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Meanwhile, big stop for the Argyle defense. They needed some help with some penalties and the like. but a big stop to keep this a one-score game as they take over with 2.5 to play here in this first half. Quick throw near side. That one's at the knees of Chris Munster and incomplete.
First bad pass I've seen out of the hands of John Gailey all night. One that goes into the ground. He's been spot on with these passes. 2 minutes, 27 seconds. He has to try and get something going right now, down by 8 points. This Argyle offense has really kind of been lifeless here in the second quarter.
They've got one timeout to work with this 2:27 to play. Gailey with pressure in his face. That might be a hold against the offensive line as he dances his way forward and spins down for a few.
God, do you see how fast Landon Brandow closed?
I believe we are about to see another hold. Illegal hands to the face. It'll stay second down, but it will become second down at about 17.
Hadn't said much about four-star Nigel Smith. He's been putting a lot of pressure on, playing solid in the run. But this is the time where your big guys show up and get you a sack. Maybe looking for a strip sack fumble. But this is where you show up.
Second down and 17. And now more whistles. It has been an active first half from the officiating crew. A false start against Argyle will dock him another few yards, another half the distance to the goal penalty, and it will be second down and 21 is my guess.
This is dangerous territory for a team that's already had a punt block tonight.
Second down and 20 from their own 3-yard line. Handoff up the middle for Kreckler. Darts his way forward and banged down across the 10-yard line to give him a little bit of breathing room and set up third down and 11.
That's exactly what that run was. That's giving you breathing room and probably giving John Gailey an opportunity probably to pick up a first down. And they run it again.
Kreckler had a seam too, but lost his footing down at the 15-yard line, and they'll have to punt it away, and Melissa's going to burn their final timeout here with $1:34 to play as Matt Nally tries to leave enough time on the clock for Trevor Ham to do something with.
Boy, Kreckler's going to kick himself for that because he definitely did. He had an opportunity, and his foot slipped on the turf.
The Friday Night Football halftime show is ahead, 1:34 worth of game time away, and it will be quite the show. We'll have the Argyle Eagle Band under the direction of Jason Bird, the Melissa Mighty Cardinal Band under the direction of Jerry Wharton. Halftime stats forthcoming as well. That is in 1:34 worth of game time, but Matt Nally and the Melissa Cardinals using that timeout, Heckma hoping that they're going to be able to put a couple more points on the board between now and then.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, right now only down by 8. Getting into halftime, making some adjustments. You know, for Melissa right now, it's status quo. You know, you want to keep building behind your defense. You know, try and get some better things happening on your offense. On the other side for Argyle, I'm telling you, they want to regroup at halftime.
More flags here on the snap. It's going to be another false start here against Argyle. So they'll have to punt it again. They did, you may have noticed, only have one punter out there for that punt. Nathaniel Bruce was the one, I beg your pardon, Jackson Green, the sophomore, back there to punt it away. So Todd Rogers electing not to mess around with the double punter this deep in his own territory.
Yeah, we're going to put that one back on the cutting room floor. Try and figure that one out a little bit more. We need some personal protectors in the game to make sure we get this one off.
So Green to kick it away. Nearly blocked again. Good pressure there from the Melissa block team, and A fair catch called for and made at the 44-yard line. But there is a flag in the end zone. It's hiding in the D. But yes, there is a flag in the end zone. I was seeing the reaction from the Argyle punter.
Is it running?
It's running into the kicker. Okay. 5-yard penalty, and they'll play 4th down over again.
Will you re-kick it? Yeah.
I think Todd Rogers may say, hey, just put the 5 yards on the end of the play. I think that's the conversation that's happening right now.
Because they are getting penetration.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to play that game again. So they will decline the penalty. My apologies. You can't just tack it on the back end, and they'll just take the result of the play, and it will be 1st and 10 for Melissa at the 44. Minute 24 to play here in this first half. Melissa will have the ball to start the second half, so a chance here for the Cardinals, the #1 team in the state preseason in 5A Division II, to engineer the double here around halftime if they can go get some points in the next minute 24.
Yeah, this would be a big-time drive as they come out, Trevor Ham, in an empty set.
3 wides to the right, two to his left. Pressure off his edge, dances away from it and slides down after a pickup of 4. He had heavy pressure off his left side from Max Bland.
Yeah, dynamic young player. And his coach had nothing but great things to say about the sophomore. And you can tell why they're so excited about him, other than the personal foul down on the other end. And there's that guy out of Jokun.
Through the second level and still going down to the 17, 18-yard line. And look at the hesitation move. And as you said, then he just darts forward.
Yeah, he has a lot of different speeds. This guy does a really good job. Love the way that his just pad level that he plays with. And
just sudden with his cuts forward and down to the 10. 36 seconds left here in the first half. Melissa in no hurry now. They do still have 1 timeout remain. I beg your pardon, they are out of timeouts. Argyle with the 1 timeout remaining. Handoff at Adjokun. Makes another man miss. Gets to the outside. Still on his feet and he scores. Nathan at Adjokun. Finding the end zone from 11 yards out. Touchdown, Melissa.
And that touchdown was literally just the Melissa Cardinals wearing them down. This offensive line has just been taking it to them, and they have been running behind that left side over there with Ryder Slayton, 6'7", 280-pound junior, just paving the way for Nathan Adjokun.
On for the PAT. Up and through off the foot of Sham McGregor, the junior. 22-7 in favor of the Melissa Cardinals with 22 seconds remaining. Another look at the touchdown run here.
Just look at that offensive line. It doesn't have to look any further than that. Also, number 77, Big Jake Brown. This offensive line is putting in work. Big bodies all across. Owen Holenbeck, Grayson Spann. Grayson Spann, 6'6", 260. Man, this is a college offensive line. This is Big 12, Big 10. These guys are loaded up front.
Owen Hollenbeck, a starter since his freshman year, now a junior, 6'5", 325, has 7 offers, Florida amongst several others. Demondre Tasby, the move-in from Allen this offseason, transferred in and took over the starting center position. Jake Brown, a returning starter. This is what's also impressive about this Melissa offensive line. All 5 of them are juniors.
Yeah.
They got this whole group back a year from now.
That's scary.
Sky high kickoff, fair catch called for and made on the far sideline at the 31-yard line. Preston Slayton hauling it in. But the timeout that Matt Nally elected to call there with $1:34 left in that, excuse me, 1:24 left in this second quarter, paid off handsomely as Nathan Adjokun ripped off a couple of big runs and capped it off with the 11-yard touchdown run to score right before halftime. And now again they'll have the ball to start off the third quarter.
And I'm really into comparisons. You compared him to who?
He kind of reminds the hesitation moves and the patience waiting for the hole to develop reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon Bell.
I'm all into comps. You know me. Look, man. I think that's what you do in this business. You try and make a comp between players, and I think that's such a fair assessment of who he is, the patience that he runs with, and it's just hard for defenders to bring him down.
Quick throw near side. McGuire Gasperson with some room here out across the 50-yard line. First down and then some. 14 seconds left. Argyle will race back to the line of scrimmage. Now they're going to burn their final timeout. We mentioned it earlier in the half. Beckham Kimbrell, their kicker, the senior, they feel like he's got range out to about 42. You'll wonder in this scenario with not much to lose if it's a 3 seconds left on the clock hypothetical scenario. Might Todd Rogers stretch that even a little farther? We'll potentially find out here in these last 14 seconds, but they're trying to find points somehow.
If your first name is Beckham, I'm sure you don't miss kicks, right? This is
fair enough.
Okay. Beckham Kimbrell as a kid, I got an opportunity to see him at a camp, and he has a boot. I was really impressed by him, and I couldn't wait to ask his coach, Todd Rogers, about him. And he had nothing but great things to say about him as well. The way that they brought him along and him taking advantage of the opportunities that he has, a senior, and he's going to have plenty of opportunities to kick for this team and possibly win some games.
Yeah. Beckham Kimbrell, his younger brother Messi Kimbrell. It's a kicking family. I'm not serious. If y'all could have seen the look Heckma just gave me, like, wait, what? First and 10 out of the timeout at the 48-yard line. 3 wides to the right here for John Gailey. Looking downfield, trying to make something happen. That's a big chunk there to Will Krzyzak. Another first down, out of bounds with 8 seconds left. From here, it would be a 52-yard field goal attempt. They probably need at least another chunk of 8 to 10 to make it a realistic try here for Beckham Kimbrell.
You're too much. Oh, wow. This mid-season form. This is the first game.
The e-break that just happened in the brain of Heckma Harrison. First and 10, 8 seconds left. Gailey pressured, throws into trouble, out of bounds, 2 seconds left. Again, I think 52 is probably not realistic to try and trot on a field goal try here from Beckham Kimbrell. So with just 2 seconds left, it looks like it's just going to be a heave to the end zone for John Gailey and Argyle.
If he has that kind of range, what are you doing on Sundays, kid? Okay, that's what we want to know. If you in high school and you got that kind of leg, man, that is amazing.
So Argyle with 2 wides to the right. 2 extra blockers in the backfield to give Gailey some time here. Still pressured by Nigel Smith. Gets away. Heaves to the end zone. 2 receivers down there. Oh. Incomplete. In and out of the hands of McGuire Gasperson. He nearly hauled that in for the Hail Mary touchdown.
Gasperson had that in his hands. I'm watching him the whole way. How he did not come down with that ball is beyond me. Look at this ball. He caught that.
His feet were down in bounds. He just didn't quite get all the way through the process of the catch.
Oh, wow.
Just so very close to a Hail Mary touchdown to finish off the half, but not quite. On the field are the bands when we return. The Friday Night Football halftime show right after this.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports.
Available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
And now, the Friday Night Football halftime show sponsored by Golden Chick.
And Madison Owen.
And first up, it is the Argyle Eagle Band under the direction of Jason Bird.
And tonight, the Argyle Majestics will be performing a palm routine to Let's Groove Tonight. Now, let's put your hands together for the state champion Majestics and the state champion Argyle Eagle Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Argyle Majestics. Tonight's Majestics performance was brought to you by their platinum sponsors, LFM Industries, Imagery in Motion Dance of Argyle, Premier Dance Studio, and Hicks Logistics Solutions. And now, Argyle High School proudly presents the 8th time state champion Argyle High School Marching Band. The band is under the field direction of young majors Jonah Bird, Ann Cannon, and Stefan Omatayo. The band will be performing their selections from their show, Solidifies. The show design is by Jeremy Spicer. The music arrangements are by Evan Van Doren, Michael Levitt, and Ashley Rittauer. The drill design is by Andrew Ebert. Choreography is by Erica King and Tyler Eddington. The Argyle Band's halftime performance tonight brought to you by their concert master sponsor, Magnolia Realty, their maestro sponsors, Papa John's of Northlake, and Quality Commercial and Residential Roofing. And finally, their supporter sponsors, Lantana RV and Cold Storage, Yumi K Design, and 407 Barbecue. The Argyle Band 2022 VOA Center band will debut their show in competition on September 30th at the Sounds of Fall Marching Contest in Princeton, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, the Argyle High School Marching Band, please enjoy Solidifies.
Our thanks to the Argyle Eagle Band under the direction of Jason Bird. Next up, the Melissa Mighty Cardinal Band. Jerry Wharton, their director. They take the field here in a matter of moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the heart of North Texas, TV and Cardinal Nation, we welcome you to the continuation of tonight's halftime entertainment. Melissa High School is proud to present the 2023 Melissa High School award-winning Mighty Cardinal Marching Band. The band is led under the direction of Jerry Wharton, Zachary Robinson, David Landry, Dahlia Lee, Clay Singletary, Chris McHenry, Michelle Hannigan, and Marley Doherty. Additional staff includes Stone McCauley. Tonight, the band is led under the field command of drum majors Riley Farrell, Kyle Nichols, and Addie Thomas. The section of the week is the color guard. Tonight, the Mighty Cardinal Band will be performing their 2023 UIL competition show entitled The Process. Drum major Ryan Farrell, is your band ready? Melissa High School Principal Marcus Eckert, the Melissa Boucher Club, and our awesome family members for their unwavering support. All right, Cardinal fans, get on your feet and put your hands together for the Melissa High School fight song.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA Sports. To us, it's about so much more than a highlight, wins or losses. It's the heart that makes up the game. The triumph of human spirit, its agony and victory, diehards and day ones. It can divide or unify communities. We give you the stats, but inspire you with the stories, the unpredictable, unforgettable, and incomparable. We bring it to you all because sports lives in all of us.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
As we welcome you back here on Friday Night Football, do be sure to download WFAA Plus if you have Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. You can find us on WFAA Plus. We also stream this game on the WFA YouTube channel and on WFA.com as well. Mike Leslie, Heckma Harrison back in the booth here with you. 22-17, our halftime, 22-7, our halftime score in favor of the #1 ranked Melissa Cardinals, leading #3 Argyle, and doing it on the back of the ground game. They have been able to move bodies in this first half.
Well, I'm sure Coach Rogers wishes that it was 17, because I tell you what, the Melissa Cardinals have come out in that second quarter and completely dominated the entire second quarter. And you look at the numbers right there, Nathan Adejokun really just stamped his imprint on this game, and you see what they've done on the yards. 210 yards on the ground has been the story of this game.
They have been able to move bodies up front. You made the point off the top of the broadcast tonight that it was going to come down to which one of these two massive and talented offensive lines was going to be able to impose their will. We've seen both of them have their moments of doing so, but certainly Melissa has had the better of that. Their offensive line has created gashes for Nathan Adejokun, and as we've seen as well for DK Abrams too. The two of them combining for 3 touchdown runs in the first half to give Melissa this 22-7 lead.
Yeah, and it's almost criminal that this starting 5 on the offensive line, these guys are all juniors. So you know what that means? They're all coming back. And in the middle of that offensive line is where they really get after you. And that's between Tasby and Hollenbeck. Man, they have been gashing them up front. The Eagles have tried to find an answer. It's been some of the miscues that they've had, especially on special teams. That block punt did not help them at all and put the Cardinals in scoring position. So when they come out, I'm just looking for Coach Rogers' squad to try and get some momentum, get some things going. They're going to have to get some stops, but first and foremost, they're going to have to get some stops in this running game.
There you see Nigel Smith on your screen, the stud defensive end for Melissa. We've seen him wreak a little bit of havoc in that first half. He created some pressure that led to a sack for a teammate of his. I believe it was Micah Finan that finished off that play. He was the one who's created some problems for Argyle's offense in some key spots over the course of tonight. But it has been the Melissa offense that has been the story so far today. And that young man, Nathan Adejokun, has had the lion's share of that, as Heckma just outlined a moment ago. 21 carries and 171 yards. He had the touchdown right before halftime to cap off the scoring and give Melissa this 22-7 lead. And now they have the ball to start the second half, Heckma. This is a chance for Melissa, the #1 team in the state, trying to show exactly why they were the preseason favorites to win state in 5A Division II, to add to their lead.
And let's not forget about a peanut being born out here on this field. DK Abrams has put his imprint on this game in short yardage, but also he's the punter. Didn't know that. He comes out, he kicks an amazing punt. But you're right, this second half is going to be all about what the Argyle Eagles can stop. They have got to get some stops on defense. We came in, we were talking about their leading tackler on defense, and Devin Owen. He had some, some splash plays there in the first half, but it was just the attrition. It's hot down there on this field, and when you got that big offensive line that the Cardinals have, they're just going to weigh on you. And there's a picture of, there's a shot of the peanut.
DK Abrams, 5'10", 270 is what they list him at. Heckma Harrison calls him 2 belts.
He's got to have it, man.
And he's got 2 touchdowns tonight, too. He scored the first 2 tallies of the evening for Melissa. A 1-yard and a 2-yard touchdown run, capping off long drives for the Cardinals and helping them to this 22-7 lead. One other thing that deserves a mention from this first half, his second touchdown run came just a few minutes after that big punt block that Melissa had, as Argyle tried to run that 2-punter formation that Todd Rogers told us about earlier this week. And he even admitted when we talked to him earlier this week, it's a little bit of an outside the box idea. And he said verbatim, we're going to do this right up until someone exposes me. He did come back and do it after they got the block. I think he's still intrigued by the possibilities of having 2 rugby-style kickers that can go either direction, but it did burn them there in the first half, leading to that second Melissa touchdown.
And he later shelved it all together there in the second quarter when they had to punt out of their own end zone.
That deep, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what? I think for Coach Rogers, he's just trying to find something that works for his squad as Beckham Kimbrell comes out for this kickoff. This second half is going to be really big for the Eagles because I think another score here to start the third quarter is going to be a backbreaker for the Eagles.
10,000-seat Coach Kenny Deal Stadium, the site tonight for the season opener of Friday Night Football. And as we start off the second half, the return there out to the 20-yard line by Lincoln Dunn, ended quickly by Justice Jones right at the 20-yard stripe. And that's where Trevor Ham and company will get back to work.
Yeah, easy job for Trevor Ham. He's just been back there handing the ball off to number 3. Hadn't been asked to make any big throws yet. He stretched the field. He's done some pretty good things. But, you know, when you have the running game working the way that it is right now, if you're Coach Nally, you just, if you're Coach Nally, you just stick with it. You don't go away from it.
So 1st and 10 for Trevor Ham in shotgun. Nathan Adejokan with 171 first half rushing yards. Takes the first carry of the second half and picks up maybe a yard or 2. You see Argyle in there trying to strip the ball loose. A gain of 2 on the play. It was Bud Petter that was trying to strip that football.
And Bud Petter is another one of those seniors that come back and really is one of those unsung heroes up front. Guy that is a tackling machine.
He was somebody that Todd Rogers told us is going to need to have a big season for them. He and Devin Owen in that linebacker core need to play well for this Argyle defense for them to make up for all the talent they lost off of last year's unit. A good start to the second half here for that group. A gain of about 2 on that carry. 3rd down and 6 here for Ham in an empty set. Pump fakes. Steps forward, flips it over the top, a creative play, finds his open man, Lincoln Dunn, and a first down. Beg your pardon, Cody Scanlon on the receiving end, out to the 40-yard line.
It looked more like one of those Tim Tebow jump passes. Onley gets it out and to open field and picks up a first down.
A freewheeling, creative play from Trevor Ham, the senior. Now a handoff here for Adejokan once again. A gain of a yard on the play.
You got to gang tackle number 3. All the hats to the ball. Just got to have a party. You cannot have one guy trying to bring him down. We've seen too many times him just shed that tackle and run for more daylight.
Second down and 9. They'll give it to him once again. Have some daylight right up the middle and a first down into Argyle territory.
It really is just hard to get a stop. And you see this defensive line right now for the Eagles. Even though they've had a break, got some hydration, still this offensive line is just weighing down on these guys.
46-yard line, the new line of scrimmage. Play action fake, quick throw to the far side. Lincoln Dunn on the receiving end. Keeps his feet and down the sideline he goes. Lincoln Dunn with the speed, and he'll score. 46 yards for Lincoln Dunn on the catch and carry for the senior receiver.
What a job by Dunn, catching this simple pass out in the flat, and it's the whiff by number 7, Michael Roberts, trying to get a tackle on the sideline. He misses completely, and it's easy. I was talking about if they score right here to begin the third, that may be the backbreaker, and you see what they just are imposing their will and physicality right now on the Eagles.
Lincoln Dunn with a terrific run after the catch, breaking tackles and staying in bounds. And he scores first of the second half for Melissa. They get the double around halftime, and the #1 team in the state leads 29-7 early third quarter on Friday Night Football.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pumps out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Growing up in Houston, I did not see a lot of people who looked like me consistently wearing their hair natural on TV. So being a voice has always been the goal.
Through her reporting, Tashara Parker raised awareness.
On the kickoff return, Argyle bringing it out to the 26-yard line. Will Hodson on the return. Next week on Friday Night Football, a clash of two more powerhouses here in North Texas. Number 2, South Oak Cliff, the two-time defending state champions at this level that Melissa and Argyle both play in as well, taking on the number 4 team in 5A Division I, the Lancaster Tigers, the only team that South Oak Cliff faces in their first 4 weeks in the non-district slate that didn't win a state championship a year ago. Tonight, Sauk taking on Duncanville. They also play DeSoto. They also play Parish Episcopal, who won the highest level in the private school side. A ridiculous non-district slate for South Oak Cliff this year, and we've got one of them as they take on Lancaster 1 week from tonight, right here on WFAA+.
And let me tell you, that number 2 on the reigning, defending South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, they're not going to be there for long, and they don't like that either.
No.
I'm telling you, it's a lot of heat coming from Oak Cliff. How can you be a state title holder and be number 2?
Great play on the outside there by the Melissa defense, canceling out the quick screen. Dalton DeBabney making the play. If we can bring that graphic up one more time, our director Clay Marshall, just to show you how loaded DFW is in 5A. 5 of the top 10 in the state rankings in 5A D1, 6 of the top 10 in 5A D2, and the sack from behind, knifing through to make the play is Hayden Solomon, and it's 4th and long.
And you've seen Solomon the entire game doing all of the dirty work, gobbling up blocks, allowing for Nigel Smith to be able to shed and get downhill really easily. Finally gets a sack himself. It's a good reward for the big guy, 6'3", 260, the senior Hayden Solomon.
And it's kind of rolling downhill right now for the Melissa Cardinals. They get the quick stop, force the punt once again. A low rugby punt bounding its way inside the 40 and will nestle to rest at the 37-yard line. But just that quickly, a minute and 22 seconds after Trevor Ham hit Lincoln Dunn for the 46-yard touchdown hookup, right back on the field comes the Melissa offense.
And I'm telling you, for the Eagles defense, they've just got to pay attention inside those tackles to get a stop. Right now, Nathan Adejokun, from the beginning of this game up until this point, he has been gashing them. They've got to gang tackle, get to the ball, or else, you know, the Cardinals can blow this game open.
Handoff Adejokun right up the gut, hammered down after a pickup of about a dozen. Garrett Westrom there to end the carry, but Adejokun just continues to pick up chunk after chunk after chunk.
God, Garrett Westrom brings his wallet with him, puts Adejokun down. They give it right back. Well, no, play fake.
Flag on the near side as they threw it this way, looking for Carson Maynard.
And that's a name that we hadn't called a lot.
Melissa hasn't needed him very much. Just keep handing the ball to Adejokun.
I don't blame him. You make sure you get your hands on number 9, 6'4", 210. He's got offers from Air Force, Army, Arkansas State, University of North Texas, Sam Houston State. He's as sure-handed a receiver in the state of Texas. Doesn't drop much. At 6'4", 210, man, that's a heck of a catch radius.
He made a catch last year midway through the season that was so good it was #1 on ESPN SportsCenter Top 10. This one a little bit of an easier grab, picks up Another 7 or 8 yards to the 38-yard line. Beg your pardon, 37.
We talked to Coach Nally about his wide receiver. He says he's a quiet leader. Doesn't say much, but when he does, everybody listens.
Second down and 3, handoff up the middle here for Connor Betts, their reserve running back. Stood up for no gain.
I guess it's the peanut package is just in the first half. As Adejoken comes back on the field.
Third down and 3. They've got to get to the 34 to pick up a first down. Adejoken to the left of Trevor Ham. High snap, but they pull it down. Adejoken right up the middle into the second level again. And another first down to the 26.
They're just gashing them up front with Tasby and Hollenbeck in span. Every time after those first down runs, you just see those defensive linemen for the Eagles getting up off the ground.
Play fake to Adejoken. Quick throw far side. Jackson Ford turning upfield. First down and then some. The big 6'6" tight end with a first down reception.
God. I mean, look at the height on this Melissa Cardinal squad, and this is a basketball team. 6'5", 6'6", 6'4". But get a touchdown. Who wants to get a rebound?
Trevor Ham had to pounce back on top of that football as he and Adejoken got mixed up on who was supposed to have the football there, and a loss of 3 on the play. Some scores from around the area. Duncanville with a 26-6 lead on South Oak Cliff as they play on in the third quarter.
Hey, tell me about the Saxe game, sir.
I'll tell you one more. DeSoto leads Allen 39-7. Up the middle, Adejoken earning some of those yards back down to the 12-yard line. Saxe and Coppell in a 20-20 tie in the third quarter. Heckma Harrison's son playing in that football game. Third down and a junk, and the handoff to Adejoken. He's going to have the first down and then some inside the 5, first and goal. This kid will not be denied.
Gosh. And you see, he has 3 guys that he just shed for the tackle. Devin Owens, who tries to make the tackle initially, has to get up and make a second effort to get Adejoken down on the ground.
This time Hand keeps it himself, nothing doing, snowed under at the 4, no gain on the play.
There he is.
There comes Peanut. DK Abrams, the starting defensive end for Melissa, who had 2 short touchdown runs in the first half, comes on the field here on second and goal from the 4. And he'll get the handoff off left guard, and he's in. 3 touchdowns on the day for the bowling ball, rolling his way into the end zone, and number 1 Melissa adds to the lead.
And all I hear is he's playing bumper cars as he literally rolls into the end zone.
He's got a 1-yard touchdown run, a 2-yard touchdown run, and a 4-yard touchdown run. And number 1 Melissa is putting a hurting on third-ranked Argyle. 36-7 with the PAT. And DK Abrams, Mr. Peanut, leading the charge. Melissa in control as they open up Coach Kenny Deal Stadium.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas, whatever the weather brings.
Back on Friday Night Football, 36-7, the #1 team in the state in 5A Division II, the Melissa Cardinals, showing why. In complete control of this one. Another fair catch called for and made at the 31-yard line, as Melissa has been content to pop it in the air on their kickoff so far this evening.
I loved earlier when I was looking at the 6 o'clock and Pete Delkus talking about the weather. Pete said, it's hot. He made it real simple for everybody. It's hot. 110 degrees today. And man, just thankfully, they started these games late, and I'm sure the parents don't mind. It's all about safety. You got the hydro mist and making sure that these student athletes are hydrated. The UIL and all of these districts doing a really good job of moving these schedules around, but also keeping these student athletes safe.
Yeah. Moving this game back an hour. Several games around the area moved back at least a half an hour, if not an hour. Another false start on Argyle. We've seen both of these teams struggle with penalties tonight. First and 15 off the false start. Handoff for Kreckler, beg your pardon, they fake it. That ball was nearly caught twice in and out of the hands of 2 Argyle Eagles.
Hunter McFall first, trying to get his hands on it, and bounces right off him to Hodson.
Between the two teams tonight, we've seen 20 penalties. 8 on Argyle, a dozen on Melissa. Near side complete for Kreckler. Got a blocker out in front. It's Hodson. Out across the 40-yard line. Should be enough for a first down, and it is.
And finally, a first down for the Argyle Eagles. Needing something to just try and keep this Melissa Cardinal squad off of them and give their defense a break.
That is their first down of this second half. Quick throw far side, complete in the hands of Gasperson. Nice move, and they'll have back-to-back first downs on consecutive plays.
And the future's bright for the Argyle Eagles as well, as Gasperson is a sophomore. So they got plenty of speed and youth for the Eagles as well.
This Argyle team, I feel like, was ranked #3 preseason on the strength of the man wearing the headset on the sideline.
Absolutely.
Todd Rogers knows exactly what he's doing. Has a very young team. 7 guys missing off of their defense from last year. They returned just 6 starters on the offensive side of the ball. They have a lot of guys in key positions as Gailey gets sacked once again. Coming through for his second sack of the day is Micah Finan.
Yeah, it's like a heat-seeking missile going in between those offensive linemen. They don't even see number 33 coming. But I love what you're talking about, Todd Rogers. When we talked to him, and I told him, I said, man, I have been dying to talk to you. You're one of the coaches that I truly admire. The way that you set your teams up. Every time you see a Todd Rogers squad, they compete, and they're always aggressive. So
rifle there from Gailey looking for Hodson, but couldn't quite hang on to it. And listen, when he and I talked before the game today, he said, we're young, we're inexperienced. I think there was, I don't want to go as far as trepidation when he was talking with us earlier today, but he understood, listen, we got a challenge in front of us. He said, they're winning warm-ups, I can tell you that much right now, because he said they came out looking really, really sharp. Yeah. They got a bunch of kids that look the part, that are fantastic football players. And tonight was going to be a challenge on the road against the #1 team in the state with as young as Argyle is. This is a team that it's going to matter an awful lot more what they look like in November. delay game penalty taken here by Argyle, unless they may have beat the clock and called a timeout.
I think that's what it was.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, they are trying to get the personal protector lined up, maybe had too much space. Nope.
But yeah, so there's a lot that Argyle needs to learn about their football team over the course of what will be a difficult non-district slate. They play a very good Lovejoy team from Melissa's district next week. They've got a difficult district that they're going to have to work through this year. A very good Frisco Emerson team that has a transfer in from Allen, the quarterback, Mike Hawkins, that just got that much better in the offseason with him transferring in on what was already a good roster. So they've got challenges in front of them within this regular season as well. But for a guy like Todd Rogers, who's won 235 games in his career and has 2 state championships to his name, what happens in late August and September is not immaterial, but certainly not as important as, hey, we need to get our team ready for when it actually does matter.
And this is a team that Todd Rogers has moved up from classes. And I think a lot of people, when they say, oh, wow, they're going up to 5A, thought that would have been the death knell for this program. Not so fast.
No.
They move up to 5A and are just as dominant as they had been. So, and just a great coach squad. Like I said to him, I had questions about his preparation. I asked him more about how does he practice, because I believe that success leaves clues, and it's all in the way that you prepare for games. And he said something that just blew my mind. He says, I don't care about, the conditioning. And I've never heard a coach
I thought that was very interesting. Yeah.
Heard a coach say that.
He said we don't
before.
really waste time with conditioning.
I'm like, where were you when I was in all the gassers what are you talking about?
I want to go play for this guy.
This guy is where it's at. It's like we make our practices spirited. We make these guys, we're running in and out of, the different things that we have, and that's the way that when you talk about the great coaches in like the Bill Belichick's of the world, and I know I'm going up to pro level, but Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, there's something to talk about in their periods in practice. The way that they practice, getting guys in and out of those groups, man, and you could tell a well-coached team. I know this is the first game of the season. You talk about the penalties for both of these squads, but make no mistakes about it. This is the Argyle squad that is very well coached.
Carry up the middle in the hands of Connor Betts picks up a chunk. Saw a comment in the YouTube feed about number 75 from Argyle saying, who's number 75 from Argyle? Yeah, 6'7", 315-pound Leighton Firestone, a transfer in from Arizona. Todd Rogers told us earlier tonight that they just got the paperwork that he was approved to play. He said, I'm not sure if we're going to put him out on the field tonight with as fresh and new as he is to the program, but a young man that they do expect to make an impact for them. At 6'7", 315, yeah, you're going to make an impact from time to time for a football team. And he's somebody they're excited to have in the very near future.
Yeah, when Coach Rogers saw him walking around the hallway, he said, come here, son, let's talk. Let's talk immediately. Man.
Argyle's defense able to stand up and force the punt here. There is big number 75.
Wait. Look at this. What are you feeding these kids? Oh, man. Give him a whole box. Matter of fact, give him a golden chicken franchise.
That punt nearly blocked. Peanut did get it away. That ball's loose. That did touch an Argyle return man, and Melissa's on top of it. Cardinal football. A punt that was nearly blocked.
And it just knuckleballed at the ground.
Garrett Westrom never stood a chance. That was a awkward bounce.
Yeah, the way that thing died on the turf and it bounced straight up into his face. It just seemed like everything is going the way of the Cardinals right now. The ball is just bouncing in their favor.
Michael Hall, a regular in our YouTube comments, with a shout out.
Oh my God, Mike.
He's at the Duncanville South Oak Cliff game tonight down at SMU. So Melissa maintains possession off the muffed punt. Ham's going to step forward and slide down after a gain of about 4. And that will be the final play of quarter number 3. A dominant performance thus far from number 1 Melissa. They lead by 29 as we head to the 4th on Friday Night Football.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pumps out, make sure to protect your paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Duncan.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
As we welcome you back here on Friday Night Football, they are enjoying themselves here in Melissa as their number 1 Cardinals lead it 36-7. Our season schedule here on Friday Night Football is fantastic. We told you about next week, Lancaster and South Oak Cliff. The week after that, Stephenville and Decatur in a top 5 clash in 4A D1. Anna and Salina also 4A D1 programs the very next week. Anna looking to back up their wins that they had over Salina. The regular season win they had over Salina last year was the first time they had beaten Salina in 50 years. They look to back it up on September 15th. Highland Park and Jesuit Dallas at SMU on September 29th. Duncanville DeSoto on October 27th. The crown jewel of them all, the 2 defending 6A state champions squaring off. Out of the quarter break, a 2nd down and 8 handoff for Nate Adejokin. Out to or down to the 32-yard line to set up 3rd down and 1.
This guy, number 77, Jake Brown. This offensive line is just mean and nasty. They really are. And if you play after play, this has been an offensive line clinic that I'm seeing. These guys block after to the whistle, to the echo of the whistle, okay? And if you're a defensive player, you hate that, especially when you got a guy the size of Jake Brown, 6'3", 275, which is mean and nasty. It's a lot of syrup out here on this field, man. This has been pancakes being served.
1st and 10 for Melissa at the 29 in Argyle territory. The Cardinals, number 1 in the state, making a statement tonight about just how good a season they can have in year number 1 of Coach Kenny Deal Stadium. Ham to the air, looking deep for Maynard, hauls it in. Touchdown Cardinals, 29 yards on the hookup, and the route is on here in Melissa.
I said there's a name that we hadn't really called and talked about, and that's number 9, Carson Maynard. Man, way to deliver the mail. Ham to Maynard, and man, that looked automatic. This is something that everybody in 5A has got to look forward to. That connection between those 2 players is going to be problematic, especially when you have a running game like they do, and he also has holding duties, does Carson Maynard.
43-7, the Melissa Cardinals pouring it on. Number 3 Argyle, Trevor Ham up top to Carson Maynard, 29 yards for the touchdown, and they are enjoying themselves in the Melissa student section. What a performance from this Melissa Cardinals football team. They have been dominant from the word go tonight, and they continue it here. Give you one more look at the hookup from Ham to Carson Maynard. 29 yards on the deep ball. And it is a 43-7 Melissa lead.
Yeah, they got him in the coverage that they were looking for. Caught him in man on the outside. And man, it's just that these guys don't even have to speak to one another. They know it. The 2 seniors have been in this offense for quite some time. They got what they were looking for, and they found the connection.
Kickoff fair caught there by Argyle once again. Preston Slayton with the fair catch. Give you one more look at the touchdown hookup from Trevor Ham to Carson Maynard. 29 yards on the go ball up the near sideline. And the Melissa Cardinals extend their lead out to 43-7. They have been in firm control from early on in the second quarter. Argyle scored first in this football game, believe it or not. McGuire Gasperson with that 1-yard 4th and goal touchdown run to take a 7-0 lead. They led 7-0 after one quarter. Since then, it has been all Melissa. DK Abrams and Nathan Adejokun both finding the end zone time after time. Abrams with 3 touchdown runs on the day. And Trevor Ham with a pair of touchdown passes, 2. 1 to Lincoln Dunn, 1 to Carson Maynard. And the #1 team in the state of Texas in 5A Division II, the Melissa Cardinals, in their home opener at this beautiful new Kenny Deal Stadium, showing it this evening. Argyle back with possession now in the handoff up the middle. Gains about 3.
And got to give credit to the defensive coordinator Nate Hemsley and the job that he's done versus the Eagles. He really kind of made them one-dimensional in a lot of ways. The running game has been non-existent in this second quarter, second half for the Eagles. They've had to do everything on the air, and with that blitz coming down on them, it's just hard for them to do anything.
What a play here, though, by John Gailey to escape the pocket, evade the sack, and there is a flag down in the backfield in the area of holding. But regardless, this was a tremendous effort by the senior quarterback.
Yeah, he's running for his life. He's trying to get away from pressure because they're still blitzing him and coming after him. You realize that Nigel Smith is still on this field. And I have to say, they've been doing, they've done a pretty good job against the 4-star talent. They're having to chip him and keep guys in on and double team him this entire evening.
So the penalty negates the run by Gailey. And will set up 3rd down and 16. Nathan Adejokun, by the way, now up to 221 rushing yards on the day. Gailey on 3rd and 16, flushed from the pocket once again, fires complete in the hands of Krzyziak, but short of the line to gain. Christian Turner there to force him out of bounds, and it's 4th down.
They'll probably tack on another 15 yards for the late hit on John Gailey.
There have been flags all over the place tonight. That is no less than the 13th penalty on Melissa tonight, if our live stats are fully updated. 115 yards worth of penalties on the Cardinals tonight. If you're Matt Nally, that is the one blemish. Everything else has gone very, very well for the Melissa Cardinals. But 13 penalties for 115 yards is a big problem that they're going to spend, I'm sure, quite a bit of time on over the course of the next couple of weeks.
And how about that? A running play for the Eagles. That picks up about 2 yards, and oh my, this the guy that you don't want to see down on the ground. He does get up, is Nigel Smith.
Yeah, that'll make a Melissa Cardinals fans' heart skip a beat to see him stay down, but looks like he's perfectly fine. But he did just that extra pregnant pause on the ground, enough to make you worry. Nice throw near side, complete in the hands of Krzyziak, and he's got the 1st down.
And right now for the Eagles, look, they want to just continue their offense, try and get some rhythm going here. They just came up against a team that had their number tonight, and the Cardinals didn't take their foot off the gas, and you see it defensively. But that what they have in the passing game with John Gailey, I've talked about the zip that he has on his passes.
Big hit as crashing through the hole was Argyle's Watson Bell. Pickup of 8 on the carry. Honestly, what I think Argyle ran into is a Melissa team that I think has to be comfortably the favorite to win 5AD2 right now? With all due respect in the world to South Oak Cliff and everything that they have accomplished over the course of the last 2 years, they have been historic and fantastic the last 2 seasons. In no way, shape, or form am I taking anything away from the 2021 or 2022 South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. I have some questions about the 2023 South Oak Cliff Golden Bears.
Okay. That's fair. You know, that really is fair. And what you have on the field right now is a really good Cardinals team. So, look, when you're number one, as we talked with Coach Nally about it, look, man, they're going to be gunning for you. Offsetting penalties. I think instead of 41, they meant 31. And they're going to get DK Abrams for the penalty. Peanut's been putting in work everywhere, man. He's unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanlike penalties. He's just doing it all. He's all over the place, man.
Yeah, I'm sure that part of it he'd like to have back, but
he's not.
Gailey to the air, over the middle, complete in the hands of Gasperson inside the 5, and it's 1st and goal.
How about that catch from Gasperson? Scooping that one out of the turf. We'll believe that Melissa's next opponent is China Spring.
Yes, it is. Another former defending state champion.
Man, that is a squad that we called their game last year, and I mean to tell you, you talk about another team that is going to play you for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't put an S on the end of that spring, okay?
They made sure to remind you of that, didn't they?
Whoa.
1st and goal here for Argyle. The handoff off right guard is in for Watson Bell. Touchdown, Argyle.
That's a good drive, though. Yes. I mean, I'm just, 7 minutes 44, they're not coming back in this game. But that's a good drive. Good way to get back, get some energy under yourself. I mean, you're going to go back and you're going to look at this tape, and there are going to be a lot of these things that you're not going to be happy with yourself. You're not going to be happy with the way that you played in that second quarter. You're definitely not going to be happy that you got 221 yards put on you by the running back on the ground. But, man, this team is a good team. They got a lot to play for, and this is going to be a long season. So, yeah, sweep this one under the rug. You take your L. You're a young group, but you come right back and you bounce back from this. You know Coach Rogers is going to have this team rearing and ready to go for their next opponent. So, on to Lovejoy for them. But this is a good squad. They just ran into the #1 team. And I'll tell you what, Melissa plays like the #1 team.
They certainly do. Argyle on the board for the 2nd time tonight. Watson Bell with the 4-yard touchdown run to make it 43-14. But this has been a dominant Melissa performance. The 2 touchdowns sandwiched around halftime are what defined this game.
It did.
To be able to, this was 15-7 Melissa with a minute and a half left in the first half. Timeout called by Matt Nally with a $1:24 left. Couple quick Nathan Adejokin gashes of this Argyle defense, and they were in the end zone. And then they were able to, fighting through a couple penalties and some disjointedness on that first drive of the second half, if memory serves, still find the end zone and a terrific catch and run by Lincoln Dunn. And
checkmate.
I mean, you could have gone and made a run to the store, come back. Whoa, how did it become 29-7? Nice work to turn that into more of a return than you would have expected from Lincoln Dunn, and a bit more of a show than everyone would have expected as well from Lincoln Dunn. His buddies are going to play that back for him for the next 20 years.
Yeah, as he takes a bow. Did you see that? He took a bow.
Hey, man, own it. That's awesome. He just saw the replay. That is outstanding.
Oh, gosh.
Peanut needs to give him one of his belts. The Melissa coaching staff is in the booth to our left. They are rolling right now.
That's
oh, that's awesome.
The ball came out.
Yes, it did. Argyle football. That came out quick, and Argyle pounced on top of it.
Which was weird to me. This is the first time that I've seen the Cardinals huddle. They come out of a quick huddle and snap the ball and fumble. Other than that, they've been doing everything at the line of scrimmage.
It was Bud Petter with the recovery. And Argyle will take over 1st and 10 at the Melissa 25. So back comes John Gailey and company. 7:31 left here in the 4th. Little reverse here to go to Gasperson, and Gasperson's got some running room. Lost his footing a little bit as he tried to cut upfield. Gains 8 on the play. Could have been much more.
Absolutely. That's the second time we've seen Gasperson fall and having an opportunity to score.
2nd and 2, handoff up the middle. Big hit right square in the back of Watson Bell. Short of the line to gain. A good tackle.
It really was. About that shot in the back, man, that was a hard tackle. Again, Gasperson slipping on this turf. He could get some more cleats for number 11.
Good work by the front 7 from this Melissa defense. Back-to-back carries for just about no gain, and it's going to be 4th down and 2.
And Hayden Solomon. From the 17 and 4th and 2.
They've got to get to the 15 for a 1st down. They will not get it. Hayden Solomon with the tackle. He takes Bell down short of the line to gain, and Melissa gets the stop.
And that's a big stop for the Cardinals defense that has been standing up this entire game. But that right there, that's a stop that you need. Obviously, you're up big time, but just not going to allow any life to be breathed into this Eagles offense, even in garbage time.
Yeah. This will be only the 2nd win for Melissa ever over the Argyle Eagles. We'll give you a look at the series history here in just a moment, as they got to the line of scrimmage there and snapped it quick. But the only other time, I'm sorry, Clay, I told you the wrong one. Graphic 2, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, that's my fault. The Argyle Melissa history there on your screen. The only other time Melissa beat Argyle, we were here when they knocked off a #1 ranked Argyle Eagle team at the old Melissa football stadium right here on Friday Night Football 2 years ago. So maybe that's the secret. Melissa needs us to come out.
That's what it is.
In order to beat Argyle. And pretty impressively each time. Good penetration in the defensive backfield here. Or in the backfield, I should say, by the defense of the Argyle Eagles, and a loss of a yard. It's going to be 3rd down and 11.
And I think right now what we're looking at is wholesale substitutions up front. Still a pretty young offensive line. Those substitutions being made up front to get some guys some reps. You're going to go deep into this roster as the season goes on. So that's a good job by Matt Nally. Recognized with 4:44 left here in the 4th quarter to get some of their young guys some burn.
3rd down and 11.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's the opening round of the state playoffs. The 6-week march to AT&T Stadium has begun. We've got a juicy matchup in 5A Division II on deck as Frisco Emerson, state semifinalists a year ago, travel to take on 4th-ranked Argyle in a premier first-round matchup. Emerson may not have Mike Hawkins a quarterback anymore, but they are still one of the top teams in the area. DJ Shelton is the signal caller now for an offense that averages 35 points per game and an Emerson team that comes out of the toughest district in North Texas, 3-5A Division II. Argyle, meanwhile, is number 4 in the state rankings for a reason. 9 straight wins, an offense that averages a 40-burger behind quarterback McGuire Gasperson, and a stingy defense that gives up just 13 points per game. Players to watch for Emerson, it's their stud linebacker Agape Lawrence. He leads the team with an eye-popping 115 tackles on the year. He will be everywhere on Friday night. And for Argyle, it's their tiny but terrific running back, Watson Bell. Only 5'7" and 160 pounds, but he hides behind that massive Argyle offensive line and then just bursts to daylight. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7 on WFA+. Download WFA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Emerson and Argyle in the first round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
Good Friday evening, everybody. It's Friday Night Football again on WFAA+. This week's game that we're broadcasting live on WFAA+, it's the Frisco Emerson Mavericks versus the number 4 Argyle Eagles at Eagle Stadium in Argyle. Kickoff at 7 p.m. and the weather looks phenomenal. 67 degrees, clear skies, light winds at kickoff, 65 degrees by 8 p.m. And then as we get kind of closer to the middle and end of the game, we'll be in the lower 60s. So a little bit on the cool side, but, you know, it is November. It's football weather. It's going to be perfect. You can watch the game for free. Live, local, always on WFAA+. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. Not only this game, but lots of high school football games in North Texas. Make sure you download it, and we hope you enjoy your Friday night.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's the opening round of the state playoffs. The 6-week march to AT&T Stadium has begun. We've got a juicy matchup in 5A Division II on deck as Frisco Emerson, state semifinalists a year ago, travel to take on 4th-ranked Argyle in a premier first-round matchup. Emerson may not have Mike Hawkins a quarterback anymore, but they are still one of the top teams in the area. DJ Shelton is the signal caller now for an offense that averages 35 points per game and an Emerson team that comes out of the toughest district in North Texas, 3-5A Division II. Argyle, meanwhile, is number 4 in the state rankings for a reason. 9 straight wins, an offense that averages a 40-burger behind quarterback McGuire Gasperson, and a stingy defense that gives up just 13 points per game. Players to watch for Emerson, it's their stud linebacker Agape Lawrence. He leads the team with an eye-popping 115 tackles on the year. He will be everywhere on Friday night. And for Argyle, it's their tiny but terrific running back, Watson Bell. Only 5'7" and 160 pounds, but he hides behind that massive Argyle offensive line and then just bursts to daylight. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Emerson and Argyle in the first round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
Good Friday evening, everybody. It's Friday Night Football again on WFAA Plus. This week's game that we're broadcasting live on WFAA Plus, it's the Frisco Emerson Mavericks versus the number 4 Argyle Eagles at Eagle Stadium in Argyle. Kickoff at 7 p.m. and the weather looks phenomenal. 67 degrees, clear skies, light winds at kickoff, 65 degrees by 8 p.m. And then as we get kind of closer to the middle and end of the game, we'll be in the lower 60s. So a little bit on the cool side, but you know, it is November. It's football weather. It's going to be perfect. You can watch the game for free. Live, local, always on WFAA Plus. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. Not only this game, but lots of high school football games in North Texas. Make sure you download it, and we hope you enjoy your Friday night.
This week on Friday Night Football, it's the opening round of the state playoffs. The 6-week march to AT&T Stadium has begun. We've got a juicy matchup in 5A Division II on deck as Frisco Emerson, state semifinalists a year ago, travel to take on 4th-ranked Argyle in a premier first-round matchup. Emerson may not have Mike Hawkins a quarterback anymore, but they are still one of the top teams in the area. DJ Shelton is the signal caller now for an offense that averages 35 points per game and an Emerson team that comes out of the toughest district in North Texas, 3-5A Division II. Argyle, meanwhile, is number 4 in the state rankings for a reason. 9 straight wins, an offense that averages a 40-burger behind quarterback McGuire Gasperson, and a stingy defense that gives up just 13 points per game. Players to watch for Emerson, it's their stud linebacker, Agape Lawrence. He leads the team with an eye-popping 115 tackles on the year. He will be everywhere on Friday night. And for Argyle, it's their tiny but terrific running back, Watson Bell. Only 5'7" and 160 pounds, but he hides behind that massive Argyle offensive line and then just bursts to daylight. You can watch live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV using Apple TV, Roku, or Amazon Fire TV. Emerson and Argyle in the first round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
Good Friday evening, everybody. It's Friday Night Football again on WFAA Plus. This week's game that we're broadcasting live on WFAA Plus, it's the Frisco Emerson Mavericks versus the number 4 Argyle Eagles at Eagle Stadium in Argyle. Kickoff at 7 p.m. and the weather looks phenomenal. 67 degrees, clear skies, light winds at kickoff, 65 degrees by 8 p.m. And then as we get kind of closer to the middle and end of the game, we'll be in the lower 60s. So a little bit on the cool side, but you know, it is November. It's football weather. It's going to be perfect. You can watch the game for free. Live, local, always on WFAA Plus. You can download it on Apple TV, Roku, or Fire TV. Not only this game, but lots of high school football games in North Texas. Make sure you download it, and we hope you enjoy your Friday night.
It begins tonight, a 6-week march to AT&T Stadium. The state championship games are on the horizon, and for these two teams, they hope the journey to a championship starts here in Argyle as the Eagles host Frisco Emerson in the 5A Division II by-district round on Friday Night Football. And with that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth here at Argyle's Eagle Stadium. Mike Leslie alongside the former Lincoln High and Kansas State linebacker Heckma Harrison. Heckma, we are elated to have this game tonight. What a great football game in the first round. This is a game that fits better in third round, maybe fourth round usually. These are two really good football teams.
You could not ask for a better matchup in week one of the playoffs. Two teams that really, it's not steamroll, but they went through the tough part of their districts. I mean, they emerged. Obviously, Argyle first in their district. Emerson on the other side, they had to fight through theirs. Tonight is going to be an instant classic.
There's little doubt that this should be a really special football game. You mentioned Argyle won their district, 3-5A Division II, 8-0 on the year. We did their game with Colleyville Heritage that ended up being effectively the district championship game in 3-5A D2. That is an impressive feat to go through this district with that many talented teams. Seguin and Summit that tied at 5-3, and Timberview as well. Three very good football teams. For Argyle to rip through that 8-0 is very impressive.
No, absolutely. And you talk about a Mansfield Summit team, 5-3, left out of the playoffs after being, one of the best in that district. Like you said, it speaks to how difficult that district was.
And if you think that district is good, wait until you see how good the district Frisco Emerson came out of is. 4-5A D2 with Walnut Grove, a state-ranked team. Lovejoy was state-ranked, and I believe at some point this year was state-ranked. Emerson and Melissa. Melissa was preseason state-ranked and missed the playoffs. Emerson had a war to get here tonight.
They are calling 4-5A Division II the new District of Doom because you have a Melissa squad that is out of the playoffs. Look, at top to bottom, I think Walnut Grove literally shocked everyone the way that they came in. They steamrolled the district for sure. Lovejoy is packed in there also, but again, it's so much competition at the top. This is an Emerson team that is battle-tested. You look at their record, you look at the teams that they lost to, and they were all the tops of this district.
This is an Emerson team. Now, I understand they had Mike Hawkins, a quarterback, the kid who's now at Oklahoma that started some games as a true freshman, so that matters that he's not here anymore, although DJ Shelton can play. Don't sleep on DJ Shelton. But they went to the state semifinals a year ago. This is a very good football team and football program that Kendall Miller is building at Frisco Emerson. They're on the come-up. But now Argyle is kind of the big dog again as they move their way up to 5AD2 over the course of the last 3 seasons, and they're the team that's ranked number 4 in the state and seems like the one that has the state title hopes. But Emerson says, hey, we did it last year. Why can't we run it back and do it again? These are two teams that played in district the last 2 seasons. They played a little over a year ago on this field in what was a very good football game. 41-34 the final score in that one. We've got some highlights from last year's game back in 2023. Argyle came away with the win in that one, scoring with 28 seconds left on the clock to get the win over Frisco Emerson in what was a back-and-forth game. Clay Marshall, I apologize. I'm doing you a disservice because I jumped the gun on you. These are the highlights from that game from last year, and just a terrific game back and forth all through the night. We can circle back to the bracket in just a second, Clay. This was a game that was wild, and because of the fact that these two teams have played each other in district the last couple of years, there are no secrets here, Heckma. These two teams know each other really well.
What they say, familiarity breeds contentment, so maybe the contentment will play out today on the field, but like you said, they are familiar with one another. That 28 seconds left in that game, and Argyle was able to come away with the victory. That still stings in the back of the minds of these players. They remember that game, and tonight they want to change their fate.
Whoever wins this football game is going to have a tough road to hoe going forward because this region in the 5A Division II bracket, Region 1, is very deep and talented. Lubbock Cooper got the win last night. They're used to making deep playoff runs. They're the team that Sock beat in the state semifinals a couple of years back. Alito's played them in a state semifinal. They're used to going deep in the playoffs. Walnut Grove likely, although don't sleep on Arlington Seguin. One of those two teams is going to have to deal with Lubbock Cooper in the next round. Just this quadrant of the bracket is going to be really hard to come out of for some somebody.
Yeah, no easy outs at all. And you look at all of those teams, and I think when you look at Frisco Emerson, if they're able to get past Argyle tonight, well, that's going to be a big-time knockoff of one of the best in that bracket. Yeah. So, look, all of the teams that you saw in there, specifically Walnut Grove, everybody is clocking and watching each other.
Dude, they were fun to watch a couple weeks ago. Argyle plays in a similar way, though, to Walnut Grove. They want to go. It's going to be a challenge for the Emerson defense to get to the line of scrimmage fast enough to be able to make the plays they need to and try and slow down this Argyle defense. That does bring us to our players to watch for tonight, because there's a young man that plays for that Frisco Emerson defense that you just have to see. Heckma Harrison, you told me a couple days ago when we found out about this game, he said, all you need to know is Agape Lawrence.
Yeah, this kid is going to be all over the field. Number 11 plays like his hair is on fire. When you talk to Coach Miller about him, he literally said, I will never coach a kid like Agape Lawrence. He is absolutely phenomenal, one of the best in the district. And, man, tonight, keep your eyes on number 11.
Meanwhile, for Argyle, it's their running back, Watson Bell, only 5'7", 160. They've got an offensive lineman that's 6'10". Yeah. This dude can hide behind the offensive line and then just scoots.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that don't look at the stature of this young man and say he can't do it, because what he does when you stop him 2-3 plays in a row, then he busts you on the 4th and the 5th. He is really unstoppable.
What to you is the biggest key tonight? How is this game between two really good football teams? What do you expect to be the determining factor?
In a playoff and elimination game, it's going to come down to who makes the most mistakes and who turns the ball over. So I'm looking at that, number one. Who comes out and does not play with the nerves. Mm-hmm. They feel like they belong. But also Argyle's offensive line, they are massive, but these kids can move. Yeah. And if they get going and they start pushing back that undersized Emerson defensive line, I think it's going to make for a long night.
Emerson's defense, especially the defensive front, is smaller. They're going to need to stunt and shift and move bodies around up front to be able to contend with Argyle's size, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be pressure centric on their defense. They got to make sure that they do not allow Gasperson to get comfortable. They have got to pressure him. They can't let this offense get into the flow and be balanced.
Argyle just won the toss and elected to receive. We are just about ready to stir it up here on Friday Night Football. Gold Ball season has arrived. The first round of the UIL state playoffs. Frisco, Emerson, and Argyle. Kickoff after this on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pumps out, make sure to protect your paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Sponsored by Texas de Brazil.
From Eagle Stadium in Argyle, Friday Night Football on the air. Frisco, Emerson, 7-3 on the year, 5-3, the fourth place qualifier out of District 4-5A, Division II, on the road to face the number 4 team in the state. The Argyle Eagles 9-1 on the year on a 9-game winning streak since their season opening loss to Frisco Lone Star back in August. 8-0 in District 3-5A Division II. Heck, these are two fantastic football teams. We're going to get spoiled tonight.
Yeah, and the thing for me, Mike, is the coaching matchup. You have two really good coaches. So the chess match that we're going to watch tonight, I think is just going to be a master class at how to get it done. Both of these guys are going to key off of one another, but I look for this offense and this defense to get the party started here in Eagle Stadium.
John Pacheco to kick it away for Frisco Emerson and their head coach Kendall Miller in his third year at Emerson, 28-8 in that span. Led him to the state semifinals a year ago. Deep to return for Argyle, Will Krzyzak, Brooks Bryan, and Julian Caldwell. It'll be Bryan from his own 1-yard line to bring it out. Spins his way out of the initial tackle and across the 25 to the 26. And that's where the Argyle Eagles, led by their head coach Todd Rogers, will take the field. Rogers been there for 22 years, 253-44 in his tenure, 2 state titles, 2013 and 2020. And his starting quarterback tonight, McGuire Gasperson, the 6-foot junior, 64% completions this year, over 2,100 passing yards and 19 touchdowns, also 5 rushing scores as well. We saw it earlier this season, Heckma against Colleyville Heritage. He can open it up and run the football, too. He's got some wheels.
Oh, you better watch him because he will get out of the pocket as he opens things up right now out of the pocket.
Taken down for a loss, though, on the play. It's Malik Hawkins and Tyson Cannon leading the charge. Agape Lawrence there in on the tackle as well. A loss of a couple. They tried to set up Watson Bell, the running back, going deep, but they couldn't find him.
Yeah, they have 2 really good corners out here as well.
2nd and a dozen. Play action, Gasperson. This time able to break contain. Gasperson's got the first down. And a flag at the end of the play.
As you saw it right there, they must have saw something coming around the right side, able to pin and hold and not allow to let these guys get contained. Well, that's a big pickup right there from McGuire Gasperson.
I think this is going to be a face mask.
I thought he got a hold of the jersey initially, but the flag came from a long ways away. Here's the replay.
The back judge is the one who threw the flag.
Oh, that's
this
the first
is the
play.
Previous play. It's going to set up 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line here for Argyle. They will go fast. Handoff here to Chase Bagley. He's a young man who has been injured most of this season. Back now, not 100%, but Heckma closer than he's been all year long.
Boy, have they needed his production. He is a big kid. The junior, 6'2", 200 pounds, and just that downhill ability in an offense that boasts one of the best offensive lines in 5A.
Loss of a yard, 2nd and 11. Watson Bell on the carry. Bell scoots to daylight. First down and then some. Inside the Emerson 35.
And that is the problem with Watson Bell. He gets in behind those big bodies, and you can't stay on those blocks very long because Watson Bell will come running behind you.
Argyle, one of the brand name programs in Texas high school football, looking to again get back to a state championship. That was caught by Braden Bach. Short pickup on a throw that was short.
Yeah, this kid, Braden Bach, the last time we were here, he had himself one heck of a day. Yeah. The tight end, big body kid, soft hands. I'm telling you, runs a ton of routes. He is the guy that they have to watch.
Only a gain of a yard on the play. He was open, but they couldn't quite get it to him. Gasperson's going to go deep here. Looking end zone. That will draw a couple flags. No question. That was pass interference as they look deep for Will Krzyzak.
And the thing about that is Will Krzyzak got behind Elijah White, the safety, and there was nothing that Elijah White could do. Face guarding was what they're going to hit him with here, but, man, it's either you get the PI or give up the big touchdown.
Appreciate Allen, the one in coverage. The penalty will bring the football to the 17-yard line, so 2 big penalties here on Emerson on this drive to help Argyle down the field. Bell finally wrapped up. First downs have not gone well for Argyle on this drive. Multiple times now they've lost a yard or two on the opening play of a set. 2nd and 12 now.
Second time for us seeing this offensive line, and it is just amazing the size of these guys up front and their ability to move, Mike.
Tyler Roberts, 6'10", 330. Bell picking his way, weaving to the 16. It'll set up 3rd down and about 7. Argyle won 61 straight regular season games from 2015 to 2021, a state title within that stretch in 2020. They moved up to 5A-D2 3 years ago. Had a very nice run their first year in 5A-D2. Got to the state semifinals. A year ago, lost to Colleyville Heritage in the 3rd round. 3rd down and 7. That ball's dropped by Watson Bell. He wasn't going to have a whole lot of running room because right there in his face was Nate Leal. But it's 4th down and 8, and it looks like they're bringing the field goal unit on.
Mike, I'm going to call this a win for Frisco Emerson's defense. Ability to hold right there with those 2 big penalties on this drive. They clamped down on 1st down, got the stops. I mean, look, at one point, it just seemed as though it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to walk into the end zone, and then the Mavericks said, no, not today, stopped it. And if they only give up 3 points here, I think that's a win for Coach Miller.
Jackson Green from 33 yards on the right hash.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. And the Argyle Eagles start with a 3-0 advantage, paying off the opening drive and a couple penalties. Argyle strikes first in the first round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a high...
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long.
The 12-yard touchdown. Back on Friday Night Football, 3-0 the lead for the Argyle Eagles as they pay off their opening drive with a 33-yard field goal from Jackson Green. Green also one of their 2 punters. Into the wind. Bobbled, but quickly corralled from his own 5-yard line with a head of steam. Bursting up the middle is Kelton Wafer. Wafer across midfield. Wafer with a convoy, and he's going to take it 95 to the house. Touchdown, Frisco Emerson.
That's how you open up a game. Kelton Wafer says, hold my Gatorade, and walks the dog, okay? We've been asking, we said something earlier about the nerves in this game. Kelton Wafer said, look, don't even worry about it. I'll take care of it for you, offense. How about that bobbing and weaving and then setting up his blocks and the convoy to the pylon.
15 seconds after the Jackson Green field goal, Kelton Wafer with the house call on the kickoff return. Nearly blocked was the PAT, but it's up and through. 7-3. Frisco Emerson with the lead. Heckma Harrison, welcome to the playoffs. Kelton Wafer.
And that's how you get things started off. I'm telling you, for Frisco Emerson, this is the way that they're going to have to play. They're going to have to take their shots and win in all three phases. Special teams right now has already checked that box. Offense, when they get out here on the field, they're going to have to check a box as well because the defense getting a hold down here on that first drive from the Eagles. Man, that really said a lot about the way that they came in here. They got to stop, and then on the ensuing kickoff, takes it to the house. This is how you open up the party, boy.
The burst from Wafer up the middle to split the kickoff coverage team from Argyle. That was very, very impressive.
Yeah, he's definitely, he is a superstar, a guy that we didn't get an opportunity to talk about in the open, but there is a Kelton Wafer out here, as we see right now. Number 14 is to be dealt with.
So Pacheco back out to kick it away, kicking with the wind here in this opening period. Line drive squib kick fielded on a hop at the 20-yard line. Breaking away is Nathaniel Bruce, trying to get to the outside, finally undercut. Bruce fielding that one like a shortstop.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the squib kick did work.
So Argyle's offense, just that quickly, back out on the field. Offensive coordinator Jay Gregory piloting a unit that averages 41.7 points per game. They run a power running offense that then sets up their vertical passing game, and they do all of that with an awful lot of tempo. This is a tough spot for this Emerson defense. You love being up 7-3, but their defense is right back out there having to deal with this tempo. And here comes Watson Bell on the end around, trying to get the corner. Bell up the near sideline across the 40 for the first down.
Yeah, and for number 31, Elijah White, you know, you understand that you have responsibility, a guy behind you, Jackson Canada, but man, you try your best not to let Watson Bell get around that corner the way that he just did.
First and 10 at the 44. Bagley now. Canceled out by Agape Lawrence after a yard.
This kid's just, like I'm telling you, it's just spectacular. One of those linebackers getting an opportunity again before the game to talk to his coach about him. We went down memory lane talking about some of the great linebackers in Dallas Independent School District, and I told him he reminded me of an old Roosevelt High School linebacker in Alvin Briscoe.
2nd and 9, play action here for Gasperson, sets up Braden Bach. Bach lowers his shoulder, picks up 8 on the play. It's going to be 3rd down and about a yard. Frisco Emerson's defense, led by their coordinator Billy Ellis, giving up just 19.6 points per game. They are a pressure defense. Heckma, they want to create havoc with their speed. They don't have a lot of size, so they want to use their quickness to create a mess for the offense. Bagley getting to the outside. The stiff arm gets him inside the 40. A first down run on 3rd and a yard. Picks up a big chunk.
To be as big as he is, you see how patient Bagley is, picking his spots, getting to the outside, recognizing that this Maverick defense, they are so fast, they're trying to get up the field. That's a great job picking up the first down.
What a great change of pace. Bagley and Watson Bell are very different backs. It's Bagley again here for 3 on the first play of the set. We talked about Agape Lawrence in the open, but he deserves further conversation. Just a wonderful kid. That was the thing that I took away more than anything else from our conversation with Kendall Miller, was just what a great kid he is. In addition to all of that, looks like helmet came off there for Tyson Cannon. Tyson Cannon, he of the bright blue hair to match the helmet. That's a good look. I like that.
And it threw me off for a second. I was like, what's going on?
Did his helmet come off or not? It wasn't entirely clear. Gasperson to the air, deep shot for Caldwell. Touchdown Argyle. 34 yards on the hookup.
And number 5, Julian Caldwell on the post all by himself. And McGuire Gasperson could have just walked that ball out to him. What a throw by number 11.
On the money for Julian Caldwell, the sophomore. Todd Rogers told us earlier this season that Caldwell, when he's done here at Argyle, might be the best receiver to ever come through this program. He puts the Eagles on top, 10-7, mid-first quarter on Friday Night Football.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Back on Friday Night Football, 10-7, the tally in favor of Argyle after the 34-yard hookup from McGuire Gasperson to Julian Caldwell. Looks like Ruvalcaba will kick this one away.
Oh, wow, he just gave us a shout out.
Shout out to Andy Smith, the public address announcer here at Argyle's Eagle Stadium, for the mention of the broadcast. We appreciate that. A little squib kick up the far sideline from the 28. Hit hard is Cameron Lockhart. Beg your pardon, it's 9, not 8 Christian Lyons on the return there, the short return. And for the first time tonight now, we see the Frisco Emerson offense take the football field. One more look at the hit here that Lyons took.
Woo. That was 9 on 9
yes,
right there,
it was.
man. That was
Tom Irwin.
Yeah, Tom Irwin unloaded. He said, you guys are not taking this one to the house again.
So here comes DJ Shelton in this Frisco Emerson offense. The snap is high. Emerson able to pounce on top of it. Cameron Lockhart there to save the day, but that's going to be a massive loss of yards here as the snap from Austin Pelletier went right over the head of DJ Shelton.
One of the things I was talking about in the open was the nerve in the playoff games. And obviously Pelletier showing you right there that he is a ball of nerves right now with the snap over DJ Shelton's head.
Shelton taking over for Mike Hawkins as the starting quarterback for Frisco Emerson. And he'll go to the air here on the first official snap, or real snap, I should say. In and out of the hands of Kelton Wafer, the young man who had the kickoff return for a touchdown.
And a lot of times, man, those guys out on those quick outs like that, and he's got his eyes up the field already instead of securing the catch. Big third down here for the Mavericks.
Yeah, in a blink, it's third down and a mile. Officially 3rd and 23. They try and set up the tunnel screen here for a Wafer. Wafer makes a man miss. Won't quite make it back to the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, wow, it's a great play. Picked up about 14 yards. Unfortunately, just gets him back to the original line of scrimmage. Tunnel screen on. Look at Wafer just directing traffic. He's so athletic, so smooth, and man, they have more players than just 14.
Fourth and a dozen, and Emerson has to punt it away. Well protected. Fair catch called for and made by Nathaniel Bruce at the 37. And back comes this Argyle Eagles offense. Frisco Emerson a year ago made it all the way to the state semifinals in their second year as a varsity program. knocked off Colleyville Heritage in the regional final in a thrilling football game to get to that state semi. And then Heckman, they gave South Oak Cliff everything they wanted. Tied 10-10 at halftime. Very back and forth game. Ultimately a 36-24 Sock win as they would make it to AT&T Stadium. But Kendall Miller's got something working. Braden Bach, nice job to somehow hang on to that football. Second, third time he got his hands on it, he finally had firm control.
That's just called having mitts for hands right there, because he tips it up to himself. But Michael, before they run the next play, I just want to say styles do make fights, and I think that's why Emerson and Sock were so closely matched up.
Yeah. Second down and 9. Gasperson swinging it out near side for Bell, trying to get the corner, and he will. Watson Bell draws a flag at the end of the play as well. That'll be enough for a first down, and the flag will just add to it.
Yeah, they're gonna get Jackson Canada, I think, on a bit of a horse collar here at the end of the play, and Canada is just hustling on this play, and unfortunately gets the back of the jersey. You know what, funny story? A couple of weeks ago, Big Game James, you remember the guy Big Game James?
Yeah.
I accused him of being a Cowboy fan, and he says, no, I'm not, I'm a Tampa Bay fan. His son is Jackson Canada.
Get out of here.
No,
oh, that's too
small
cool.
world.
That is too cool. First and 10. Gasperson to the air. On target for Will Krzyzak. Just shy of first down yardage, maybe just enough. And yes, they'll move the chains, a gain of 10.
And this is where you get into the fun house right now of the Eagles, because after a big gain like that, what do? They come right back to the line of scrimmage. Your defense has to be ready to go.
First and 10, Watson Bell. Jump cuts his way for maybe 2 on the play. Bell just shy of 1,000 rushing yards on the season coming into tonight. 16 rushing touchdowns to lead the way for this Argyle Eagles offense. But he and Chase Bagley will be in a timeshare tonight, because Bagley was going to be their starter preseason and dealt with injury much of the year. Timeout called here by Emerson head coach Kendall Miller.
They saw something they didn't like and called timeout immediately to not allow the Eagles to get back to the line of scrimmage to run a play.
We mentioned earlier the run that the Emerson Mavericks went on a year ago. Here is that regional final thrilling football game up at the Star between Emerson and Colleyville Heritage. Mike Hawkins went off in this football game. Look at him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touchdowns after that one. He'd add a 6th later in the football game. 3 rushing, 3 passing in a 59-48 Emerson Mavericks win to move on to the state semifinals. Again, in their second year as a varsity program. An unbelievable run for Kendall Miller and his football team. Certainly Mike Hawkins, the young man that's at Oklahoma now, had a lot to do with that, no question. But DJ Shelton has had a very nice year for them this year. They got a ton of talent back on the defensive side of the ball. Certainly Agape Lawrence, paramount among that group. They only had 2 returners back on the offensive side of the ball, but Heckma still, through a very, very difficult district, able to matriculate their way through this season and end up here tonight in the first round of the playoffs. Difficult task in front of them, down 10-7 against this Argyle team, but quite a start to a program for this Emerson team.
No, for real. And the thing about that Michael Hawkins game, he went Chernobyl in that game. I mean, absolutely went off. And I think as the legend grows, that's going to be one of those games that in Texas high school football you will always remember. Right now, this vaunted defense finds themselves with their back against the wall.
2nd and 8 out of the timeout. End zone shot for Caldwell again. What a throw. Making sure. Touchdown? Yes. Yes. Still no official signal from either official, but yes, ball was caught. They went chasing after the defensive back on the play to make sure. I don't know if he slipped. I'm not sure what happened. He ran into somebody, I think, back there at the back of the end zone. Ultimately, yes, touchdown is good. And look at that throw to Julian Caldwell. Second time Gasperson and Caldwell hook up today.
Man, that ball was put on Caldwell from Gasperson. That is what you call dropping it in a bucket. That is so pretty. How many times? We were just here. It's almost like deja vu. These two hooking up on routes just like that. We were here for the Colleyville game, and those two hooked up on a touchdown in that end zone similarly. Tell you what, man, between these two guys, you have a junior and sophomore. Look for that number 5 and number 11 connection to happen quite often next season.
23 yards on the hookup from Gasperson to Caldwell. All of a sudden, 17-7, Argyle with the lead.
You need an answer here offensively from Emerson. Put a drive together, give this defense a bit of a rest. They've been on the field quite a bit here in this first quarter.
My apologies, the side judge did immediately signal touchdown. I was looking at the back judge who went running after the defensive back from Emerson, Elijah White. I think he collided into one of the students that was back there, and that was what drew the attention of the back judge and why he went running over there to make sure that, I think, 1, that everybody was okay, and 2, that nothing got sideways with that interaction. From his own 28, Lions able to get out to the 38 before being ripped out of bounds. Back comes this Emerson offense. We've only seen them on the field the one time, and that series kind of ended before it began because of the high snap, Heckma. So this is really the first opportunity for DJ Shelton and company to go to work, they hope anyway, with a clean scenario.
Yeah, kind of a weird sequence for your offense. You know, obviously when they're preparing to come onto the field, they get the Kelton Wafer run back for a touchdown, so then they have to cool their jets. They got to get this running game going as you see him hand it off to Lockhart.
Lockhart trying to get to the corner. Landon Howell coming forward to make the tackle, a pickup of 2 on the play. Lockhart, healthier than he has been, Heckma, all season long. Dealt with injury that he suffered in the opener against McKinney. Slowly, just bit by bit, has been getting back into the lineup. 2 carries, 4 carries, 8 carries here and there over the course of the last 4 or 5 weeks. But Emerson, very strangely, had their bye week last week, final week of the regular season.
That is strange.
And Kendall Miller said it's kind of the worst thing that could ever happen, but now that they're through it, it might end up helping them. On a line behind the intended target, Caden Camps, who was open for the first down.
He was, and DJ Shelton, he rushed that throw. But, man, as you were talking about it, Mike, it really is good to have Lockhart back. He's one of those explosive backs that can make things happen in an instant. But another third down is on the Mavericks. They need to convert here with 3 minutes left in the first.
3rd down and 9. Play action fake. Shelton, pressure in his face. Dances away. Has to just throw it away. Nobody open downfield, and Argyle's defense gets another stop.
Wow. And that was a win up front by the defense. Look at number 44. Xavier Trotter is in hot pursuit. Man, Reno Herman as well, number 49, but they are getting pressure with just 3 down linemen.
Trotter was in his face in a heartbeat. And it's 4th and 9, and they've got to punt it away again. Another fair catch called for by Bruce on a high punt. And from the 27, Argyle's offense will get back to work. Back-to-back touchdown drives from the Argyle Eagles. McGuire Gasperson to Julian Caldwell both times to open up the scoring in a big way for Argyle tonight.
Man, this is something. How about the efficiency right now for this Argyle offense? The way that they are pretty much maneuvering at will right now. They found their spots against this defense. But on the outside, Mike, I really think they found their favorite matchup against Elijah White and Julian Caldwell.
Malik Hawkins, the stud corner on his way to Oklahoma. Now the one that is over top of Caldwell at the bottom of your screen as they start 1st and 10 here. Quick throw to Braden Bach. Makes the first man miss and gets out to the 35-yard line. A pickup of 8 on the play.
I don't know if you call that making a miss, because Braden Bach, 6'5", 230, that's a bit of a whiff right there. That's not want to take that big guy on up top. Let me tackle your shoes.
2nd and 2. Watson Bell meets Agape Lawrence in the hole.
Whew. And coming up in a hurry, those are the kind of tackles that you need. Bringing up a 3rd down. Again, can't be standing around the line of scrimmage if you're a Maverick defender. You got to get ready to go immediately because these guys are right back to the line of scrimmage.
3rd and 4. Lawrence's stats on the year eye-popping. 115 tackles coming into the year. 15 tackles for loss. Add another one to the tally right there. 3rd and 4. Play action. Gasperson, pressure in his face, fires, and it's incomplete. Knocked away by Christian Lyons.
Oh!
And a flag way late.
Wow. Oh.
Agape Lawrence trying to plead his case with the back judge who threw the flag.
Oh, man. Man, that's...
Arthur Williams, our crew chief tonight, says pass interference on Emerson, 1st down Argyle. That didn't look like pass interference to me.
Wow.
1st and 10, handoff Watson Bell. Just does a great job of squeezing through the hole. Should have been a loss of 2 instead of a gain of a yard.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. Kick off the holiday season with Texas Day Brazil online. Holiday gift card promotion. Get extra value when you purchase cards online. For every $100 gift card you buy on Texas Day Brazil's website, receive $25 bonus card, or purchase a $50 gift card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. Share the ultimate Brazilian dining experience and treat yourself too.
Flag on the play there as they went deep for Grant Romero. Flag sitting at the 38-yard line. Microphone is not working tonight for Arthur Williams, but a hold on the Frisco Emerson defense is going to give another 1st down to the Argyle Eagles, and the ball will sit just into Frisco Emerson territory. Final 81 seconds of period number 1 here in the bi-district round. Watson Bell again on the handoff, squirts his way forward. Give him 3 on the carry. Gasperson's going to keep this one himself. Read perfectly on the far side, on the far hash by Tyson Cannon. Short gain on the play.
Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why. It's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
3rd down and 6 forthcoming.
I didn't have to read that one like a crazy person. They're going so fast, man.
Blitz knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Well defended. Woo. Nate Leal, the linebacker, knocked it away. And what feels like probably a sigh of relief on the far sideline that Emerson is able to force a punt here.
No, absolutely it did. And Leal, if he doesn't get that tip, there is a guy streaking down the sideline because they're bringing so much pressure. I think for Coach Rogers, he's recognizing the pressure that they're bringing. He's trying to get screens and things behind these guys. They have to watch for that.
So the punt is away from Nathaniel Bruce. That bounced off an Argyle Eagle at about the 12-yard line, so it's going to come back to that spot. And that's where we will see the Emerson offense get back to work. Final 9 seconds of this first quarter. Heckma, we have not seen yet this Mavericks offense find any real rhythm. And one of the things that Kendall Miller told us earlier this week was with DJ Shelton, their quarterback, They feel like he throws the football well, but they feel like he truly is a dual-threat quarterback. They need to get him running the football to get him into that rhythm. I wonder if we're going to see some of that here on this series.
Now, they just got to let their playmakers come out here. This defense is giving these guys a ton of problems, creating so much pressure. Ball comes out. DJ's able to. Yes, he did. Man, got upended. He's got that heavy knee brace on that right leg. As you see here, boy, they upend him in a hurry.
Garrett Westrom bringing the hammer on the final play of quarter number 1, 17-7 Argyle. The opening round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Let us know in the YouTube comments where you're watching from tonight. Live chat on the right side of your screen. If you got a favorite player on either one of these two teams. If you're a parent, a grandparent, aunt and uncle across the country, maybe tuning in to see some first round action in the UIL playoffs. 5A Division II bi-district round. Frisco Emerson down 17-7 to start this second quarter. Needing a drive. Their offense has got to find some sort of momentum here in this second period. Handoff here for Wafer. No, it's Shelton to keep it himself. Good fake to Wafer, or to Lockhart rather. I thought that Lockhart had the football. Shelton picks up maybe 2.
Right now, Mike, you're just trying to figure out who has the ball. that was a superior play fake. You got the play-by-play guy trying to figure out who the heck has the ball.
Where is it? Who's got it? What's happening here? Pickup of a yard or 2 on the play for DJ Shelton.
And we came in talking about this Emerson defense, but so far it has been Argyle's defense that is smothering everything that the Mavericks are attempting.
Big, heavy linebackers, and they are all over the place. Shelton to the air, pressured, can't get away. Down he goes. Argyle's defense all over the place here in the opening stretch. They'll mark him at the 3.
Good Lord. Number 97, Hank Woodard. What a massive young man coming after DJ Shelton. Boy, do they have some big bodies up front on that Argyle Eagles defense.
And now punting with his heels nearly on that back line. They're able to get the punt away, but fielded at the 35, and here comes Nathaniel Bruce, and Nathaniel Bruce lowers his shoulder inside the 5.
Wow. And they are just hunting right now, as you can feel all the momentum on this side for Argyle. They set this up perfectly. Should call a left return here. And look at the blockers that he has out front. If it was not for number 63, this thing would have been in the end zone. That's Damon Johnson saving the touchdown.
The line of scrimmage prior to the punt was the 3. The line of scrimmage now after the punt return is the 2. And it's first and goal for the Argyle Eagles.
And right back. This offense is right back out here, man. I'm telling you, they've got to find an answer on offense. DJ Shelton right now, he's seeing ghosts out there, man. He's, passing the ball too quick, not sure of what he's seeing.
Gasperson here up under center. Handoff to Bruce. Flags at the snap. Looks like Argyle didn't have everybody they needed on the field.
Is it a flag or okay?
I believe we're going to see a flag and the timeout awarded to Argyle. They did throw a flag. They still have the ball at the 2. It's not entirely clear. Argyle did call timeout. After the flag was thrown, I saw, I believe, the offensive coordinator, Jay Gregory, walking out and signaling for a timeout because I think he was frustrated that they were as discombobulated as they were. But they're leaving the football at the 2-yard line, so.
We saw number 76, Kurt Rudolph, running out at the last minute. Maybe the timeout was called before the penalty. Either way, no communication on that. But you know what I'm loving right now, Mike? No crickets, my man. No crickets.
If you were here earlier this year with us for Argyle and Colleyville Heritage, it was a straight-up locust storm here at Eagle Stadium. Out of the timeout, it is still 1st and goal from the 2. Gasperson gives to Bruce. Nathaniel Bruce hops his way into the end zone for the touchdown. He had the punt return. He gets the 6 points.
Up front, man, they are look at these big bodies up front, and they are just leaning on Emerson right now, down in the goal line. That's easy work when you got an offensive line as big as they do.
So Ruvalcaba on now for the extra point. What a start to this football game for the Argyle Eagles. Nathaniel Bruce with the punt return. Nathaniel Bruce with the touchdown run. 24-7.
Wow.
The number 4 team in the state looking like it early on here tonight in the first round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get out to a high.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long.
The 12-yard touchdown.
Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
24-7 Argyle, the tally here on their home field as they lead Frisco Emerson. Hagma, what does Emerson have to do to get the offense rolling here?
Right now, they got to establish this running game. You know, you're down by this many points, but you have to stay balanced. You can't get to the point offensively with obviously 10 minutes left till the halftime to just start bombing away. You've got to establish the ground game, but also there's a ton of time left in this game. Defensively, you've got to find a way to get some stops.
Well, sidewinder kick that will go out of bounds. That'll be a penalty on Argyle. The Eagles are making sure not to kick the football to Kelton Wafer again after he had the 95-yard return for a touchdown.
They won't make that mistake again, Mike. It is over for Kelton Wafer and returning balls tonight. Austin Ani's here. Talk about a name.
There you go.
Austin Ani was amazing.
He was a dude for these Argyle Eagles and went on to UNT as well.
Yeah, Austin Ani.
When he was starting at UNT, wasn't he like 34?
Like married with 3 children.
What you got to do to be like that, Michael?
That's my man's in the middle of a Chick-fil-A cookie. Oh, goodness. All right. 1st and 10 from the 30 here for Frisco Emerson off the penalty on Argyle on the kickoff. Can they get the offense rolling? Shelton keeps it himself, dragged down from behind. Grayson Peschel, the one who made the tackle. Peschel battled injury this year, but back healthy now, making a play.
Just nowhere to go right there for DJ Shelton. He's trying to find a way out on the play fake, but nowhere to go for this offense.
They've got playmakers. Cameron Lockhart back healthy. Kelton Wafer you saw on the kickoff return for a touchdown. Blake McClain, the outside wide receiver. They've got talent. Jason Williams, 48 catches on the year. Can they get something rolling here? Big hit on Lockhart. And Argyle brings a different level of physicality.
Oh, they do, and they're not shying away from it. You got these wide receivers out here blocking, but man, that's just chasing down the play for number 33, Brody Bomar. You love it when your linebackers run and scrape and come downhill like that. Bomar, 6'2", 225. That boy's been in the weight room.
Emerson averages 35 a game. What can Corey Brunson draw up here on 3rd and 6? Deep shot up the middle of the field. Just overshot Jason Williams.
Oh, man. Offensively, it's right now for DJ Shelton. He's really just got to ask himself, look, man, my team needs me right now, and I got to start securing some of these throws. You have the speedster down here in Jason Williams. Just put it out there and let him run under it. Just a little too much air under that ball for Shelton.
So once again, Peter Coetzee back on the field to punt into this wind. Last time he punted, Nathaniel Bruce brought it back to the 2. End over end punt. Bruce bobbled it, managed to secure it, now somehow is broken away from the pack. Look at Nathaniel Bruce again go on the punt return, and he will score. Nathaniel Bruce on an unbelievable house call for Argyle.
My question is, how did Bruce get out of the clutches of this tackle? First of all, it looks like disaster because he bobbles it. In Canada, looks like he lowers a shot on him, but all of a sudden, Bruce comes out of the back end of this, and oh boy, there's a flag down on the field down here.
The flag is at the 28-yard line. The touchdown will count. After the play, a personal foul against Argyle. That'll be applied on the kickoff. The touchdown stands, though, so it is 30-7 in favor of Argyle. What a return from Nathaniel Bruce, 63 yards on the punt return for a touchdown. Both teams now with a special team score.
Those things are canceling themselves out. Both teams with the special teams touchdown. The defense on the other side, I think for the Argyle Eagles, man, they are absolutely showing out right now.
That's now a penalty on the extra point as Agape Lawrence went diving in trying to block the extra point. He does have 4 block kicks on the year, punts and field goals. But he's going to get flagged for the roughing the kicker, and I think that's basically just going to cancel out the personal foul penalty on the touchdown return. So now I think Argyle will just kick off from their usual spot. Yeah. That's what they're trying to sort through right now with Todd Rogers.
Let's take a moment to recognize these sponsors who give so generously to the Argyle Eagles Booster Club. Brian and Shelley's owners, shout out promotions. Rich McDowell with 41 Lending, Dr. David Dye at Argyle Orthodontics. Go Vision.
Ultimately, it would seem they have sorted things out. This is the Argyle students all dressed up in their camo gear tonight, cheerleaders as well. That's usually where the Argyle band is sitting. The Argyle band not here tonight because they are at a national competition in Indianapolis. So they said, all right, how do we still bring the atmosphere that the band brings? They've got kids down there in the student section wearing camo, and they've got basically overturned buckets and drumsticks, and they're just making as much noise as they can.
And they are definitely making noise. And hey, when they said that camo was going to be the gear of choice, they just picked out all of their hunting stuff and came to the stadium.
Yes, they did. So Argyle is still going to kick off from their own 25. It's going to be Jackson Green to kick it away this time instead of Ruvalcaba. We've seen Green, Ruvalcaba, and Nathaniel Bruce all kick off in this football game. Green with the biggest leg of the three clearly, and he's going to send Kelton Wafer all the way back to the 10-yard line to scoop this one up. Wafer already with one kickoff return for a touchdown. This one is going to stop at the 20-yard line. Argyle is flying all over the football field tonight.
They are, and what it looks like to me, just on looking at these guys on the field, it looks like they are playing literally at a different speed. Yeah. Right now, Emerson is just like, they're in catch mode, right? They're not figuring out what, obviously defensively, they're in a blender. Offensively, they just aren't able to get anything going.
Yeah. They absolutely have to right now. 8:22 in the second quarter. There's still an eternity left in this game. Handoff here for Lockhart. He's able to get to the outside. Give him 9 on the first play of the possession, out to the 29-yard line. Give it 8, 28-yard line.
I mean, just starting at the basics right now. If you're Emerson, just win on first down. You know, stop bringing up these 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9.
Yeah.
You know, 2nd and short definitely bodes better for this offense. But keep the sticks moving.
You mentioned it earlier, Lockhart has been hurt a lot of this year. He was a 1,000-yard rusher with 21 touchdowns a year ago. He's a big-time player for this Emerson football team. Can they get him rolling? Driven back on this one and held up well short of the line of scrimmage. A loss of 3 on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 5.
It's a great job by this defense. They are stringing this out for Cameron Lockhart. Lockhart is looking for space, but look at the way that these guys are getting up the field, just not allowing any space for Lockhart. Good job there, number 27, Grayson Pretchell.
3rd and 5. They've got to get to the 30 to move the chains. Shelton looking to the far sideline. Corey Brunson changing things around. Play action. Shelton, deep shot, up the far sideline. That will draw a flag. One-on-one was Luke Lane. Yeah. And he had a fistful of Blake McLean's jersey.
Yeah, Blake McLean, the junior, absolutely flying on the outside up there. And the only way you can prevent this guy from taking it to the house on you is getting a handful of his jersey.
Blake McLean, the son of a friend of the program, LaDarren McLean, the color commentator for CW33. Our friends across town. LaDarren got to do his son's game earlier this year when they did the Emerson Walnut Grove game, similar to how you did with Heckma Jr. last week.
No, he got
8 days ago.
He got me prepped up and ready to go for it, so he told me what to expect.
1st and 10. Shelton spins his way forward for a yard. They cannot seem to find any ground.
No, that read option, their RPO game right now is just being picked off. They're trying to find some space. It's just not there, Mike.
This is an Emerson team that lost to Lovejoy 48-7 about 4 weeks ago. season could have been basically toast right there. And they bounced back 7 days later and beat Melissa 38-35. That basically saved their season and earned themselves a playoff berth. They know how to bounce back. They need to, though, right now. Flags on the play as Shelton slid forward for a pickup of about 4.
Yeah, I think
flags are in the area of holding.
Yeah, that's exactly what that looks like. You have Big Max Bland out there. Last time we saw number 32. Last time we saw number 32 against Colleyville Heritage, man, that kid was all over the field. Talked about him being a junior, just a tackling machine in his own right.
Muscled up, physical, and you could apply that description to the entire linebacking core.
Oh, yeah.
For Argyle.
Well,
we talked about this with Todd Rogers earlier this year, the physicality that they bring. It's different. You can feel it tonight. You can feel it earlier this season when we did their game against Colleyville Heritage. They bring it at a very different level. That could have been a hold and will be a hold. The flag came in late, but it's definitely going to be a hold again.
Wow.
On the Emerson offense, and it's going to turn into second and about 30.
They start sprinkling in some good, sprinkling in some bad. Those holding calls will do nothing but back you up. And you already have a struggling quarterback in DJ Shelton, just trying to find his way. That's not going to help. The more they back this team up, you see this defense, they're changing their coverage. Did they decline it?
They did decline it. They're going to go with 3rd and 13 over 2nd down and 29. They've got to get to the midfield stripe to move the chains. Shelton again looking to Corey Brunson, the OC. As the Argyle fans on the near sideline get loud. 2 wides to either side here for Shelton. Looking near side, in and out of the hands of Kelton Wafer, and incomplete. That should have been a first down.
Oh, Kelton Wafer, he goes down on the knee, trying to dig that ball out. This is going to be a great angle of that throw. Oh, hits him right on the shoulder pad. My goodness.
And Emerson will have to punt it again.
I think we were already saying that was going to be a first down, much needed first down for Emerson, and then you see the ball come out at the last minute.
And Nathaniel Bruce, ever dangerous, waits at his own 35. Short punt into the wind.
What?
Bruce dangerously fielded it, and it's a fumble. They won't be able to advance a muffed punt, so that will be Emerson football at the 42. But a mistake there by Nathaniel Bruce, who's been electrifying tonight, trying to make another big play, but muffs this one, and Johnny on the spot to recover it is Malik Hawkins.
And that ball hung in the air for a long time. Was really shocked that Bruce tried to return that. Thought he'd let it hit the ground and play the bounce.
When you're a playmaker of the order of Nathaniel Bruce, you're always looking for that next opportunity to go make something happen. And Lord knows on the short punt deep in Emerson territory, he made something happen, and he was looking to do it again. There was a penalty at the back end of all of this as well.
Well, you ain't never lied. That's definitely Bruce being a playmaker, trying to make something happen, and obviously giving the ball back to the Mavericks. Now,
so the muffed punt and then a penalty, a 15-yard penalty on Argyle. You could see the signal from Arthur Williams about somebody being kind of pushed to the ground. I could almost hear him saying he was giving him the business, like the old school call. That's going to give another 15 yards here to Emerson, and all of a sudden, it's 1st and 10 Mavericks at the plus 26. A golden opportunity here for DJ Shelton and company. Can they make something of it? It was a personal foul, the penalty on Argyle. Shelton, wide receiver screen, and there to cancel it out is Max Bland, driving Kelton Wafer backward.
Number 32, he read that thing like a book, man. That's how you do it. From the linebacker position, recognizing that screen was coming. Look at number 32 running through the traffic. Great job, man. It's when you You sink down. Don't allow that guy to make a move on you.
A loss of 2 on the play. It has been tough sledding for this Frisco Emerson offense tonight. They've got to get to the 16 for a first down. Emerson needs a touchdown in the worst way. Timeout called by Kendall Miller. They know just how important this possession is.
No, you definitely want to get a score here. It couldn't come at a better time, that muff punt, but man, 5:05 left to the half. You've got to try and generate some points here. Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. The holiday season, get extra value when you purchase gift cards online. For every $100 gift card you buy at Texas Day Brazil's website, receive a $25 bonus card, or purchase a $50 gift card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. A Texas Day Brazil gift card is the gift of a special night out for friends, family, clients, or employees.
You and I did a game here earlier this year where we saw Argyle jump all over Colleyville Heritage. They led 21-0 a minute and a half into the second quarter. And then we saw Colleyville Heritage come all the way back, and suddenly early third quarter it was 21-20. Then Argyle raced away from again, 42-20, and Colleyville Heritage almost reeled them back in again. 42-34, I want to say, if I'm remembering the final. 42-35, the final score back on September the 27th when we did that game. I say that only to say that we have seen Argyle show themselves to be susceptible to a comeback, at least in some form or fashion. Emerson's got a much bigger hill to climb here. They're checking on, look at that, the blood coming off the elbow of Brody Bomar, the talented senior linebacker. Emerson's got to score here. Got to go get 7 points here. But they do have the football to start the second half. I feel like your recipe, though, has got to be score here, get a stop, score again before halftime to really have any sort of realistic hopes of a comeback. They're going to go end zone here. The only person back there is an Eagle, and it's over the head of Landon Howell. Miscommunication there between Shelton and Caden Camps, and it's 3rd and a dozen.
Yeah, massive miscommunication right there, and may have had an opportunity. Just Blake McLean stops on the route, and DJ Shelton obviously is assuming that he's going on the fade ball, but I'm with you, Mike. They've got to get points here, even with getting the ball back to start the second half. Get that split to get yourself back in this game. So much time yet is still left in this game.
3rd and 12. They got to get to the 16. Shelton, far side, incomplete. Looking for Caden Camps. He was covered well by Xavier Sanchez, and it's 4th down.
Don't know about the leg of the special teams guy, but they're staying right now. They're staying, keeping these guys on the field.
Well, they're kicking into the wind right now.
Right.
They do feel like John Pacheco's got range to about 40, maybe 45 if he had the wind with him. From here, you're talking about 45, 46 yards into the wind. This is not field goal range for Frisco Emerson. It's not field goal time either. Down 31-7. Got to go get a first down. Shelton stepping up in the pocket. Fires downfield, complete. First down and then some. Inside the 5 for Jason Williams. Biggest play of the day for the Mavericks.
And you got to give Jason Williams some credit, recognizing that zone on the back end. And what does he do? Just sits down in the middle of it, finding room, space, and opportunity, and also keeping his balance to get the ball down to the 2-yard line.
1st and goal here for Emerson. Final 4.5 minutes of this first half. Lockhart to the left of Shelton. Ooh. Breaks the first tackle. Keeps the leg drive going. Lockhart short. Got right to within a whisper of the goal line. Really good run.
Max Bland is in the backfield. Oh man, they missed the face mask big time right there, but Max Bland has a hold of him, and he is able to get out of the grips of number 32.
The student section getting loud behind the end zone, trying to make things tough on DJ Shelton and company. 2nd and goal from inside the 1. Into the pile, but no.
No.
Nick Clark stood up.
No. Wow. We talked about this massive offensive line. How about this defensive line? They are stonewalling these guys. Look at that. Zero penetration or zero offensive line push there from Emerson. Man, what do you go to when you get a defense like this that's not allowing you anything?
Big John hurt in the middle there, 6 foot 260. Can they move his body? Clark on the handoff.
No.
No, Shelton kept it, nowhere to go. 4th down.
Well, you can see right now DJ Shelton, that big knee brace on his knee, man, he is just not getting any push off of this ball. 4th down.
Can you roll Shelton out here maybe? What can you do? Emerson grasping at straws, trying to find the end zone. Motion man. Shelton on the option pitch to the end zone. Touchdown for Nick Clark. Emerson's offense finally finds pay dirt.
Whew. What a big answer there from Emerson. 4th down, that was a pressure-packed situation. And you just allow number 6, Nick Clark, to get on the outside and the score. I think Frisco Emerson desperately needed that score right there.
Extra point is up and through. 31-14. Emerson scores here late in the period to give themselves at least a measure of life. Nick Clark capping off the touchdown run, his 5th touchdown of the season. The option pitch from Shelton, the play that finally popped for him.
God, I will tell you this. There was no way that Coach Miller was going to attempt to run that thing through the A-gap again. Just wasn't going to happen. Stay tuned for the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Chick. Golden Chick is the perfect post-game destination. Come in and see why we say it's one taste and you're golden at Golden Chick.
On the Friday Night Football halftime show, the Emerson High School Band under the direction of Bryn Roberts, Amanda Birch's Emerson High School Majestics, and the Argyle High School Majestics under the direction of Haley Martinez, the 5-time defending state champion drill team. The Argyle High School Marching Band not here tonight. They're at a national competition in Indianapolis, so we'll have those 3 units performing at halftime. There you see the Emerson High School Band.
Argyle really has a good band also, so
yeah,
I was a little bummed out when I heard they were not going to be here. So, but we do get an opportunity to see the Mavericks band, so not half bad.
Both drill teams are the Majestics. The Emerson High School Majestics, the Argyle High School Majestics.
Would it be a Majesta off? Nah, I went for it.
I'm not touching. No.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
2:10 left in the period. Can Emerson get a stop? They could really, really use a defensive stop. The best thing that happened, by the way, other than the 7 points just now for Emerson, is that their defense also got a breather finally for the first time in what feels like forever. Maybe the first time tonight. Short kick, fielded right on the sideline. Jackson Green probably thinking better of that when he realized where his feet were, that he should have just let that one go out of bounds.
Go out of bounds. Or step out of bounds and catch it.
That's exactly right. Go full Randall Cobb. That's when you really know the game. So Argyle will take over at their own 27.
I'm going right back to this Julian Caldwell. Number 5 down here at the bottom of the screen. They found something in that matchup in the first quarter.
Yeah. He's got Christian Lyons over top of him right now. They're going to run the swing pass near side. Watson Bell did not catch that football. It's incomplete. It was a forward pass, only just barely.
I think that little bit of a break did this Emerson defense good. They really, the first quarter, it seemed like they played the entire quarter.
Yeah.
Needing an opportunity to adjust to the speed of this game.
Bach, the motion man. Now he'll circle back to the near side. They run the reverse here. Trying to set up Krzyzak, and he fumbled the football. Loose inside the 15. Who's got it? Emerson's got the football at the 10. First and goal, Emerson. The recovery by Elijah White.
First of all, this whole thing was set up by Jackson Canada. Look at him on the outside. The reverse is coming. He gets his hand there through on Krzyzak. Boy, great job on the outside by number 20 on the contain, but the tackle punching that ball out as well. And I think the momentum is swung a little bit here.
Jackson Canada with his second forced fumble of the season, and it sets up first and goal, Emerson at the 10. Shelton gonna keep it himself. No gain.
Yeah, I like DJ Shelton, but man, I'm telling you, that right knee is not holding up for him. You can tell his little gimp in his giddy up. The young man is fighting through it.
Good comment here from Charlie McBride in the YouTube comments. He says the winner of this game will play Wichita Falls Memorial. Memorial played their playoff game earlier tonight against El Paso Chapin, and according to Charlie McBride, won the game 70-28.
Yikes.
Shelton, handoff for Lockhart. Lockhart trying to find a hole, cuts his way forward, maybe gained 3 on the play.
And right now, man, they're going back quick to the line of scrimmage. What is the play here for the Mavericks?
3rd and goal from the 6.
Do they test them on the outside with McClain?
Shelton has Lockhart move to the right side. And now a timeout called by Argyle with 36 seconds left here in this opening half. Again, Emerson has the football to start the second half. So a golden opportunity here for the Mavericks to get right back in this football game. Certainly they'd love to get 7 here, but even 3 get you back within 2 scores, and you've got the ball to start the third quarter. This game has turned at least a bit. There's still a lot of work for Emerson to do, but the opportunity is now visible in front of them.
And that's what turnovers can do for you. We talked about it in the open. I said one of the things I'm looking at is those turnovers. Who's going to turn the ball over, penalties that are made. Obviously, the nerves in this as well, and you've seen a lot of it come on the Emerson side, although they have collected 2, I believe, now turnovers so far in this game, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, the fumble, the muffed punt by Bruce.
Yes.
And now the fumble just a moment ago by Krzyzak.
So things like that are happening in your favor. You just have to take advantage of it. Right now, this 3rd down is crucial for Emerson because I don't think they'll go for it on 4th down. I think they'll take the points.
They paid off the muffed punt with the Nick Clark touchdown run. What did they do here on 3rd and 6 off the Krzyzak fumble? To the air, Shelton dropped in and out of the hands of Kelton Wafer, and it's 4th and goal.
And all you can ask for is give him an opportunity there, and DJ gives, oh man, that's one that Kelton Wafer wants that one back. Boy, that's a tough ball.
No field goal unit out there. Emerson's going to go for 6. They need 6 yards to get 6. Shelton over the middle. Wafer hauled it in. Did he score?
That's a touchdown.
Did he score before the ball came out?
That's a touchdown.
Fumble came out.
That's a touchdown.
No ruling yet. Argyle's got the football in their hands. Officials are going to have to talk this through. The headline judge is saying, touchdown, Frisco Emerson.
That's a touchdown.
Wafer caught that football, and before it came out, I think they're right. Turned, and you're going to get a great look at it here.
Oh, Graham,
Wafer.
you're so
Yes,
awesome, Graham.
That is a touchdown. Great shot from Graham Rayner right down the goal line. Wafer caught the ball and turned into the end zone before the fumble. Touchdown Emerson with 23 seconds on the clock in the second quarter.
I tell you what, Graham Rayner on the spot for that call. You see the sigh of relief from the coaches right there. Look at this. Wafer recognizing where he is. Plants across the pylon. That's a score, sir. That's it.
31-21. Emerson with life here late second quarter. Kelton Wafer just barely breaking the plane. Great work by our crew.
How about the confidence, though, from this coaching staff? Kelton Wafer drops the initial touchdown.
Yes.
Okay? Drops it. They come right back. The next play, 4th down. Go right back to your big play wide receiver, and he rewards you.
6 yards on the touchdown hookup. And Emerson pays off both turnovers with 7 points. And they have turned a 31-7 Argyle domination through the first 16 minutes of this football game into now a 10-point game as we head to halftime.
It all looked one-sided, Mike, for a very long time in this game, and those 2 turnovers literally just tilted the scale in this game. Still, Emerson they don't feel like they've woken up completely as a team. It still feels like right now Argyle has the momentum and they're moving faster. The aggressiveness on the other side for the Eagles. I'm just, look, they've been all over those guys over there in baby blue. When they go into halftime, look, Coach Kendall Miller is going to have to give these guys some kind of motivational speech to get them coming out of this locker room with their hair on fire, because they're going to have to match this intensity if they want to go on to the next round.
He told us about the loss to Lovejoy and how they came in on Saturday after getting, frankly, their tails handed to them in a 48-7 loss to a really good Lovejoy team. He said, we came in the next day and I said to the guys, listen, we can pack it in. You guys can call it a season. We could be done after next week, because they played Melissa 7 days later. He said either that or we can decide as a group to rededicate ourselves, refocus ourselves, and come back to practice tomorrow like we're going to win next week's game. And they come back and on their home field, which, you know, helps a little bit. Health helps a little bit too. A team that didn't have a bye week until last week.
Yeah.
But they came back and won that game against Melissa 38-35, saved their season, earned themselves a playoff spot. They've been down already at points this season and figured out a way to respond. They were down 31-7, and they've already had at least part of a response. We'll see what else they've got after halftime. But already an impressive start to what they hope is a comeback. Gasperson not content to just go to the locker room up 31-21, coming near sideline, steps out of bounds across the 40-yard line with a first down. 16 seconds in the period, 1 timeout for Argyle. Playing with the wind here, and a kicker in Anthony Rubalcaba that they feel like has range to about 40.
And that is the danger of Gasperson. Can't fall asleep around this guy.
They mark him at the 41. Krzyziak in motion. Gasperson looking deep, trying to signal. Instead, sandwiched right at the line of scrimmage. Agape Lawrence there to combine on the tackle with Jackson Canada. 3, 2, 1. Argyle will not get back to the line of scrimmage to snap it again, and that is how we will head to halftime. Heckma Harrison, suddenly, somehow, it's a football game again.
It is, and I think it's those turnovers that really change the scope of everything that we were talking about before. For a very long time, I said that first quarter, beginning of the second, it looked like Argyle was just going to steamroll, and before you could blink, Emerson started to answer defensively. They started to get stops, but it was the offense man, they went on one of those masterful drives and let it pay off with points, and then they get the turnover deep in the Eagles' territory and turn that into points, and now they only find themselves down by 10.
Emerson will have the ball to start the third quarter, down just 10. Game on in the first round of the playoffs here on Friday Night Football. The halftime show after this.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
And now, the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by Golden Shake.
And first up on the Friday Night Football halftime show, the Emerson High School Majestics under the direction of Amanda Birch. And behind them, the Emerson High School Band. Bryn Roberts, their director. We hope you enjoy the show.
The Majestics are under the direction of Amanda Birch and Holly Whitfield. The Majestic social officers are Addison Irwin, Riley Hazelwood, Brent Lester, Taylor Thompson, and head social officer Abby Hammer. This week's Teacher of the Week is Coach Smack. The Sunshine of the Week is Claire Rosowitz. Our Majestic of the Week is Layla Catlin. Enjoy as the Majestics perform their streaming routine to Boogie Up Buttercup.
once again, your Emerson High School Majestics. The Majestics team managers are Emily Leach and Andrea Barba Hernandez. The Majestics would like to thank their families, teachers, administrators, and the EHS Majestics Booster Club for their support this football season. A special thank you to the Emerson Band for playing our fabulous music and sharing the field with us. It's the playoffs, baby! Go, go, Mavs!
Tonight's entertainment continues with the Emerson High School Marching Band. The Emerson Band is under the direction of Bryn Roberts, Kelsey Dunham, Sebastian Lopez, Brian Ayala, and Ashley Peterson. Here's an 80s throwback to Joan Jett with I Love Rock and Roll. We finish out with the Little Jonas Brothers. Now, here's Sucker. Congratulations to our band, and especially our seniors on a wonderful marching season. Be bold, be first, be curious, be a maverick!
Thank you very much to the Emerson High School Marching Band and Majestics. They are one of 6 Majestics in the state. The other one, well, 2 of them are here tonight. and that's from Argyle. They'll come up here in just a moment. As we mentioned earlier, the Argyle High School Marching Band is in Indianapolis competing for a national championship at the Bands of America competition. Let's give them a big round of applause, and maybe they'll hear us in Indianapolis.
You may have heard just a moment ago, but the Argyle High School Band not here tonight, but we do have the Argyle High School Majestics under the direction of Haley Martinez, the 5-time defending state champion drill team from Argyle. We hope you enjoy their show.
From left to right, right to west, Justice Solowski, Avery Torres, Phoebe Hall, Catherine Huskowskis, Avery Rookheiser, and Giselle Martinez. Tonight's Majestic of the Week is Charlotte Moses. Our Spirit of the Week is Bella Saylor. And our JV of the Week is Megan Waynes. Now, let's put your hand together as the Majestics perform a palm routine to Crazy in Love. Let's hear it for the Argyle High School varsity and junior varsity Majestics. Tonight's halftime was brought to you by our platinum sponsors: Tag Real Estate, ELJ Trailer Rentals, Country Lakes Dental, and Imagery in Motion Dance Studio. Thank you again for your continued support and dedication to the Majestics.
Thanks for watching the Friday Night Football Halftime Show, sponsored by Golden Chick.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pumps out, make sure to protect your paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a high.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
What's up, football fans? It's the best time of the year. Every Monday morning, we want to hear what you have to say about the game. Join me, Mark Istook, Glenn Strutch-Smith, and Rebecca Lopez for the Call-In Show, Monday mornings at 11:30.
Sponsored by K-Post Company.
Thanks for downloading the WFAA Plus app. The main page is a live stream of WFAA programming, and you can find on-demand stories as well. Just click a tab at the top of your screen and scroll down to find WFAA original programming.
Back on Friday Night Football, let's roll with the highlights. Let's just show you how the first half happened. And this was the kickoff return for a touchdown from Kelton Wafer. He took it 95 yards after Argyle had kicked an early field goal courtesy of Jackson Green, and it was 7-3. But then from there forward, Heckma Harrison, it was all Argyle for a while. McGuire Gasperson twice hit Julian Caldwell deep.
Yeah, they found that connection, and I think those two really got the party started here in Eagle Stadium. They were hard to match, man, and then once the running game got going, it looked like it was literally all downhill from there for the Emerson Mavericks.
It looked like Elijah White was going to be able to knock that ball away, but it was dropped perfectly on Caldwell by McGuire Gasperson. Then a couple of punt returns from Nathaniel Bruce. One led to this short touchdown run from Bruce, and then the second one he actually scored on, and Heckma, this punt return was terrific. It looked like the play was over right here.
I had no idea how he got out of that, got out of pressure, and I think that's the same thing for the Mavericks. They were trying to figure out how he got out of it as well, but that score, that was incredible by the Eagles.
That made it 31-7 Argyle, and it looked like the route might have been on, but Emerson has found something here late in the half. They turned one turnover, a muffed punt by Bruce, into that Nick Clark 3-yard touchdown run on 4th and goal, and then another 4th and goal, this by Kelton Wafer. Yes, he scored. We'll show you another angle here right down the goal line. Turned and scored before that ball came loose.
Boy,
and the touchdown stood for Kelton Wafer to make it 31-21. And Heckma, Emerson's got the football to start the second half. It kind of feels like game on.
Yeah, this was
here in Argyle.
This was one of those plays that we have a guy right there on the goal line, and he picks up that Kelton Wafer touchdown. And this is how razor close this part of the first half was.
Yeah.
I thought all the momentum literally was on the side of Argyle. They were playing at a different speed. They had everything going their way. They had the special teams touchdowns as well. It just looked like they were smothering this Mavericks team, period. And then all of a sudden, like the Undertaker, these guys raise up from the dead. And then all of the, the defense for Emerson, they're not playing that bad. They are trying to stay in this game. They were able to get the Eagles off of the field. Offensively is where they're trying to find the rhythm. And right now, DJ Shelton, look, he's got to be in that locker room telling himself, I've just got to complete a couple of these throws, and we are back in this game.
To that end, you talk about the offense struggling for Frisco Emerson. Let's show you the stats from the first half of this football game. -5 rushing yards in the half for Frisco Emerson. The passing game was able to do a little bit, but really not much in that regard either, because a big part of why they have -5 rushing yards has a lot to do with some of the sacks of DJ Shelton. In high school and college football, those go down as negative rushing yards, not a knock against the passing game. So both through the air and on the ground, Emerson has struggled to move the football. 2 huge turnovers helping to lead to their 2 offensive scores. Of course, the kickoff return for a touchdown from Wafer got things started for them as well. So they have figured out a way to be in this football game, but they've got a mountain still to climb in terms of how the game has been played and in terms of really finding their sea legs in this football game.
Well, we came in, we were talking about the Emerson defense, and then all of a sudden Argyle's defense said, wait a minute, hold up. We're out here as well. These 3 guys, they get pressure with 3 guys up front, and they have, again, they've taken this offensive line for Emerson and just completely detach these guys from any trying to get to the second level, third level, any of that. And I think here in the second half, if they're going to get this running game going, it's going to be because of those guys up front that are taking the issue with what's going on in that in that defensive line. It's going to happen in the trenches. But let me just tell you this: running back wise, although they were able to get Lockhart back, Lockhart hadn't been as effective as you would like to see him. Look, they've nullified him as well. The penalties started to add up there in the first half for Emerson, but they still were able to get 2 turnovers. A lot of times when a team is able to win the turnover battle, you see a difference in that in the score. Hadn't seen it so far in this game.
Something you and I talked about earlier today, and we saw a lot of it, especially through the first 16 minutes of this football game. The question you asked me, does Argyle have a weakness? They look like a very complete football team. Now, we did see earlier this year they gave up the comeback to Colleyville Heritage 2 different times. They let Colleyville Heritage kind of reel them back in. And certainly Frisco Emerson's trying to run that back and do the same right now. So there's maybe that one thing that for whatever reason they're susceptible to a comeback. But this is a very complete football team.
Yeah, you got to make them pay when they do make a mistake.
Yeah.
And you saw from Nathaniel Bruce when he bobbled that ball and he fumbled it down there in his own territory, getting points off of that was imperative.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they've done. And so for a team like theirs, when I'm talking about Argyle, that's going to test you at every square foot of the field in every position on the field. They have to play really error-free in every way. When they get to going back to the line of scrimmage quickly, you got to get set up, you got to get ready. They have matchups that they're taking advantage of. Elijah White in that first half, they were singling him out. You got to win your matchup. In the second half, it's going to come down to who does that and who's going to be able to get the goal ball and go to the next level.
Can Frisco Emerson put together an offensive drive and go score here to start the third quarter? If they do, they could cut the lead down as small as 3. Then this might really get interesting. Second half of Friday Night Football coming your way after this, right here on WFAA+.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkin.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a high...
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
What's up, football fans? It's the best time of the year. Every Monday morning, we want to hear what you have to say about the game. Join me, Mark Istook, Glenn Strutch-Smith, and Rebecca Lopez for the Call-In Show, Monday mornings at 11:30.
Sponsored by K-Post Company.
Thanks for downloading the WFAA Plus app. The main page is a live stream of WFAA programming, and you can find on-demand stories as well. Just click a tab at the top of your screen and scroll down to find WFAA original programming.
Back at Eagle Stadium in Argyle. 5,000 seats, the capacity here. There aren't many to be had tonight. Both fan bases showing up in full force for the opening round of the UIL playoffs. 5A Division II by-district round. Winner moves on to face Wichita Falls Memorial in the second round. Frisco Emerson, state semifinalists a year ago, went to the 5th round of the postseason as a second-year varsity program. Tonight, trailed 31-7, but Heckma, they will have the football to start the second half. Agape Lawrence trying to hype up the far side Emerson crowd because they feel like a comeback is set to be continued at the start of this third quarter.
Whoa.
Going Ray Lewis a little bit. Okay.
If that's not enough to get the party started, I don't know what will, okay? But this offensively, they've got to get back into some type of rhythm. I was talking about the running game when you gave me the stat that they are negative in yards. That really, like, to me, that was the biggest, like, what?
Yeah.
Because that was the one area offensively that you felt like, look, if they were going to have any balance, they had to continue to try and go back to this running game. Now that you're at negative yardage, what do? I think you've got, now you're at the point where, look, I got to get my short passing game going. Anything I can pick up, positive yards, if it's going to DJ Shelton and relying on his legs. But, man, I got to get the ball into the hands of my playmakers. Blake McLean hasn't caught the ball yet. You got to get guys like that involved in his offense. Jason Williams, your speedster, see if he can take the top off of this defense. You've got to get guys out in space, and literally you got to risk it all. And here, I got something else for you. I know you're going to like this. If you score right here, onside kick it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Kick it.
Heckman's calling his shot here.
Onside kick it.
Jackson Green to kick it away for Argyle with the wind here in this third quarter. Into the end zone for a touchback, and out comes DJ Shelton and this Emerson Mavericks offense. Once again, Shelton taking over for Mike Hawkins as the starting QB. Through for the touchdown pass to Kelton Wafer with 23 seconds left in that second quarter to make this a 10-point football game and give Emerson the opportunity to go into the halftime break feeling like, hey, we got a chance in this football game. What did Kendall Miller say to his football team at halftime, and how do they come out of the gates here? Far side, making the first man miss, and picking up maybe 2 or 3 is Jason Williams, the 5'7" inside receiver.
Yeah, he is a guy that's very slippery, and you're going to get yards after catch with number 7. And boy, that's a guy you don't want to see go down, Max Bland. That's a big old joker right there, boy.
Bland waving off the coaching staff and the training staff, saying, I'm fine, I'm fine. Tom Irwin will come on to give him a breather. Bland 6'2", 245, looking like young Heckma Harrison out there on the football field.
No, he ain't looking like young Heckma Harrison. He looking like a big Max Bland right now. In the Bland household, there is no cereal in their house. Max Bland takes care of all of it.
What was your playing weight back in the day?
Man, about 220.
Okay,
not 245.
Gain of 2 on the opening play of the half. Shelton, near side, complete in the hands of Blake McLean, and he's stumbling his way across the 40-yard line with a first down. First reception of the day for Blake McLean, his 33rd of the year. LaDarren McLean's kid picking up the first down.
Tell you what, man, that's what I said. Your playmakers have got to get involved. You got to allow these guys in space. They're man on the outside. They switch it. A lot of man zone being played. You got to allow these guys to get into rhythm.
Nowhere to go
offense.
for Cameron Lockhart, and Xavier Trotter made sure of that.
Xavier Trotter getting up the field, and he's going to get that tackle. But again, the running game is giving you nothing.
Frisco Emerson is a zone read offense. They want to use their run to set up their pass. They want Shelton to be able to be a dual threat quarterback. They want to have the threat of Shelton and Lockhart. You mentioned this in the first half. Shelton just doesn't look like he's moving well enough with that knee to be able to really be that threat that they need him to be. If you're the Argyle defense, you got to just key on Lockhart every time, right? I feel like they've got to go a different direction here with that. They go play action here. Shelton going to try and make a man miss, and does across the 40. Shelton with a nice run made Brody Bomar hit the deck and sets up 3rd down and 5.
Boy, he may have unplugged Brody Bomar on this one play. This is where you hear the computer shut off right there, number 33. Oh, my God.
Oh. Heckma Harrison, you just sent me with that one.
Jeez. That was a heck of a head fake right there.
Your opponent has left the game. 3rd down and 5. They've got to get to the 49 in Argyle territory to move the chains. Emerson needs a drive. Flags at the snap. Timeout before what was going to be, I believe, a delay of game. That is an early timeout in the second half, and a half that you imagine they may end up needing that timeout.
That's really one of the toughest parts about being a head football coach. When you recognize that the play is not in on time, you cannot afford to burn timeouts this early in the third quarter. That's one that we're going to have to take a note of, Mike, because when you get down to the fourth quarter, you're going to need all of those timeouts or the ability to stop the clock.
Let's bring you back to 2020 for a moment. The last time the Argyle Eagles made it to AT&T Stadium. They're hoping 6 weeks from now they're right back there. This game was the Tito Bice game.
He went off in this football game. 4 touchdown runs in total, 3 in the first quarter alone to help Argyle build a 28-0 lead on Lindale. C.J. Rogers, quarterback the Eagles to a title that year, hit the deep ball here. And Argyle rolled on their way to championship number 2 in their history. They also won it all back in 2013. Out of the timeout, 3rd and 5. Again, they've got to get to the 49 to move the chains. They pick up the pressure, near side, complete. Wafer breaks a tackle across the 30, still going inside the 25 and slung down out of bounds.
This kid, Kelton Wafer, man, he is a playmaking machine. Get him approach this first guy, Bracey, trying to get a stop on him, and then the stiff arm, and he's still 10, 15 yards, 20 yards up the field, yards after catch.
We saw him drop a couple balls in the first half. He's responded to his own, I don't want to call them errors, but miscues anyway.
Yeah.
Plays that he certainly would want back, plays that he feels like that's a catch I got to make.
That's a sign of a good player.
Big time answer on the touchdown catch, and again right there, breaking away and setting up 1st and 10 at the 22. Lockhart, nowhere to go.
Yeah. I'm telling you, up front, and you have Max Bland. They're shooting the gaps, and they're not giving away any quarter in this running game. It has been number 44 continuously, Xavier Trotter.
He's had a monster game.
Yes, he has. And there have been times number 99, Tanner Kane, comes in as well. And again, you get those big bodies up front, man. It's hard to move these big fellas around.
2nd down and a dozen. Play action. Shelton, far side. McLean inside the 15. They'll spot him right at the 15. It's going to be 3rd down and a pair.
Yeah, you got, again, playmakers. Give your playmakers a chance. We talked about it coming straight out of the half. Look, the running game's not working. You're negative in the running game. They've cued to something. That RPO, read option, whatever you want to call it, they're not respecting DJ Shelton in it. And they don't recognize, they don't think that he's going to take the ball, he's going to run. Where he's been a threat to them is when he's got outside of the pocket.
3rd down and 2. Got to get to the 14. Shelton's going to have to keep it himself. I don't think that was the play design, but he bobbled the football, and he's bottled up.
Oh.
4th down and 5. No movement from the special teams unit on the far side. It looks like they're going for it here. They are going into the wind.
2nd time that's happened, where they've had that errant snap from Pelletier. Big 4th down right here by Emerson.
Comment from Retort in the YouTube comment says you're not going to run on these guys.
It's 10 seconds, 9 seconds. They're going to get a delay of game here. They're not even at the line of scrimmage.
3, 2, and again, Kendall Miller's going to have to burn a timeout here before 4th and 5.
Wow.
To avoid a delay of game. Lockhart looking to the sky in frustration.
Wow.
Kendall Miller gathering his football team, had a message there for Lockhart. A crucial down here. Again, they've got to get to, call it the 13-yard line that they've got to get to be able to move the chains after this timeout.
Man.
If they can find 6 points on this drive, Heckma, this is a very different football game than it was early on in the 2nd quarter.
No, it changes everything. Changes everything for this team, changes everything for this game. You know, it's just one of those, in this situation, I talked about at the beginning of the game that Todd Rogers, you know, he is so masterful as a coach, and Kendall Miller, also a really good coach as well. Big time 4th down coming up.
4th and 5, Shelton. Scanning, over the middle, it's low and incomplete. He tried to find Jason Williams. Argyle with the stop.
That's a big hole because you get the crossing route right there. He bobbles the snap from the beginning. I don't know if that ball was tipped, but it was low.
I think Trotter may have gotten a piece of it.
Wow. Big-time defensive stand right there by the Eagles. Not giving up any points. My question is, can the Mavericks do the same thing?
1st and 10, Argyle at their own 17. It feels like forever since McGuire Gasperson touched the football. Hands off here for Bell. Up the middle for 2.
These guys got to stay all over this Argyle offense. That running game with Watson Bell is just pretty much loosening these guys up to try and get something big on the outside, and it's almost unfair to have Caldwell lined up in the slot.
This has got to be like the 4th or 5th offensive snap for Argyle since the second quarter began. Up the middle of the field, wide open is Krzyzak. Krzyzak running away from Elijah White. Finally dragged down from behind at the 21.
I tell you, Elijah White has found himself on the receiving end of some big plays from the Eagles, man. And they find him in a man-on-man situation, and they just run Krzyzak at him, and he's able to get his towel and finally drag him down. Field position has now changed.
Argyle quickly back to the line of scrimmage. It's Krzyzak in motion. Looking for Bach, and it's intercepted. Did he squeeze it? Yes, he did. Picked off on the far side, and it's Elijah White who makes the pick on the deflection.
Well, I tell you what, it's good to have those redeeming qualities in Elijah White, redeeming himself off of Bach and that tip pass. Don't tell me that's not big. You got a teacher or administrator on the side over there on the track over there, just clapping hands. Boy, you needed that so bad.
A huge play. And Christian Lyons a little shove, like, go on, get you some, Elijah White.
Absolutely, because Elijah White's had himself a tough night. But that's 3 turnovers right now for Emerson.
Yep. And that was what I was saying a moment ago. How much has Argyle's hardly had the football offensively in this game since the first quarter came to an end? Because you had the punt return from Bruce, as here on the run, it's Lockhart, finally loose for the first time today, scooting up the far sideline. The Emerson crowd is starting to feel something a little bit on the far side.
What they're starting to feel is that this team offensively, some things are starting to happen for them. And I'm just telling you, on the other side, for DJ Shelton, being clutch on these throws are going to be very important to him coming down this 3rd and 4th quarter.
1st and 10 at the 39 for Emerson. They fumble the football. It's still loose on the deck. They're going to say that's Emerson ball. That's the initial signal from one of the officials. I think an offensive lineman pounced on top of it. And yes, according to Arthur Williams, it stays Maverick football.
Wow.
I don't know how.
The center quarterback exchange has been shaky from the beginning of this game.
Man, Matias Talavera pulled off a magic act to end up with that football amidst 4 black jerseys. That was incredible. They gained a yard on the play. It's 2nd and 9. Lockhart cutting back, undercut by Garrett Westrom. So let me take you through this real quick. Nathaniel Bruce had the punt return to the 2-yard line. So Argyle ran 1 play on that drive in the early stages of the second quarter. Then Bruce had the punt return for a touchdown. No offensive plays, so we're still at 1 in the second quarter. Then he muffed the punt. No offensive plays on that possession. Emerson goes in and scores. And then on the first offensive play of the next possession, they've got the fumble by Krzyzak. They ran 2 offensive plays in the entire second quarter.
Wow. We hadn't seen them. they have been on ice.
3rd down and 7. Shelton, flag on the play. Ripped down from behind by Max Bland. It's an illegal shift that will be declined.
They use Max Bland in so many different ways from his linebacker position, but when this guy decides to get home, boy, does he get home and get that quarterback down. You're looking at a real weapon for the Argyle Eagles defense in Max Bland. It's the 2nd time I've been able to get eyes on this kid, and I mean to tell you, he is the truth.
For a kid that's 6'2", 245 to be able to move the way that he does, he's a weapon. So Coetzee to punt it away again. Line drive, end over end punt. Nathaniel Bruce called for a fair catch.
Wow.
I'm stunned by that development.
We all are. On a line drive.
As fun as he's been to watch tonight, man, he did call for a couple fair catches, I'm now remembering, in the first half before he had back-to-back punt return masterpieces. So Argyle will take over at their own 38-yard line. Emerson again in need of a stop. 5:10 to play, third quarter. Gasperson. Another deep shot. Again looking for Krzyzak. Picked off again, and again it's Elijah White with the interception. The redemption arc of Elijah White, the senior. My word.
What? Elijah White is like, keep picking on me, okay? Keep picking on me. And they had him man-to-man again on Krzyzak, and he just undercut that ball. Gasperson just didn't put enough on it. And Elijah White able to run underneath it. That is a great turnover.
Elijah White's like the fourth grader that was like 4'2" and got picked on by all the sixth graders, went home for summer, beefed up, put 4 inches on, came back after halftime like, what now?
What now?
Say what again?
Wow.
1st and 10 at the 15. Lockhart trying to get the corner, scoots out of bounds at the 20.
Flag comes in at the last minute. Believe you're going to get a hold out here on the edge.
Emerson just can't avoid the flags.
No.
I believe he said number 7, Jason Williams and Arthur Williams are white hat tonight. Microphone not operational. It's going to be a half the distance to the goal penalty, and it's going to walk the football back to the 7, maybe call it the 8-yard line.
You know, they've tried a few tunnels on the outside, but, you know, this Eagles defense, they just tackle so well. Those linebackers get downhill so quickly. I try and go back to it because the running game just isn't operating.
It doesn't operate here either. Nowhere to go. Cameron Lockhart has run into a brick wall time and time and time again.
Second down and 21.
Man, that's really shocking, the amount of times that I've seen Frisco Emerson. One of the things about them that's been consistent is their ability to run the ball. It's just not happening for them tonight.
2nd and 20, Shelton far side, finds McClain again. They've done a much better job of getting him the football in the second half. He gets him back just beyond the original line of scrimmage and sets up at least an attainable 3rd down and 9.
All over the passing game too. I guess you call it bend but don't break, but again, when they catch the ball, it's hats to the ball, and they're getting these guys down quickly.
Ball sits at the 16. They've got to get to the 25. 3rd and 9 for Shelton. Play action fake again. Bland all over him, able to evade him. Fires. He's got a man, and getting a foot in bounds is Kelton Wafer for the 1st down.
Boy, thought that was going to be a holding penalty right here on Bland. Oh, my.
Matt Bortolasi got away with one there. The entire Argyle sideline, coaches, fans, players, all of them hollering that should have been a hold. The 1st down stands, handoff Lockhart. Trying to run to the outside. Picks up a block from his wide receiver, McClain, and falls forward to the 34 with a pickup of 3.
Trying to bend that ball out, trying to bend it outside, just not able to get there. Got a player down on the far side.
It's an Argyle Eagle. It's Luke Lane, a young man who has battled a shoulder injury all through this season. Injured it against Mansfield Timberview. And that's again what they're pointing at, is that right shoulder. He was hurt against Mansfield Timberview, missed a week, came back for the game that we did here against Colleyville Heritage, and we saw him re-injure that shoulder. He missed another chunk of time. Finally getting back healthy here late in the season into the playoffs, and this poor kid just can't catch a break.
Yeah, once you get one of those shoulder injuries and that thing keeps coming out on you, it's a tough thing to play with because anything could bring it out of socket. And people say, out of socket. Yes, out of socket. It is not pleasant.
You can see the pain on the face of Luke Lane. Aaron Fowler, Edward Vega, Taylor Kimbrell, Gina Dickey, the training staff, the athletic training staff for the Argyle Eagles. Trying to take care of Luke Lane, a young man who would love to see less of that quartet if he could, but it just has not been that kind of year for Luke Lane.
6'3", 200-pound cornerback. Big kid.
They got some big kids in that secondary for sure. After the injury timeout, 2nd and 7, another high snap. Shelton able to bring it down, firing deep, has McLean behind the defense. Knocked away at the last second. Landon Howell able to recover and knock it away.
And Blake McLean on the post route, he has a step. DJ just needs to give him more air underneath that ball and let his big fella run underneath it. But that's great coverage on the back end. You got to give credit where credit is due. Landon Howell.
Howell did a good job to defend that and not get called for a pass interference when it's an underthrown ball and you're trailing. Real easy to run full speed into your guy and knock him down and get a cheap pass interference penalty. He was able to avoid that. 3rd and 7. They bring the pressure. Well protected. Shelton over the middle. Yes, that ball was caught for a first down by Jason Williams.
Oh, they say he didn't catch it. Wow.
I'm going to need to see this again. That looked like a catch and a half. On second glance, I'm not as sure. I thought, though, can we see that one more time a little slower? I'm not sure that it wasn't a catch either. I'm not as sure that it was a catch as I was when I saw it live. I mean, I see the ball come loose a little bit, but I'm still not sure that his forearm isn't underneath it.
Wow.
Man. 4th and 7, break. And they've got to punt it away. Flags prior to the snap. I believe this is going to be a delay of game. The play clock's at 0 anyway. Field judge threw the flag. Ordinarily, it's the umpire that would throw a delay of game flag.
Hey, from all the noise that's been made over here on this Argyle sideline, that flag came out. This crowd went dead silent. Everybody wanting to know what that call is.
A long discussion here with Arthur Williams.
Don't know what could have happened on that punt, but.
Game is the call against Frisco Emerson.
All of that discussion for a delay of game penalty. All right, and it's 4th and 12.
Okay.
I thought for sure with all of that discussion it would have been something
a little bit
more significant, more complex than a delay of game, but it's 4th and 12. Bruce at his own 43, already with a punt return for a touchdown. Another one that he brought all the way back to the 2. He does call for a fair catch. He must have called for it very early because I never saw it. Yeah. Fair catch at the 39.
Todd Rogers, go ahead. He went ahead and gave his playmaker the warning. He's just like, look.
You better be sure, sir.
You better, absolutely. Matter of fact, I don't even need you to be sure. Fair catch it from now on. Don't even worry about it. We'll take all the mystery out of it. Now the question is, Can this Argyle Eagles offense get back going?
1st and 10. Bell stacked up. Agape Lawrence met him in the hole and drove him back. It's a loss of 2.
Well, you need that from this defense. You need the big fella to come through right now. This defense, man, they have been playing lights out, getting turnovers for their offense. Their offense has to reward them.
2nd down and a dozen. Let us know in the YouTube comments where you're watching from tonight, who your favorite player is on either one of these two teams. Gasperson, near side, put it right on Krzyzak, and he's got a 1st down into Emerson territory.
Great connection between these two. And all that is a chain-moving catch right there from number 1, Will Krzyzak.
1st and 10 at the 48. They'll come this way again, incomplete, looking for Caldwell.
Yeah, it's Julian Caldwell, the touch. All he does is catch touchdowns. It's like, look, possession receptions are not my thing. Get me to the end zone. I'll show you what I can do.
His stat line in the first half, 2 catches, 58 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bell on the delayed handoff, and hello, Agape Lawrence.
We're going to stop you right here.
Final 100 seconds of the 3rd quarter. In so far a scoreless 3rd quarter. Can Emerson's defense get another stop? Frankly, they need one to stay in this football game.
Oh, it's a big 3rd down right here. If they get a stop, boy, this is a win.
Argyle trying to get to the 38 for a 1st down. Gasperson still looking in the near side. 4 seconds on the play clock, and Argyle's going to have to burn a timeout here.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. This holiday season, get extra value when you purchase gift cards online. For every $100 gift card you buy on Texas Day Brazil's website, receive a $20 to $5 bonus card, or purchase a $50 gift card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. Texas Day Brazil gift cards are a simple and thoughtful gift idea. Share the ultimate Brazilian dining experience and treat yourself too.
Courtney Govro in the YouTube comments says, watching from Kansas City tonight, says her favorite player is Tyler Roberts, the big left tackle from Argyle. All 6'10", 330 pounds of him. Kevin Shepard says Jason Williams needs more touches for the Emerson Mavericks. He was the young man that I thought caught that 3rd down and 7 to move the chains for Emerson on the last possession.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the touch you had right there, the 1st down that was not to be.
Mark Alonzo saying ball handling from Argyle keeping Emerson in this football game. Yes, 3 turnovers by the Argyle Eagles tonight, 2 of them directly leading to Emerson touchdowns to make this a 10-point game as it stands here late 3rd quarter. Samuel Hurd says Emerson needs this stop.
Well, here it is.
Two wide receivers to the bottom of the screen. Krzyzak in the slot. They've got to get to the 38 to move the chains. Over the middle, on target, Caldwell, 1st down.
All right, I take everything back that I said about Caldwell and only catching touchdowns. He is a possession receiver, and he knew he was going to take that lick by Agape Lawrence and still came down with the catch.
1st and 10 at the 32. Pressure right up the middle. Lawrence, Gasperson got away, but not for long. Lawrence finishes him off. A loss of 4.
You may get away one time, but you won't get away twice. Good job by number 11, just continuing to stay aggressive and pursue and get that sack.
Agape Lawrence designed the crest that goes on the diploma for Emerson High School students.
Unbelievable.
When Kendall Miller told us that earlier this week, I was like, that's about as well-rounded a young man. And that's pretty impressive.
Oh, he is I've been talking about this kid for years, telling everybody about him, just how good this kid is.
End of the third quarter here in Argyle. Eagles possession, and they're up 10 as we head to the fourth in the opening round of the playoffs on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Stay tuned after the game as we unveil our Texas Day Brazil on fire player of the game.
Leader in the clubhouse, Nathaniel Bruce, as we head to the fourth, perhaps, for player of the game. Maybe Julian Caldwell with his 2 touchdown grabs.
That's going to be close. That is going to be close. I don't know where I am on that so far.
Yeah.
Because
that is up in the air at the moment.
Have we ever given a defensive guy player? We haven't.
Not yet. This is still very early on in its lifespan. We've only been doing this for what, four weeks now, maybe?
Yeah.
4 or 5 weeks.
I'm just saying.
It's not been long.
Hasn't been. I don't know.
We shall see. Second down and 13 to start the period. Frisco Emerson needs a stop in the worst way. To the air, too tall. Looking for Krzyzak. It hasn't been that common that Gasperson's been off target today.
No, he has not missed him at all. Not like that, where you make Krzyzak climb the ladder. Krzyzak is already 6'3".
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like he's lacking for height by any stretch. But he'd have to be a lot taller than 6'3" to climb it to get that one.
And now third down and 13 here for Jake Gregory's offense. The Argyle Eagles need to get to the 22 to move the chains. Handoff here for Watson Bell, and he will not have it. Picked up 2 on the play. 4th and a dozen.
Boy, it's continuing to run downhill, but that's a fourth. It's going to bring up 4th down, and guess what? This offense is staying on the field.
Kind of no man's land here at the 34. No real value in punting the football.
Absolutely.
And certainly not in field goal range going into the wind here in this fourth quarter.
But the wind is all of a sudden died down.
It's not as strong as it was in the first half, yeah. They're going to burn another timeout here? Are they going to let the play clock expire and punt it away?
I think that's maybe the plan, is because that is a delay of game. So when you talk about no man's land, Coach Todd Rogers said, look, this is going to take care of itself. I'll get myself out of no man's land to be able to punt this one.
I've seen it happen before where if a team does that, the opposing team says, nah, we decline the penalty.
Yeah, you're going to kick it from right. Still decision on you.
So Argyle will bring Nathaniel Bruce out to punt it away. Spiraling punt up the far sideline, and Nathaniel Bruce did this very well. Did that ever work out well for Todd Rogers, pinning him back at the 4. Landon Howell there to down it.
Gosh, beautiful execution right there by Bruce. High angling kick. Looks like they're going to place this ball at about the 4-yard line.
Katisha Curtis says she's watching from Wichita Falls, wondering who they play next. A Memorial fan tuning in. Sebastian Moore says he's watching from Carencro, Louisiana. Says his favorite player is Gasperson.
Karen Crow.
Karen Crow, thank you.
I got family there. That's the only reason why I know.
Okay, there you go. Wide receiver screen here set up. Whistles kind of at the snap. I think they're telling the student section behind that they need to cool it. I just saw kind of a, hey, enough motion from Arthur Williams.
You're back there with the guys in the camo. You got to let them. Look at these guys, man.
This is the moment they've been waiting for all night long.
What are you
They're
doing?
like, they're right there, man. We got to mess with them.
Can't do it. Got the duck. Look at this guy with the duck horn right there. That noise maker galore. They'll try this again.
I don't think they can stop him from rattling the coin bins. 1st and 10. Handoff Lockhart. They're trying to pick his way somewhere. Nowhere to go.
You just can't be a patient runner with these guys, man. This is wow. They haven't gotten anything going on the ground. It's been frustrating. It really has been frustrating for Lockhart.
Mark Newport in the YouTube comments says pulling for a District 4 sweep, says let's go Emerson. Retort says he's watching from Bend, Oregon tonight. Says he's never even heard of these two schools, but just wants to watch a good football game.
There you go.
JP O'Donnell, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but he says he's watching from Yokohama, Japan. 2nd down and 10. Shelton keeps it himself. Runs it out to the 14-yard line, 13-yard line, just a yard shy of the line to gain. It'll be 3rd and 1.
And this is a kid in number 13 that's just gutting it out, ladies and gentlemen. Those knees, know what he's dealing with.
They do give him the 1st down.
He is, I'm telling you, really a gutsy performance by DJ Shelton.
So 1st and 10 right at the 14-yard line. Good run by Shelton. Battling through that knee and making a play. Flags at the snap. False start.
Man, you go forward to go backwards.
This has been a heavily penalized football game.
Back to the student section, just telling those guys, look, you got it.
It'll be 1st and 15 after the penalty. They just added 3 points on the scoreboard for Emerson. I don't believe they intended to do that. I think they tried to change the down and distance.
I think Emerson
Our scoreboard that you're seeing on your screen is fed by that data.
I think Emerson will take it. They won't.
Somebody will eventually notice that. I have to imagine. They haven't yet, though. It is 31-21. Kendall Miller's trying to argue that the false start was caused by the student section behind the play. We mentioned earlier the band not here tonight, so they put the students down there in the camo, looking like they came straight from the duck blind, with the gallon jugs full of coins rattling away, trying to fire things up, and Arthur Williams is trying to keep control of everything right now. Sir, I wish you the best of luck. They still have not fixed the score. We may have to let them know that here at some point. 1st and 15. Wide receiver screen, nearly intercepted. Oh my, Garrett Westrom saw that coming the whole way.
Garrett Westrom, how did you not catch that? Oh man, he read it perfectly. And you know what that's gonna do? That's just gonna rile up the student section.
2nd down and 15. They have now fixed the score, 31-21. The in-house scoreboard that feeds ours, now all reading the correct score. Shelton, flushed, fires, nearly intercepted again, and again it was Westrom that got his hands on it.
Wow. Just not enough time, and you see DJ Shelton out of the pocket.
Third and 15. Student section getting loud again. They've got to get to the 24 to move the chains. Shelton over the middle behind his intended target. Looking for Talavera, and it's incomplete.
Oh, Talavera had an opportunity. Man, it would have been asking for DJ Shelton to come and get these ball out to his receiver. Talavera just can't get his hands on it.
We have already once seen Emerson punt from their own end zone, and Nathaniel Bruce brought it back to the 2. Bruce standing at the plus 40. Coetzee to punt it away.
Got a kick.
Fair catch. Nice punt, driving Bruce back to the 49. They will start in plus territory, but only just barely. A very important punt there from Coetzee to at least steal back a little bit of field position.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Coach Rogers told him, "Boy, don't you even think about it. Not again. Not going to happen."
I'll tell you what, man. When you got a kid of Nathaniel Bruce's talent, there is a certain level of gumption that comes along with that, a certain level of self-belief that comes with when you're that talented a kid. And that's a tough thing for a coach to try and kind of walk that fine line, because you don't want to stifle that.
No.
You don't want to stifle that belief. Play action here. They read this one perfectly. They knew the ball was going to Braden Bach, and they did not let it happen. Malik Hawkins there to cancel it out.
Sometimes you save a playmaker from himself. You gotta
Sure.
save it for himself.
Sure.
You just know that kid he believed supremely in his abilities, and he thinks that every opportunity that I get, I can make something happen. It's just like, look, we're in a playoff game. We're down by 10. We cannot give them any reasons.
2nd down and 10 here for Argyle. Can Emerson's defense again come up with a stop? Neither team has scored in the second half of this game. Bell finding space. Watson Bell into the second level, and he's got a first down.
And you love to see the little man coming out from behind all of those big bodies. He is definitely a dynamo. Let's see if Gasperson will let one rip here. This is where him and Julian Caldwell, man, they make hay down here. They got number 3, Malik Hawkins on him. And the big Hawk, boy, he is moved up to the line of scrimmage and pulled back real quick.
Bagley falls forward through the tackle of Jackson Canada, a gain of 3. Argyle, usually Heckma, a high-tempo team, starting to slow things down here a little bit, starting to bleed a little bit of that play clock away between snaps as Gasperson looks to the near side and offensive coordinator Jay Gregory.
Yeah, we talked about it at the opening, Mike. It's just you have 2 really good coaches, and Todd Rogers has seen it all. So he's been here before. He knows how to take his foot just a little bit off the gas pedal.
Look at Gasperson breaking contain and taken down right at the 30-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and a yard for Argyle.
Gasperson using the referee to shield him from Agape Lawrence. That's a smart man. You see him right here getting out. He's number 11 right there. Let's get him behind the umpire.
Set a screen, set a screen. 3rd and 1, tight formation here. Bruce, the back to get the handoff, and he's gone. Nathaniel Bruce for the touchdown. "30 yards up the gut for Nathaniel Bruce, and Argyle's got a 3-score lead.
And all Nathaniel Bruce needed was a crease, and you see it right here. Gave him just enough space to get through. As Nathaniel Bruce just walks into the end zone.
7:10 to play in the 4th, a crucial PAT that is up and through, because now it is a 3-score game. 38-21 with 7:10 to play in the 4th. The Argyle Eagles, number 4 in the state. Number 8's been the story of the night, though. His 3rd touchdown of the football game. And Argyle is
inching closer to the area round of the playoffs.
That's number 8. We've been talking about him quite a bit tonight, but Nathaniel Bruce, he is absolutely a playmaker, whether it be on special teams, doesn't matter wherever he is impacting the game. You need guys like that you can count on. Nathaniel Bruce is definitely that.
When you got a kid that is big enough and strong enough and fast enough to do all the different things that they ask him to do, he's their short yardage back. He's their punt returner. He's their starting safety. He's a captain for this football team.
You
As
missed
a
one.
junior, by the way.
You missed one.
What did I miss? Punt returner?
Punter.
Punter, too, yes. Yes, one of a few punters they have on this football team. They've got Nathaniel Bruce. They've got Jackson Green. We've seen both of them kick. We've seen Anthony Ruvalcaba kick. They have at times this season, we haven't seen them do it tonight, but they will at times put both Bruce and Green out there and run the double punter set. We saw them do that last year against Melissa. We saw them do it. We didn't see them do it earlier this year against Colleyville Heritage because Green was hurt in that game. But they've got a lot of quirks that they do with their special teams to just try to keep you off balance. But Nathaniel Bruce does it all for this football team.
Yes, he does.
It'll be Ruvalcaba to kick off this time. Squib kick fielded at the 27. Lyons twisting his way through the coverage team across midfield. Lyons still going all the way to the 44. Emerson's going to need to make moves in a hurry. That's a good start, courtesy of Christian Lyons.
Yeah, plus territory now. But Lyons just making it all happen on his own. Some blocks on the outside there. Another missed tackle. A spin move, and he's still going.
So 1st and 10 at the 44. And an Emerson offense that, frankly, hasn't been able to move the ball very much tonight. Now is in a spot where they've got to pick up big chunks of yardage in a hurry. This is one way to do it. Firing deep for McLean. Overshot him just a hair.
Yeah, overshot him, and again, another some more miscommunication. You have number 7, Jason Young, in the same area as McLean. No way McLean was going to be able to come down with that one.
Under 7 to play, 2nd and 10 in the backfield, immediately getting a hold there of Nick Clark, but Clark able to work his way nearly back to the line of scrimmage. Should have been a loss of 5, instead a loss of just a yard.
Should have been a major loss. Nick Clark, his ability to get out of that one is, man, Tanner Kane had him dead to rights.
3rd and 11. Shelton changing the play. 3 wide receivers to the bottom of the screen. Pressure picked up nicely. Fires deep, looking for Wafer, but overshot him, and it's 4th down. No choice but to go for it here.
None at all. What an atmosphere. I mean, look, every time we've come here, man, the welcoming committee has been awesome.
Yeah. It's a fun place to come to a game. Emerson's got to get to the 34. Shelton, well protected, threw this one way over the head of McLean and incomplete. Turnover on downs, and Argyle can taste it now. 6:05 away.
Boy, these guys are all hyped up on this side for the Argyle Eagles. They played one heck of a game. There's been some back and forth in this game, but my goodness.
Argyle nearing closer to the area around. Wichita Falls Memorial awaits in that second round. Winner of that game will face the winner of, I believe, I got to double check the Walnut Grove score. Walnut Grove Seguin playing in one bi-district round matchup. Winner of that game takes on Lubbock Cooper in the second round. And then winners meet in the regional semifinals. I saw a comment about Argyle potentially playing South Oak Cliff later on this year. Watson Bell trying to make sure they're going to have that kind of opportunity. Surging into the second level and into Emerson territory down inside the 30-yard line. Argyle, if they play South Oak Cliff, it wouldn't be Heckman until the state semifinals. That's the way the bracket shakes out. Sauk in Region 2, Argyle in Region 1. So Argyle's got work to do to get to that point. But these are the two teams that have most recently played Sauk in the state semifinals the last 2 years. It certainly feels possible.
Yeah, that would be a massive matchup. But you talk about for the Golden Bears, they have so many athletes all over that field.
1st and 10. Bagley on the carry. Slung down by Lawrence.
This is the one thing I was talking about coming into this game. It's just seeing this offensive line and how they wear down your defensive line. And after each and every play, you're watching Emerson just get up off of the mat. Now things are slowed down a lot now for Argyle.
Mark Newport in the YouTube comments saying Walnut Grove's up 42-35 on Arlington Seguin. So it sounds like a pretty good football game there going on as well.
That is a good game.
2nd and 8. Gasperson flushed, trying to direct traffic, gets away. Gasperson flips it downfield for Bagley. Bagley inside the 5. Was Gasperson behind the line of scrimmage? What a play, freelancing from the junior quarterback.
Well,
no flags down.
No flags, but I think you're looking at about the definitely past the line. Wow.
I think the line of scrimmage might have been the 28, so he might have been clean. He might have been clean there. Yeah, I'm watching it back on our YouTube feed. It's a little bit behind. Yeah, 28 was the line of scrimmage. He was behind. What a play from Gasperson. He wasn't behind by much.
Yeah.
But all you need to have is even just a tenth of your heel behind the line of scrimmage, any part of your body behind the line of scrimmage, and it's legal. And it sets up 1st and goal from the 5. Bagley. Player down here for Frisco, Emerson. Parker Reese hit the deck after he helped make the tackle. He did pop back up.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. This holiday season, get extra value when you purchase gift cards online. For every $100 gift card you buy on Texas Day Brazil's website, receive a $25 bonus card, or purchase a $50 card online and enjoy a $10 bonus card. A Texas Day Brazil gift card is a gift of a special night out for friends, family, clients, or employees.
2nd and goal. Bagley again. To the 2.
I tell you, what a job. Got to give some credit where credit is due to this front 5. Tyler Roberts, Keegan Lawson, Jackson Bowen, Weston Cheney, Braxton Firestone. These guys have been working all night long. When you come up against Argyle, you have got to figure out this problem that they have up front. They are big, and them big fellas can move.
They're going to try and move bodies here on 3rd and goal. I think that's going to be an illegal shift. It looked like they had illegally shifted on this same type of play the last time they had the football. And I think this time they do catch 44, I think it was, Xavier Trotter. Oh, they're going to say offside.
What?
If they run this same play again, and it looks like they're not going to, they're going to bring a different unit on.
Yeah.
It's going to be 3rd down and goal from the 2.
They're going to change personnel completely. Not even risk having that happen again.
They move the ball to the 1, half the distance of the goal with the penalty, so 3rd and goal for the 1. Gasperson, toss to Bagley. Agape Lawrence says, no, sir. Loss of 4 on the play.
I'm telling you. Look at this. This is what you call hot pursuit. This is hot pursuit right here. Man, this kid is amazing.
Agape Lawrence is probably playing the final minutes of his high school football career right now. That's a young man they're going to remember at Frisco Emerson for a very long time because he was instrumental in helping create the program that they have within this Mavericks program. Fitting for perhaps his final defensive snap to be that play. Field goal attempt here for Ruvalcaba, up and through. A 21-yard field goal will make it a 20-point game with $1:38 to play.
Yeah, he's special. That's a special player, and so many of these guys out here. Malik Hawkins, he's also a kid that's going to go on and play with his brother at Oklahoma. Tell you what, my grad assistant at Kansas State was Brett Venables. Know him well. He's going to get some really special guys, and just the way that these guys are trying to build that program in Oklahoma. I got another name for you guys. It's Agape Lawrence. You gotta look. Buddy. I got another name for you. And here's the thing. I got an opportunity to talk to Agape before the game, and I told him, I said, man, it does not end for you here. It does not end for you here. No matter what you have to do, you get to the next level, you just go play.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to see you. That is a football player down there. And Mike, so many times, and I mean, I've said this quite a bit in my career when I see a really good player that I don't know who is the person that's handing out stars that, gives all these kids the pub and makes them the players that I guess through marketing that they become. But if you just want a football player, a good kid, solid character, that is Agape Lawrence. And look, man, it has been absolutely my pleasure to watch this kid play football. He plays it the way that it's supposed to be played. He plays the linebacker position like I wish I played. He is that good. He has that kind of passion. And when you meet this kid in person, I mean, it just reeks, of good family, good kid.
Yeah. Really, really good kid, really good football player, and yes, to your point, somebody's going to give him an opportunity, whether it's at the 1AA FCS level, if it's a Division II level, somebody's going to get a good football player, and he's going to go play there for a year or two, and everybody's going to go, all right, you're right, we missed on this kid. Get him over here.
Yeah. I'm sorry that it has to be that way. You've asked so many people. I've had those Ashton Genty conversations where people have said, "Well, how did Ashton Genty end up going to Boise State?" Boise State, first of all, they do a wonderful job of
That's
recruiting.
a great program. Yeah,
great program. They do a great job of recruiting North Texas. But I'm sorry, you have some programs around here just in Texas that missed the bus on Ashton Genty. Now, give Ashton credit. He stayed in Boise.
Shelton, nice play, nice throw, better catch by Caden Camps. And that's going to be just enough for a first down. Minute 28 to play. There is a flag down on the play, and it's going to negate all of it.
But when I was talking about Genty, just him staying in Boise with so many players getting into the transfer portal, how valuable he would have been in, NIL and all of that, but he elected to stay in Boise. Just really a special kid, and they got some really good ones coming behind him next year from Texas also.
Final minute and a half here on Friday Night Football.
It's been a heck of a game, Mike.
Emerson there for a little while. It looked like they may have been truly on the comeback trail. Just couldn't get the offense rolling in the second half. Shelton has to just flip this one out of play. Argyle is going to move on and play Wichita Falls Memorial in the second round of the playoffs. Improved to 10-1 on the year. Todd Rogers told us, he said he feels like they have the ingredients of a team that could be a state championship caliber team. He said, listen, I'm not trying to compare right now. We're still way too early on in this process, but I know what it looks like, what you need to have to be able to do it. He feels like they at least have the ingredients. Shelton firing deep for Blake McLean, incomplete.
I love the way that when you were talking to Coach Rogers, you wouldn't just let him give up on the answer. You kept pressing him on it. And I'm like, Mike, let it go. But that is the journey that I'm learning. I'm learning here, okay? I'm learning that, you know, my guy Mike Leslie is like a dog with a bone. When he has a question he wants to get answered, he's not going to give up. And it's like Coach Rogers I don't know, he just had to get into a groove of how to answer your question. And you finally let it go, but at the end of the day, he's just basically saying, look, we got so long to go to figure out if these guys are really the real deal.
Shelton trying to break contain on what was 3rd and 20. He's able to pick up a decent chunk of it and set up 4th down and 9. Final minute here of the bi-district round of the playoffs.
What a
6
game.
weeks from today, you'll have 4A D1, 4A D2, 5A D1, I believe is the structure this year. I think D1 is first, D2 is second for all of the districts this year.
A great weekend of football that is at AT&T Stadium.
The other 5A, both 6As on Saturday. Small schools Wednesday and Thursday. That'll be a first down for Blake McLean on what was 4th and 8. They pick up 10 out to the 46. 40 seconds left in this one. Come join us for high school game night tonight at 10:15 on WFAA. Joe Trahan's out at the Prosper Coppell game. I'll be curious to see how that one went. Michelle Montaigne out at the Anna Colleyville Heritage game. I saw a comment from someone in here. Mark Newport said that District 4 goes 3-1, so Argyle's going to be the only team out of District 3 that got a win. That means Anna knocked off Colleyville Heritage tonight. Shelton over the middle, in and out of the hands of Caden Camps, who paid for it. Whew. Man, anybody that has Argyle on their schedule the rest of the way, be prepared to be bruised on Saturday.
Yeah.
Goodness.
This is a defense. They are coming downhill. They got some really good guys up front. That linebacker core for me, I think really Brody Bomar. You saw him chase down some guys, get some tackles out in the flat. He absolutely wonderful job. Max Bland is a wrecking ball.
Tunnel screen here for McLean. Makes the first couple guys miss. Still going. Taken down short of the line to gain, and that will be the final play of the football game.
Looking like a young Ladarian.
Yes, indeed. Looking like Pops. 41-21, the final score. The students rushing the field as Argyle moves on to the second round of the playoffs.
Coach Todd Rogers says, get back. Get back.
You want to see respect for a head football coach? It's right there on your screen. They all saw Todd Rogers and said, nope, not crossing him. 41-21, the final score. And the number 4 team in the state starts what they hope is a 6-game march to the title game. Argyle moves to 10-1.
This was one of those wonderful games that you get an opportunity to see with so many playmakers. Look, you talk about Frisco Emerson, they have battled through this season. That game versus Melissa at the Star was an instant classic. One of those games that they absolutely had to have. This was a district that was hard to come out of. This is the Emerson team that absolutely got battered and bruised and just finally running out of gas against a really good Argyle team. Argyle on the other side, they are big, physical, they are bruisers. Man, this is going to be a matchup no matter who comes in front of these guys that you're going to have to put your big boy pants on when you face the Argyle Eagles. They are well coached. I think one thing about this thing, one thing I can take away from this game that I'm sure Coach Rogers will talk to them about at length is the turnovers.
I don't need to remind you that. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
Todd Rogers and his team, 41-21 victors. Taking a moment to reflect on it all. Thankful for what they were able to do tonight. When we return, we'll hand out our player of the game here on Friday Night Football.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Your Friday night lights just got brighter. Catch a live broadcast of the biggest high school football games all season long. The 12-yard touchdown. Cheer on your hometown. Plus, get the full halftime experience. Don't miss every step, beat, and cheer.
Lacey's still on his feet and he'll score.
Join me, Mike Leslie, and Heckma Harrison for all the insights, commentary, and all the stats. Stream the broadcast free. Friday Night Football on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Delkus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
The Cowboys getting set to take on the Chargers, and we've got it covered for you on WFAA. The Cowboys trying to get off to a high...
And now, the Texas de Brazil on fire player of the game.
We had a couple options tonight. Nathaniel Bruce is the answer this evening. The punt return for a touchdown from 63 yards out was the most electrifying of his plays today. But he had another punt return that he brought back to the 2-yard line, scored on a 2-yard touchdown run right after that, had a 30-yard touchdown run as well, made a number of big plays on the defensive side of the ball. This, though, Heckma, was the most special of the bunch. And Nathaniel Bruce, the junior safety for Argyle, our player of the game tonight.
Yeah, that was an electrifying play. How he got out of that, I do not know, but this kid does it all. He's a punter. He plays the safety. I mean, he's a fullback. He's a running back. I mean, what doesn't this kid do? He's a water boy. I mean, he's a cheer captain. I don't know, man. This kid is absolutely amazing. And I think when you have a playmaker of this caliber on your team, you have to ask yourself, when you come into a game versus Argyle, who do you pay attention to? There's so many guys on this roster defensively that you have to account for because of the physical style that they play. I mean, Nathaniel Bruce was not only just those touchdowns, he made some tackles also that changed this game and the complexity of the way that the offense ran on the other side for Emerson. Those punt returns, I think, just kind of capsulize the kind of player that he is. But going through this playoffs, I dare say you're going to find 2, 3, 4 different guys that you're going to be able to go through. He's just a cog in the wheel of so many great players that play here at Argyle.
He didn't touch the football all that much tonight. A number of fair catches, which if you want to call that a touch, be my guess, but I wouldn't. when he actually touched the football and had an opportunity to do something with it.
Oh, yeah.
Had a punt return from about the 38 back to the 2, scored a touchdown the very next play, 2-yard touchdown run, had a 63-yard punt return for a touchdown, had a 30-yard touchdown run. He had 2 carries. They were both for touchdowns, one for 2 yards, one for 30 yards. He touched the ball, probably 6-7 times tonight in terms of actually having a chance to go do something with the football.
Yeah.
Scored 3 touchdowns, did have the muff punt, which matters, and that was part of how Emerson, at least for a moment, got back into this football game. But on balance, you take all the things that Nathaniel Bruce did tonight, offensively, defensively, special teams especially, terrific performance from that young man, and he's a big part of why the Argyle Eagles are number 4 in the state and moving on to the area round.
Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games, and that's exactly what he's done. I mean, this is moving on to the next round. Every team that's in front of Argyle is going to have to face these playmakers, these guys that they have on defense that do so many multiple things for them. I think you talk about the amount of times he touched the ball. I mean, it seemed like every time he did have the ball, he made something happen. I'll just go back to that. I believe it was a 4th down, a third and 1 that they had, and he just finds a glimmer of light, and he runs to the end zone. If it's not for that, it's the punts that he's returning. But defensively, these guys play so tough. We talk so much about the offensive line. I'll just go back to Xavier Trotter, the job that he did, number 44. He was all over the place. Yeah. And also Max Bland. This is a great team. And I tell you, man, I love the way that you tried to hold Coach Todd Rogers' feet to the fire to make him just make a proclamation was what you were asking for. Just make a proclamation.
I didn't want him to make a prediction or anything.
Not a prediction, but it's just like, look, you've seen those championship level teams.
Yeah.
Are any of these teams you have reminiscent, in your time here? You've seen them all. These guys look like it, and he just wouldn't. All he would say.
He's too veteran.
He is. And it's like he knows this is a week-to-week thing. And I tell you what, man, next week you're going to be going up. You're going to see an Argyle team that's going to be ready to hit you in the mouth. And they come on the field with 11 guys that play at an absolute different speed. I love this team.
Let's put a bow on the Emerson Mavericks season for just a moment, because they backed up a magical 2023 with really a nice 2024 season as well, playing in truly the deepest and most talented district, certainly in 5A in North Texas. And I think you could argue, I don't know if I would quite go to most talented, because then you start getting into the category of, well, let's talk about the Duncanville-DeSoto district. Sure, fine. But depth of talent and the difficulty of getting out of it, 4-5A D2 this year was a war.
Yes.
And Emerson figured out a way to get through it despite not having Mike Hawkins, despite having only 2 starters back on the offensive side of the ball this season. They had a really nice season. It comes to an end tonight, but there's a lot for these kids to be proud of about what they did here in 2024.
No, a great team, and we talked to Coach Miller about his quarterback. Hawkins last season was everything for those guys, and he goes off to college, and DJ Shelton, the ball's in his hands, and he has to make some things happen. He does it. He answers the bell time and time again, whether it be with his arm or with his feet. Guys like Kelton Wafer always responded and was there as well. I mean, you have so many playmakers on this offense that I think really, did everything that they could to give you the points, give you the advantage on offense, but it was their defense all along that really kept them. In a lot of these games, those district games were decided by the defense. You go back to that Melissa game, and that game, I think the defense just played lights out by shutting down Melissa's offense. Like, this is a season that these guys are going to look back on, and obviously they won't hang their head because they battled at pivotal times in the season. Just a great team, a high-character team, very well coached, and I look for the Emerson Mavericks to return again next season.
It's the Argyle Eagles, though, that are moving on tonight. To the second round of the playoffs they go. In the area round, Wichita Falls Memorial awaits. 41-21 victors tonight. The Argyle Eagles are. 2 Julian Caldwell touchdown grabs from McGuire Gasperson. Nathaniel Bruce with 3 touchdowns on the day to lead the way for Todd Rogers' team, and they move on to the second round of the playoffs. For our entire Friday Night Football crew, our director, Clay Marshall, our photographers, Graham Rayner, Jeremy Taub, and Tim Kalman, our digital coordinators back in-house, Pete Friedman and Zachary Giannis, Heckma Harrison alongside, I'm Mike Leslie. Thanks so much for joining us tonight in the opening round of the UIL playoffs. We will see you next week right here on Friday Night Football.